Will be a lot of Lions fans there. Josh and Celine nitpick. We're beating up rookie or new starting quarterbacks and a handicapped KC team, and lost at home to our only real challenge so far. Okay, nitpick. That's what he says.
Fine.
The 49ers are also completely healthy. I wouldn't say Broderick Martin is addressing a need. LOL. Imagine our defense with Jalen Carter. I'm like, well, we'll be talking about that for a while.
Yeah, but you also have Sam Laporta.
Yes. Goff is only 3 years older than Hooker. Hooker will have Teddy's job next year, being Bridgewater, and probably for the whole of Goff's 5-year extension. You have your backup? That's fine. All right. This has been a strange weekend for me, and
emotional.
You might have to help me here.
On the back of my neck
as everybody knows, I mentioned this somewhat recently. When I moved here in 1986, the only people I knew here was Bernie Smilovitz, who brought me here, and his wife, Donna, who actually obviously moved with him as well. Donna, she's known by Donna Rockwell, is a great psychiatrist, psychologist. She's very famous. She's been on Channel 4, our brother station WWJ, and some other stations as well. And Donna, when I moved here, and I told the story about when I was with her and Bernie when I tried to, pick up a girl, and I tried to light her cigarette, and I fell out of the chair.
Yeah.
Donna was like a mother to me when I first moved here. Even though she's only a few years older than me. And she helped me pick out furniture for an apartment. And she was, and I say was because Donna passed away this weekend unexpectedly. And it just really, it's been a tough year for me, my father, and some job-related stuff. And, and she's the most wonderful person. And I wouldn't say not as close, but she lived a lot of her time with New York with her kids or practice and things like that. And I got to see her again for the first time, probably since COVID this summer. And she was with her grandchild, her son, Jake's daughter, Eloise. And she has another son, Zach, who is a talented writer for Comedy Central. And he used to work for Letterman. Anyway, I'm going to ramble here for a little bit. And I got to spend about 20 minutes with her. And Donna was, anybody who knew her, she was the greatest. She was smart. She was funny. She had a biting sense of humor, which I just loved. And when I got the call on Saturday, and I saw Bernie yesterday, and it just breaks my heart. 66 years old, and Bernie and the family. I love you guys. I love Donna, as you know, and it's been a tough few months for me. And we're going to navigate this, and hopefully our football team and teams can make me, because I went over to his house yesterday after the Lions game, after doing the post-game show, and I walked in, and they were all watching the game, and gave him a hug, and his sons were there, and his son's roommates both went to Michigan, and they live in New York now. I said, hey, we got a really good football team, and they both looked at me and said, we have 2 really good football teams here, and they're talking about Michigan.
Obviously Michigan,
hopefully. So, thoughts out to all of Smilovitz family, all of Donna's many friends and colleagues, and it's going to be tomorrow's going to be the funeral and whatever. Anyway, love you guys. All right, sorry to set you up like this, Heather, but had to do it.
Okay.
It'll be public on all the websites soon anyway. So
sorry for your loss, Stoney.
Thank you. She was the best.
Yeah.
Yep.
It sounds like it.
Yep.
I mean, I can tell, I can hear how emotional you're getting just talking about it now. So I can definitely tell what an impact she had on you, and I'm sure the rest of her family and a lot of other people as well. Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Well, Detroit Lions linebacker Alex Anzalone played Sunday's game with a lot on his mind and also with a heavy heart. His parents are currently stuck in Israel, and obviously, as we know, it's during this attack that happened by this terrorist group, Hamas. They launched the attack on the nation on Saturday. His parents have been there. They're there with a big church group, and they're now trying to find their way home. After the game, Anzalone said that the situation is all he's been thinking about. He also jumped on X to kind of make a plea to get his parents home safely. Currently, an estimated 700 Israelis have been killed, nearly 500 in Gaza. More than 2,000 are wounded. 100 have been confirmed to have been taken captive. It's also been confirmed that 9 American citizens have also been killed in the attack. So after Tyreek Hill scored a touchdown on Sunday in a game against the New York Giants, he went directly to the stands to try to find his mom. And he did. His intention was to toss her the ball. And he did do that, except a fan in the front row stole it. And his mom made it very clear that, hold on, I am his mom. That ball was meant for me. And when the fan realized what he had done, that he stole the ball from his mom, he handed it over to her, and everything was peachy. But it was just funny to see to hear her, I'm his mom, and she had the jersey on that said "Mom" on the back. So she did get to have that touchdown ball taken. Now, speaking of Hill, multiple porn sites do want to help him kick off his adult film career. Now, he does say and swears that he was only joking about wanting to get into porn when he retires from the NFL, but several companies are taking his comments very seriously. One company says they've already been brainstorming some ideas, and they're throwing out the idea of making a porn hologram of Hill as well. I don't know if it's the first of its kind, but perhaps, who knows? So it sounds like he does have some options when he does decide to retire. I'm also guessing that quite a few people were really happy that Taylor Swift wasn't at Travis Kelce's game against the Vikings on Sunday. There was no cameras panning up to her in the private box like there has been in the prior games. But the announcers still did have to name drop a little bit there. When Kelce was shown walking onto the field, they said his strut resembled that of a swift walk. And they also mentioned her once more a little bit later during warm-ups and things like that. So she was still incorporated into that game. And I just saw this story. I hadn't seen it before. It's kind of cool. It regards Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. Have you heard about this couple from Oklahoma that actually got a free trip to the Jets game last week? No. They got a free flight, free tickets, free hotel room, and it's all because back in 2020, this couple dressed up as Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce for Halloween. It's kind of like they predicted this whole romance was going to happen years before it even did. So when Taylor Swift showed up to that very first game, who was it against? The Bears? I don't even remember who it was anymore.
Yes.
They decided to post the photos of them from Halloween years ago on TikTok. It went viral, and Lipton Tea saw the photo, and they sent her a DM, and they sent them to the game, all on them. Huh. Pretty cool.
That is cool. Yeah.
I know. I saw them like, well, how sweet is that? So good for them. Let's see. Finally, a Louisiana high school honor student lost her scholarship endorsement and her title as president of the school's government association after a video of her dancing at a homecoming after party was posted on social media. The principal of the school was obviously and apparently very offended by this young girl's moves, and despite her 4.2 GPA, decided to punish her. And the student said that she was just trying to have some harmless fun with her friends, but the school didn't see it that way. The principal told her that she should be ashamed of herself and that he was concerned about her afterlife. I believe she goes to a private school. The community, however, is taking her side, and they're rallying around her. They're selling T-shirts with slogans like "Let the girl dance" and "I stand with Kaylee." That's her name. I saw this and I'm like, you know what? Thank goodness social media did not exist when I was in high school.
Oh yeah,
like that's all I can. I'm like, well, no, this girl was at a homecoming after party. She was in her homecoming dress. She wasn't. They were having fun, right? And I just think like this is what she's getting in trouble for. Like, I'm just glad there were not cameras, social media everywhere when I was in high school.
There's a lot of pressure on kids right now, especially since some of these kids, and with stories like this, they feel like they can't be themselves at any moment.
It's horrible.
Awful.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. All right. Coming up next, TJ Lang in studio. Talk about our 4-1 football team. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. The Lions say they haven't proven anything, but it certainly seems like they have after 5 games. A 42-24 romp over the Panthers to get them to 4-1 on the year, their best start since going 5-0 12 years ago. Jared Goff had a huge game, 3 throwing touchdowns, 1 rushing score at the goal line, going 20 for 28, 236 yards through the air, and the veteran believes that these types of games against a lesser opponent are a big deal for getting to where they want to go. Yeah, 2 of his touchdowns were to rookie Sam Laporta again, now the only tight end in history to begin his first 5 games of his career with at least 275 yards and 3+ scores. Also in his debut off of a suspension, Jamison Williams caught 2 balls for 2 yards with 1 wide open drop midfield, though Goff said that JMO has been terrific in practice so far. New Pistons coach Monty Williams says he's focusing on discipline for his young team. The Pistons fell in overtime during their first exhibition action 130-126, still trying to gel on defense in their first game. They did get big games from Marvin Bagley. He had 25 points. Rookie Asar Thompson had a game-tying 3 to get to overtime, and Jaden Ivey had 15 off the bench. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, yes, he is here. T.J. Lang. 4-1. How are you?
What's up? It's been a fun
ride so far.
Fun month so far.
Yes, absolutely.
Fun 2 months, I guess. We're in October.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's been a fun 5 weeks.
Yeah, they playing some really good football.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that's it's a sign of a good team. When other teams make mistakes.
Take advantage.
Yeah, take advantage and make them pay. I mean, turnovers were the difference yesterday.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I didn't think didn't really come out of there feeling like there was anything great on either side of the ball. But they took care of business. Yeah. And it was good to see some guys on offense step up. I think Josh Reynolds is, man, we keep talking about the wide receiver spot. He's really stepping up and
getting his feet
plays
down on that touchdown is a lot harder than it looks.
Oh, you can tell him and Goff have probably practiced that 1,000 times.
Right.
But that was a good performance, and that was exactly what they were supposed to do. Take care of bad teams. Don't let bad teams hang around. Go out there and keep throwing punches, and just a fun football team to watch, man.
Yeah.
Like, they just, in the depth, right? I mean, I know, hey, Amon-Ra Gibbs wasn't the end of the world.
No.
But last year, without those guys, it probably is, right?
Branch too.
Yeah, Branch too. I mean, you got guys that step up. You got guys that are just playing so much, but not even the new guys, the rookies and the free agents, but other guys on this roster are getting better.
Will Harris. I mean,
Will Harris had himself a game.
He's had himself a really good season so far. Yeah. And you got to feel for, Mosley, man. He finally gets back and a few plays. How bad do you think that one's going to be?
Coach didn't sound thrilled when I asked him about it after the game.
Yeah.
And it was kind of weird because it was away from the play.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't want to speculate.
Right.
I just, trying to read between the lines and listening to the coach talk, I'm not too optimistic about it, which sucks. And you saw some of the players' reaction, too, when they were walking up to him. They didn't look very optimistic either. But, hopefully it's okay. I mean, that's what Mondays are for. You go get everything checked out. And same thing happened with C.J. Gardner-Johnson back in training camp, right? Everybody was saying, "Oh my, his knee buckled up," and then he get some tests a couple days. Okay, just a scare, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's still in play for him as well.
Yeah, and you mentioned this is what good teams do. They take advantage of mistakes, and they start fast as well. In Carolina comes out, they get a couple of first downs, but they make a stop, and then within 3 plays, boom, the Lions are in the end zone, and then it's an interception, and they respond with a touchdown. Later on, there's a fumble. They respond with a touchdown. Like, it's making other teams pay for the mistakes. For how long have we sat here, and Stoney, I know for you a lot longer, and talked about the fact that the Lions are always the one that they make that critical mistake, and then the other team goes down and makes the Lions pay.
And they make a pedestrian quarterback, whether it's a rookie or not, look good. I mean, even against Carolina, historical, and Chris Wenke, right? A Walker a few years
PJ
ago.
Walker,
I mean, come on. I mean, it happens all the time.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of out of that mindset, to be honest with you. Like, people still talk about it, and you can't help because it's been so long, right? That's just what everybody was used to. But 12-3 in their last 15 games. I mean, you don't do that by accident.
No,
you know what I mean. And 4-1 this year. I mean, you don't do that by accident. You might win 1 or 2 lucky games in the NFL, but you don't win this way if you're not a good team. And I just thought yesterday was it was just a hum ho, go to work, let's take care of business and get out of here with a win. And that's what it looked like. And I know defensively, I mean, Carolina put together a couple good drives.
Yeah.
I thought the pass rush was not as great as it has been the last couple weeks.
Right. Well, Bryce Young also is very evasive. That's the one thing he does pretty well.
And he's a small target, too.
Yeah.
I mean, well, first, I thought the roughing the passer calls were atrocious, especially the one on Charles Harris.
Right. The Anzalone, I could see because it was helmet to helmet a little bit, but the Harris one was ridiculous.
Yeah, but I thought, the pass rush probably not as good as it has been, but good things happen when you take the ball away 3 times, and good things happen when you capitalize on other teams' mistakes, and that's the difference in the game.
And you don't give it back to them.
100%.
Right.
Yeah. Offensively, we asked, hey, take care of the football and, start fast, play smart. And third quarter, they almost got the monkey off their back with scoring in the third quarter. They got down to the 1-yard line, and then the quarter ended. But it was good to see them come out of halftime. I know the first drive, I think, was they ended up kind of going on a drive and then stalling out and punting from the other side of the 50.
And the next one was 3 and out.
That was really the one drive that kind of, hit a little bit of a lull. But it was good to see the improvement of every game so far. We've seen – first half's been really good, and then the second half, maybe 3 or 4 straight empty possessions. And you're like, man, this is how you let bad teams kind of hang in there.
Right.
And they didn't do that yesterday. They took care of business. I thought Jared Goff was really good. I thought the run game was really good. I know Carolina ended up they gained a bunch of yards.
99 yards they ended up.
A lot of it was in the fourth quarter.
Yes.
I mean, it's a 4-score game. They're just trying to run the clock and get out of there themselves. So the stats, I don't think, tell the whole story on that. But
no,
just not going to say an overly impressive win, but they did what they were supposed to do, and that's a sign of a good team.
And it was pretty much stress-free for the fans, for the players, for everybody. As far as I know, the players don't think about that stuff, but fans do.
Well, when the fans start doing the wave in the fourth quarter, good things are going on.
Yes.
Right?
Yesterday, to me, was also validation, not that he needed any, that David Montgomery's better than Jamal Williams.
Oh, yeah. I think we've known that for a while. And that's we love Jamal.
Yes.
Fans love Jamal. Teammates love Jamal. Jamal was just a different style of guy.
Right.
I mean, if there's 5 yards there, Jamal's getting you 5 yards. Montgomery's the guy that
can do both.
He's going to get you 3-4, and then bam, he's going to hit a couple big ones. Yesterday was kind of the opposite. He hit the big one to start the game. Mm-hmm. But yeah, he's a totally different player. He makes guys miss. He's physical. It's fun to watch him run. And Craig Reynolds, even yesterday, you could tell having guys like Jahmyr Gibbs and having Dave Montgomery in that running back room are making other guys better too. I mean, Craig Reynolds looked awesome when he came in late in the game and a couple really nice runs and getting your foot in the ground, getting north, running strong, running powerful, running behind your pads. It's just, once again, just talking about the depth that they have on this team, guys coming in and playing. Now, you guys, I'm sure, have probably talked a lot about J-Mo.
Mm-hmm. But he blocked well, but that's not why they drafted him to block.
Well, right. But you know what? And even we're going to talk about the drop. I mean, that's a play you got to make, right?
Yes.
If you want to be a big-time player, you got to make the simple plays,
right? First
of all. So I'm sure he's going to be hard on himself for that. I'm sure the coaches are going to try to correct it. But, even asking Dan after the game, about J-Mo, he said, look, I just wanted to see this kid get his legs back under him. I wanted to see, he's been out for so long. I wanted to see him come out here. I want to see him compete a little bit. And I thought he did. Outside of the one drop, there was maybe 3 or 4 run plays where he's out either sealing the edge or he's digging out a safety and he's doing the dirty work that's going to show the coaches, man, like you know what I mean? I'm invested in this. I'm not just going to be the guy. I don't just want the ball. I'm going to go help this offense in any way I can. And I thought he stood out yesterday. He did. He played more snaps than they probably wanted to. I think they said 15 or so. I think he ended up at 28.
Yes,
which is good. I mean, it's good to see that he can handle that workload, especially coming off of the suspension and not being, not playing any football over the past month. I think he's going to continue to get better. I do. I'm not panicking about J-Mo. Would have been great to see him catch that ball and maybe make a guy miss and, do something special. But overall, I think Coach saw what he needed to see, and me, watching him, I think he's a different kid. I think he's growing up. I think he's maturing a little bit, and I think that's going to go a long way for him.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number, or if you want to text us your questions for TJ and John, Necessary Roughness, the podcast.
Yes, we'll
the live version right now.
Yes, we'll come out with another one here later today.
Special guest Mike Stone.
Yes.
Yes. Here's the other thing I really liked about yesterday was the creativity of the offense. And obviously, the touchdown pass to Laporta, the double reverse, and then you throw it downfield. We saw that later in the day with San Francisco. But the one that we haven't even yet mentioned is the snap between Goff's legs.
Yeah, that was wild.
Oh, yeah.
And just – are you sitting around? Are these guys sitting around in the coaching staff room and they're going, "How can
they're just so
what
bored.
if we just snapped it between his legs? Let's make him look like he's making a call or doing something, and all of a sudden, let's snap the ball between his legs, make him look like he's going to hand a ball off, and then there goes Montgomery. Like it just was kind of cool.
I've never seen. We've seen that play. That's kind of this Philly special where the quarterback comes up, pretends like you're making. I've never seen one that actually went.
Between his legs.
That's a little risky. I think they're probably just having so much fun. Like, how can we think of new ways to, get a first down? I mean, and that's, I don't know. I mean, that's always cool.
Just
I didn't even realize
it's still
it
a game
live.
that these guys got to have. I didn't realize it either.
I didn't realize it live. I didn't realize it until somebody posted it to social media later in the day. I was like, oh my God! Like I thought Jared Goff was over the left tackle. I didn't know what between his legs. But yeah, the creativity. I mean, and the timing. The timing of those calls is everything, right? You can't just go out there and run it and expect it to be good. Like the pass to Laporta, I mean, that's coming off a turnover, right? That's when you got all the momentum. That's when you can afford to kind of take that killer shot and go for the neck, right? And they've got something like that, it seems like, every week where, hey, we've got this play in, but if we don't get the right time to do it, we're not going to call it just to call it. I think yesterday – the play calls offensively, man, it felt like they were in a good rhythm, and some of those little fun plays, I mean, you know what it does to a huddle. You hear that play call, and automatically you get a smile on your face, and you're like, oh, this could be fun. Yeah, let's try to make this work, right?
Exactly.
So that's a good thing, man. Those guys are out there having fun.
I know you're not a doctor, but your feelings on Jonah Jackson, do you think that's going to be anything? He left with a boot.
I know you're not a doctor.
Why do you find that so funny? Well,
you don't think I'm a doctor, Stoney? What, are you calling me stupid?
No, not at all. I'm not a doctor either. But the point was because when we asked about Mosley,
I didn't. That's the first I've heard of Jonah. Honestly, I didn't hear Coach talk about it yesterday. That's the first time I've heard that.
Yeah, there was reported that
right?
He finished the game. Yeah, I don't think he missed any time. But it was reported last night that he left the locker room in a walking boot.
Oh, okay.
And so, I mean, honestly, until Dan Campbell speaks today, I'm sure he'll be asked. But that's all we know.
Yeah,
he played.
That's first I heard about it too.
He played in 95% of the snaps yesterday.
It's about the same as we got with Decker leaving Kansas City. Like we didn't realize that he was even hurt during the game.
Right.
And then all of a sudden you get the report, he's in a walking boot.
Yeah. So he probably missed the last couple snaps when they were taking a knee. I didn't really get to see the lineup, but Bridgewater was in there.
Right.
Dylan Drummond came in so maybe Jonah missed those couple snaps, but I didn't notice anything during the game that would be concerning. And like John just said, I mean, anytime a guy finishes the game, I think it's pretty encouraging.
Yes.
If you go out with an injury, that's a little bit different. But I don't know. I mean, we'll have to wait to see what Coach has to say about Jonah.
All right, we'll be back with John and Dr. Lang coming up next. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, you guys, my family and I just recently joined the YMCA of Metro Detroit, and I am so excited about what the Y has to offer. They've got indoor lap and family swimming, group exercise classes, including strength training, yoga, and even Les Miles body pump classes. And you know what? The best part, it's all part of my family membership. And with Halloween right around the corner, you can join the Y in October and get 25% off your first month. Plus, get into the spirit of Halloween at the Y between October 21st and the 28th for tricks, treats, and healthy fun. Halloween at the Y is free, and you don't need to be a member to join in on the fun. Visit ymcadetroit.org to find the spooky fun for everyone near you.
this team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is. Mm-hmm. They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk. Right. They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being average to good, and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey-Chris Jones equation, but...
Yeah. Oh, so you're going with the...
No, I'm not saying it's an hazard, but we're looking at them right now.
Did you have dinner with Rico the other day?
No.
I'd say right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about...
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. TJ is with us. Just real quick, not Lions related, TJ. Did you happen to get a chuckle of the New York Jets defeating Sean Payton for Hackett?
Sure.
Was that great one?
Oh, for sure. I mean...
I thought maybe they'd use an extra timeout at the end. They did stop Well, I mean, what is Russell Wilson spiking the ball with 1 second left? And they're running Sean Payton's over there still covering up his mouth, trying to call plays. I'm like, there's no 10-point play.
Right,
there's 1 second left.
Yeah, well, just take a knee and get out of there, bud. Yeah, that was it. Look, Sean Payton put a target on his back.
Yes.
I mean, right? I mean, you kind of broke code. You're talking about another coach. You don't really do that. He pissed a lot of people off. He was kind of arrogant. He was cocky.
Yeah.
And
he was Sean Payton.
if Nathaniel Hackett did the worst coaching job in history, what would you call what you're doing?
Yeah,
Sean
exactly.
Payton, right? Okay, so it's kind of good to see karma kind of come back and, bite him in the ass, so to say, a little bit.
Yeah.
Because I don't know Hackett, but, obviously we know that it was not good in Denver.
Right.
But he never seemed to be that guy that people hated.
No.
You know what I mean? Like
players liked him.
Yeah. Seems like there also might be a roster issue. There's issues at large other than just the coaching staff last year.
Yeah, but I think Sean Payton, you put a target on your back. I mean, you kind of open your mouth and everything he said, is going to make people root against you. And, he's eating big pile of crow, it seems like, so far this season. So
yeah, they've got the Chiefs
good to see.
In each of two of the next 3 weeks.
Oh,
yeah.
They're at Arrowhead, and then they've got Green Bay at home.
On Thursday, right? Is the Arrowhead game Thursday or next?
I believe, yes, it is. Then they got Green Bay coming to town, and then they got the Chiefs coming back to town. So
just beat the Packers. That's all I ask you to do.
Yeah.
I don't think that Sean Payton's job probably isn't on the line.
No.
I wouldn't think, right? But could he be a surprise, move on candidate? I mean, I know everybody's –
they paid him a lot of money.
This is the time of year where you kind of start talking, hey, who's going to be the first coach to go? Who's on the hot seat? I mean,
Belichick.
Yeah, well, I don't think Belichick will ever get fired.
No, I think they'll figure something out at the end of the season.
Right. They're not going to get rid of him halfway through the year. But Sean Payton, could he be a
one and done? Wow.
A one and doneer, or a personal leaving the team for
health
reasons. I mean, could that be something that could be in the future?
He can lead the Spartans.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Put him on the list. Belichick's available. Sean Payton's available.
Sean Payton was in East Lansing.
I mean, Josh McDaniels. I mean, they play they play tonight, don't they, in Green Bay?
Go Vegas.
Man, he's a guy that you feel like if they don't turn it around there, he could be in trouble too.
A win tonight would sure help him.
Yes. Yeah.
I would assume they will throw Devontae Adams the ball a lot tonight.
I would expect that. Yes. Going back to Green Bay.
Yes.
Yeah, I would expect a lot of targets for 17.
Yes.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Also, real quick, your favorite college football team that you didn't play for looks pretty good again. Are you worried? Not worried. The competition still is not really top notch, but Michigan seems to get better and better each week.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of the point of the season, part of the season where the good teams are only going to continue to separate themselves, right? And obviously Minnesota, I think, was a bad Big Ten team, so you clearly saw the difference between that. I don't know. I mean, you can only play what's ahead of you,
right?
You can only play what's on your schedule. Have they really been tested yet this year, though? Probably not.
No, they haven't played any good quarterbacks.
Not legitimately, at least. I mean, probably a couple scares here and there, but nothing that was too big for them to handle. No, they're playing good football. I mean, they're doing what they got to do, and kind of a lot like the Lions yesterday, right? Just go out there, take care of your business, try to get better each week, and Michigan looked pretty damn good. I'll tell you. I mean, if JJ keeps running the ball like that, it's only going to continue to make him better.
Yeah.
Just being that threat and putting that on film, and now guys are starting to worry about the quarterback. That's going to open up a lot more things for guys like Donovan Edwards, who's
played better on Saturday.
Better. Yeah, and he felt so bad when he tripped up and got tackled at the one, and then they put Blake in the next play for the touchdown. It's like, come on, help this guy out. But no, I mean, you can only play what's on your schedule, and they've been taking care of business.
Yes. Speaking of the schedule, you'll be going to Tampa next week, and then to Baltimore. Tampa, that place will be, people are predicting it to be close to a Lion home game because Lion fans travel, and there's a lot of displaced Michiganders down there anyway. And there's usually a plethora of Lion fans when they go down there anyway. Now it's going to make me crazier.
Oh, I would expect to see a whole lot of blue for sure. Even, a couple of years we were down there, 2017, I want to say, and we were nearly what the team is now. Ton of blue down there, so that gives you a little bit of juice, on a away game when you see that many of your home fans, and allies traveling with you. I mean, it doesn't feel like you're going into such a hostile place. So I know that the players have appreciated that all season so far in Green Bay and Kansas City, and Tampa is surely going to be the same. It's going to be a challenge, though. I mean, Tampa is Baker Mayfield is – I'm starting to come around on Baker Mayfield. Like, he's just a guy that, he had his ups. He hit rock bottom. He had extreme lows. Now he's kind of climbing his way back a little bit. He's a tough, SOB. You know what I mean? Like, he's the guy that I think I can start to appreciate a little bit more now, because where this has happened in the past, like with guys, I don't know, Johnny Manziel, right? They just kind of disappear and just, what happened to that guy? Baker's kind of turning himself back into something, and I can appreciate that, and I can respect that. And he seems like he's a good quarterback, a good teammate to play for, play with, to protect. You know what I mean? Just the style of play that he has. Their defense is good. I mean, their defense flies around.
And they do have one of the best offensive linemen in the league, right? In Wirfs.
Wirfs is good. Yeah. Defensive line. I mean, Vita Vea is a big guy.
Oh, I know.
They got some fast linebackers. Devin White is a guy that he's just all over the place.
Levante David. He's going to play till he's 60.
Yeah, probably, right? They've got some good defensive backs. We all know that. I don't know what their injury issues are. They've had,
but you're not a doctor, so
right. I mean, but I'm not a doctor, so I don't have to talk about that. And they had to bye this week, so we don't know what they look like. But it's not going to be an easy game.
No.
I'll say that right now. And especially when you come up from up north, when you go down south this time of year, it takes you a little while to get used to that heat. I mean, I think right now it's only supposed to be 82 maybe, but it takes you a couple drives, couple plays to kind of get your breath under you and say, okay, this is different. But it's gonna be a tough game. It's not gonna be easy.
Fortunately, it's a little bit later in the day. I mean, second half won't be as hot as it would be as if you started this game at 1.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it'll be hot to start the game, but I mean, you get probably the sun coming down there.
All plays a little bit of a part into it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we'll just see how this team gets ready to go this week. Coach said, after the game yesterday, he felt like Gibbs and Amon-Ra were probably close. I know Amon-Ra, they probably had to, pin in the locker room and take his helmet away from him, because he's a guy that he's going to play through anything. I imagine he put up a fight. I would expect those guys to have a pretty good shot to be back for Tampa Bay, which you're going to need when you play good defense like that, especially on the road. The more firepower you have on offense, the better equipped you're going to be. So I think they should have a chance to get some guys back.
By the way, for those who wager, the Lions are a 3-point road favorite.
Oh,
in Tampa Bay.
I didn't see it. Yeah, I was going to guess maybe 1.5. I think everybody's taking notice of what you're doing. I mean, you've done it all season. You've done it on the road. You beat two. I mean, I know Green Bay isn't a great team, but it's a tough place to play on a Thursday night.
Yes.
You whip their ass.
And so's Arrowhead. I don't care who played or not.
And beat Kansas City. So I think, if you're a team that we all think you are, I mean, you continue to find a way to go out there and just keep stacking the good successes. That's the thing that this team, I think now that they're at the point where they're a good football team, that's how you go from good to great. You just keep stacking them, not getting too big of yourself, not thinking too much, not reading the press clippings, just getting back to work and get ready for the next opponent. And that's something that Dan Campbell always harps on, and they got the right guys in the locker room to do that.
All right, coming up next, we'll ask TJ about the environment yesterday at Ford Field, because from where I was sitting in the press box way up above, it was just like the other two games. Loud, fun. It's Lion football. Get used to it, folks. 97 The Ticket.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we went out to first base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really badly, and then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get done. Yeah. King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotional as in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send-off, which made you happy, but the sadness is this is the end, and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. You don't really, we're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, you know, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at-bat. But,
that
you know,
sucks.
Yeah, but other than that, though, yeah, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. If you got down there this weekend, you know, you got to see everything. It was really cool.
An NBA Hall of Fame nominee, and NFL
NBA.
Well,
yeah.
Wow, you're not a doctor, but you're a multi-sport athlete.
Well, no. The reason I said that, I was going to ask you. I assume you were on the field before the game and all that. Kevin, I heard Durant was there. Devin Booker was on the field with Isaiah, and I want to know if you soaked that in at all.
I saw Devin Booker from a distance.
Yeah, he was wearing a Tigers.
He was wearing a Cabrera jersey, I think.
Yeah,
I didn't see Kevin Durant. I did not see that.
I don't know if he was on the field, but I know he was at the game.
Yeah, I saw. I saw Isaiah on the sideline.
Yeah, with a St. Brown jersey on.
Yeah, there was something they did. I think on Saturday or Friday they did like a jersey swap somewhere. And, it was pretty cool. He was wearing that, but then they showed Eminem on the big screen. That place went nuts.
I know.
Man. Oh man, that was so cool. And
he
wasn't
just
Taylor
like Swift. We got Eminem.
Right? Yeah, that's what I said. And he wasn't just sitting there, you know, kind of trying to hide. Like they put the camera on him, and he was, you know, like you could read his lips, LFG. You know, like getting everybody going. I mean, that was pretty cool. It was stars are coming out for this team, man. It's been like every game. You look at the sideline, you're just like, whoa, like this. All right, that's cool.
You're a good team. That's
you're a good team.
People want to come see you.
They're America's team.
Yeah,
where were they when we were bad?
Bandwagoners.
Yeah, they had better things to do at that time. They were becoming stars.
Oh man, that's.
Well, what was the environment like down there?
It was kind of weird to start the game. Like, you know what I mean? It was. I think everybody had the same mindset of, okay, the Panthers stink. We're gonna, you know, kick their ass. Like that was kind of the vibe at first. It wasn't maybe like Seattle or maybe like the other games where you didn't really know like you wanted to be. But then as the game kept going on, man, it kept getting rowdy and rowdy. There was one point, I think it was maybe fourth quarter, third quarter, whatever, second half, where Bryce Young had the intentional grounding.
Yeah.
Right on the.
Should have been. Well, it was close to being
It was
safe.
close. Yeah, and then they ruled him down at the 1, and that was the loudest I heard it all day. The ref was trying to get the guys to change.
We couldn't hear
play
what he was
clock.
saying.
You couldn't hear, and then the fans just kept getting louder and louder. It was. I mean, it's really turning into an incredible home field advantage. It just is, and I think that that's only going to help these guys, man. And you know, as a fan, you don't really know how much you're doing.
Right.
You're right. Hey, does this even help these guys? But you talk to these players, and like 100% it helps those guys, man. It gets them going. Like it just. You know what I mean? It gets the momentum going. It gets the adrenaline going, and it makes a difference. And I'm telling you, man, if they can take care of business the next couple weeks, I mean, that Monday night game at Ford Field, like that's, you know what I mean? Like it's going to be absolutely bonkers, and that's awesome because the fans have been waiting for a long time to have a football team like this to go support and to go cheer and to go be loud for. And now they got one, and the fans are, the players are rewarding the fans, and the fans are doing their part as well, man. It's been a hell of a year so far at Ford Field. That place is it's been rocking every game.
I know you as a player, you expect to win every game. I get all that, but the fan in me says, all right, if they just I'll take one out of the next 2 wins, and I'll be thrilled to come into that Monday night game at 5-2. The difference between my perspective and you guys' perspective, because you've played, is completely different, correct?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're not going to take any guarantees of, hey, let's, 1-1,
right,
and we'll be happy with that. No, it's go on the road, and they're the defense in Tampa is good.
Yeah.
But I think, what we've seen from Ben Johnson, what we've seen from this offense is that they can find creative ways to cover up some deficiencies. Amon-Ra St. Brown not being there, that's a deficiency. They found ways to cover that up. Same thing, you go to Baltimore, and who knows what obstacles there are going to be after this game against Tampa. But I think you've got to have faith right now that whether it's, Aaron Glenn on defense, that he can make some adjustments and he can make things happen there. Also, same thing with Ben Johnson offensively, that the game plans have been creative on both sides of the ball, that I don't care where we're going. I want to come back to Ford Field looking at it going, hey, you know what, 2 more wins. And being 6-1.
Yeah, and then heading into bye week after that too. I think, the coaches like to break everything down into quarters, so to say, right? We went 3-1 in the first quarter. I know now it doesn't match up with the 17th game, but as a player, the odds of you going 16-1, not very good.
Correct.
Right? There's going to be a game or 2 or probably 3 that are going to be tough, and just stuff happens type of games. But yeah, I think right now this team genuinely believes that they should win every game. Right? There's a lot of teams out there that you think you're going to win every game. We know it's unrealistic.
Correct.
You look at some, like, no offense, I mean, teams like Carolina probably feel like they're going into every game and, hey, we just keep playing our football, man. This is going to be the week we win. Well, they're 0-5, right? But the Lions, I think they genuinely believe every single game that they're the better team on the field. And that reflects in their play. That reflects in the confidence that they play with. They don't play like a scared team. They play, even when adversity hits and Jared Goff throws a turnover, you don't see anybody panicking on the defense, just, It's going to be one of these days. No, let's just go out, take care of our business, and keep this thing going. And that, to me, is like the body language, everything you look at, I mean, has been even more impressive than what they've been doing on the field, because they look like they are ready to be viewed as a really good football team, right? And they look like they can handle that.
We heard from Taylor Decker earlier in the program, 100 starts as a Detroit Lion. What's that number mean to you guys who played that position?
Yeah, it's a big accomplishment. It is. Hockey, I think, they've got the 1,000 game as kind of their landmark. NFL, we all know that the average career is probably just a little less than 3 years, I think it is. You get to that 100 start. It is. It just kind of verifies that that's an incredible career, right? You don't just roll out of bed and go play and go start 100 games if you're a nobody. So that was, I didn't realize it until right before kickoff, that about Decker, but incredible achievement. Obviously a sign of, and this is a guy that's been a little banged up, missed a couple games already this year. But he's an Iron Man. I mean, he's been kind of the one consistent guy over the last, 7 years now, the ups and the downs. And you see him, I don't think there's anybody having more fun right now in that team than Taylor Decker. You look at him on the sideline, even during yesterday's game, man, and you could just tell it's just different. And for a guy like that, when you get to this age of your career, you don't really care about the little things anymore. You just want to win, right? Yep. You just want to finish it the right way. You want to have a chance to be on a good team and to go win. And for Taylor Decker to be on that team and be a big reason why they are a good team, just super happy for him and incredible achievement.
I want to read some ticket texts here. There seems to have been a lot of injuries at Ford Field this year, even with the new turf. Any concern there? That's from Brandon.
No,
I don't think there's been anything more than.
No.
I know the Seattle game was that was ugly on both sides, but no, I mean, it doesn't really seem like anything more than
normal. Or
somebody else definitely was not as loud as Seattle. Seattle was the loudest stadium I've ever heard. Good morning from Tampa. formerly from Westland, was just up for my Wayne Memorial High School 83 reunion and snagged a Lions shirt while I was there. I'll be at the game Sunday. I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. It's a bit cooler and a lot less humid here than when I flew up on Friday. So good. Having Lion weather in Tampa is good. I'm a little worried about Jack Campbell. He's getting burned and at times looks confused. Rodrigo seemed to have had a higher impact last season as a rookie, Jeff in his truck. Now, Rodriguez, if I read the snap count correctly, did not play one defensive snap yesterday.
I trust you. I mean,
that's what it says, but
sounds about right.
Do you think Campbell's looking? I know on the touchdown, the guy blocked him and just Tremble beat him. And
it was a nice move. It was a young mistake,
right?
By Jack Campbell, and he's learning. But I'm not concerned about him.
No, I mean he had some really nice tackles too, filling in the gaps and being physical, bringing guys down. It's rookie, man. We went through this last year with Aiden Hutchinson, right? Where is he? I'm concerned. He's not doing anything, right? Just give him time. He's going to continue to get better.
When I use the term, quote, your favorite team you didn't play for is another way of saying the football program that didn't want you.
I was a late bloomer. I didn't really want to go to Michigan at that time anyways. It was, the Rich Rod era?
Yeah.
Probably would have ruined me.
But now you're on the verge of getting in the Hall of Fame.
See? Yeah.
I'm trying to help you, TJ.
I mean, I
was slow over there, Doctor.
I wouldn't say verge.
Next stop is to join John in the Michigan Sports Hall of Fame. Not the university of, but the
state of Michigan.
The state of Michigan.
Oh, state of Michigan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't believe you're not in there yet.
You have to be retired for 5
age
now.
thing? I don't know.
I've been out of the game longer. Yes. Yeah, you got to be out 10 years before you're considered. Yeah,
exactly.
Start the campaign, John.
Where would you rank the Lions as like if we did a top 5 of the league right now? Would they be in the top 5 in your mind?
Well, I think so. I mean, I think Gov and I were just talking about this during break. I think I'm putting them over Dallas.
I think you have to after what we saw yesterday.
Right now, they're playing better football.
Yeah.
I trust Jared Goff way more than I would trust Dak Prescott.
And who's Dallas beating? The 2 New York teams, right? And New England and New England.
Yeah.
And they lost to Arizona and they got hammered last night.
Yeah. So I think look, San Fran clearly probably head shoulders above everybody in the league. Philly, I think I'd still put them just slightly ahead. Lions, I would definitely put third in the NFC at least.
Right.
You go to the other side and
you got Miami,
KC. They've kind of looked a little bit weird.
We dispatched of KC earlier.
We obviously already saw them this year, so have to put them in front of them. Yeah, I think I would put them in the top 5.
Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Wrap it up with TJ and John. Carson Anderson coming up at 10. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, when I've got questions about my finances, I turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life, my personal and financial goals, and they work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. And that's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person, as an individual, not just as a number on a spreadsheet, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. And you can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community because it's their community as well. And we know that we've all got to work together to help our communities continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com, member FDIC.
All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall. Yeah. As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly. 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday. Nobody can block a soul. Nobody can throw the ball. Nobody can do anything. Clown car effort, arguments on the sidelines, teams that look like they're on Quaaludes. I want to hit the fan portal. But see, you have something else you want to say today. No. And you won't share. No. So I said, fine. I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and shoot.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is. Mm-hmm. They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk. Right. They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game
by the way, our buddy John Morosi,
where it was when they were 8.
MLB Network, formerly the Free Press, does some NHL stuff as well, tweeted this out. Tomorrow makes the 10th anniversary of Justin Verlander's masterpiece in Oakland to clinch the ALDS. That's the most recent postseason round won by a major Detroit team. That decade-long drought could end in the coming months.
Yeah. It's exciting.
Yes.
And, I mean, we've been and you when was the last time you mentioned Rebuild City? It's been a while.
Yeah.
And because obviously we're in football season and the Lions are 3 years down the road of their rebuild. They broke down the roster. And Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell went to work, and now all of a sudden, hey, we're looking at a team that's 4-1. I know the Pistons just started up. The Red Wings are going to be firing up here pretty soon as well in terms of their regular season.
Thursday night in New Jersey.
But it's exciting. It feels like some of the teams are maybe not taking as quickly of a step as the Lions have because the rebuilding process is different in every sport. But they're taking their steps.
The Tigers look like they have hope for next year. The Red Wings, I don't know if they'll make the playoffs this year, but they're certainly headed in the right direction. And the Pistons is still going to be a work in progress because they're so young and they were so bad. But It's can be really, really exciting around here.
How have the baseball playoffs been going? I haven't watched any game. I usually love watching baseball playoffs.
They're great. Baseball playoffs
are good.
It's weird. The Minnesota Twins finally won a round, so they represented our division well, and they split in Houston. So that series is tied at 1. The other series, everybody wants the Orioles because it's such a feel-good story, but Texas has beaten them the first 2 games. National League, the best team in baseball is the Atlanta Braves, and they lost to Philly in the first game. They didn't play last night. They'll play game 2 tonight. And Arizona, they got, 6 runs off Clayton Kershaw, I think, in the first inning. And so they upset the Dodgers in the first game of that series, which just like the Phillies-Braves resumes tonight. So
what is this? Is this best of 5?
This is best of 5, and then they get to the
CS. Yeah, okay.
Best of 7.
I got you. Well, do the Tigers look like, obviously probably not this year, but compared to other playoff teams, compared to Minnesota, they had a pretty good record against the
division. We did well in our division.
Could they sneak into the playoffs and make some noise
next year?
Yeah,
maybe, depending on what they do off-season wise. Right. Obviously,
I think that's a big part of the optimism too. Is that the rest of the division isn't very good.
Exactly,
right? We don't have a team like the Braves or some of those Phillies or anything like that. That's we can't get past them.
Look, unfortunately, you talk about the Wings. There are people who think they are going to make the playoffs. I think they're just 1 year away because I think it's a really tough division and a tough conference, and the Pistons are still a ways away. Trevor in Sterling Heights, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Here's my question. So many times on these 3-step drops, I see the lineman drop, step, kick back, and I'm curious, why don't they fire off the ball? Because it seems like these passes get batted down by the defensive lineman. Why not come off the ball to keep their hands down? I was wondering about that. If you could address that, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, there's a couple different ways you could do it. Obviously, you come off the ball like it's a run block, but then you leave yourself open to a game like a TE stunt. You can get picked off. Whenever I would have a 3-step drop, I would take 1 step, and then I would just fire basically at the midline of my defender, just try to cut them down. And get their hands down at that point. Even if you aren't successful in the cut, anytime you dive at someone's midsection, they're going to protect themselves.
Yeah.
And there's 3-step drops where you hope the ball's supposed to be out, but there's times where it doesn't come out, and you don't want to.
You don't be laying on the ground
necessarily. Be like, Aaron Rodgers. His injury was on a 3-step drop, left tackle cut. Guy got up, chased him around, popped his Achilles, right? Things like that happened. And I know it wasn't the offensive lineman's fault. He was doing what he was coached to do. But those are the negatives about trying to be aggressive on some of those 3-step drops where if the ball doesn't come out, now you're leaving your quarterback in the wind, man, to take a big shot. So I don't know. Were there any tip passes yesterday?
I don't
think so. Not that really stand out.
Not that Carolina had on Detroit.
No, I think Jared Goff does a pretty good job, and he's a tall guy.
Yeah,
he's not really. That's not one of his weaknesses.
No,
the tip ball. So
quarterback sneak. He got in.
Yeah, it was ugly though, wasn't it?
I
know. It was ugly, but he got in, and man, he's playing some good football.
And the fans appreciate it. He gets the lot. I know it's the position. But for somebody who is just looked at as the bridge and all that stuff, when he gets introduced, that place goes freaking nuts.
And I think the biggest thing with Jared is, you look at guys sometimes that they could play for different motivations, right? Whether it's, for a contract or whether it's for their own ego. Jared Goff genuinely seems invested in this team, in this city, and the fans here respond to that. They want guys that want to be here. And Jared Goff certainly seems like one of those guys. And like you said, I still don't know what they're going to do ultimately with the quarterback position. I don't think anybody does. But is Jared Goff playing his way into being the guy here for a long time? I think he is.
Yeah.
And I think the fans would not have anything negative to say about that. Just he's accepted this city, the city's accepted him, and he genuinely wants to be here. And I think that's pretty evident by the way he plays.
Yeah, and I think when you watch him as well, and yesterday was a good example where, okay, there's no picks. First of all, that's a great step after the last 3 games. But I don't think he's concerned at all about his statistics because he has absolutely no problem throwing the ball away, throwing it into the ground if there's nothing there. he doesn't mind taking that incompletion, where some other quarterbacks at some point would either try and scramble around. And scrambling is not his strong suit. I think we're all very aware of that.
Yeah.
But him being able to throw the ball away to some safe places, whether it's in the ground, to the sideline, I think he's making really good decisions.
Yeah, he's been good, man. He's and his type of toughness, mental, physical, that's contagious to the rest of the team, especially when it starts at the quarterback position. And man, he's been really, really good.
I think I don't want to compare their ability, but their personalities. Now their wives are different, but Stafford was pretty, as I used the term yesterday, understated. I mean, he was not a vivacious type of person either. That they seem kind of similar in that respect. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, I think in the aspect of we don't care what anybody says. I'm just going to go out there and do it for my teammates type. Like they're certainly.
I'm a team guy more than a me 100%.
Guy. 100%. When it comes to the leadership, I think these offensive linemen love playing for a guy like Jared Goff because he is a tough SOB. He's not going to put you in bad positions. And Stafford had a lot of those similar qualities. He was a guy that you wanted to protect playing offensive line. So I know his teammates absolutely love him as well.
Yeah. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Gator has entered the studio. I had the pleasure once again of sitting next to him during the game, and it was funny because we were both saying one of the same things when the Lions had the one drive where for some reason they forgot to run the ball. They kept going pass.
Yeah, play action.
And they went for a fourth down and didn't get it. It's like, wait a second, Montgomery's running the ball so great. Why aren't you just giving him the ball? It doesn't make it. It ended up in a long, story. They didn't need it.
What did I say? I said it's one drive.
Yes.
And then they did what they did.
Yes.
Which was good. I wanted to ask these two fellas here because they apparently played the game.
Mm-hmm.
Dirty hit on Hutchinson or not?
Dirty hit?
After the interception?
No.
He didn't see it coming. The receiver went right at his knees.
So what?
Okay.
He had the ball in his hands.
I was asking.
He got smoked.
No, I didn't even think of it.
It was kind of scary live. I mean,
I know.
It was a violent impact.
Yeah, I'm like,
the good thing his leg wasn't planted at the time. I mean, I guarantee he's got a massive welt on his thigh.
Oh yeah.
Have you ever had a deep thigh bruise?
Yes.
It might be the worst pain.
But here's the thing: how's he supposed to bring him down? He's not going to jump on his back. Hutch is just going to carry him into the end zone at that point.
I didn't think it was a dirty pit.
No.
I thought I'd ask the
Try
question.
to get the guy down.
Yeah.
Now there's a follow-up. How many times did you lay a hit like that on a defender after he picked off a pass?
I didn't have an opportunity to lay a defender. I have. There's been some peel back blocks, which is kind of disappointing that they've outlawed some of those in certain situations. I've also been the guy that took the ear hole, whereas I was, trying to, cover somebody on an interception I had no business trying to cover. The DB catches the ball and
you
you're
learn
like, what?
Really fast as no lineman.
Head
if there's
on
an
a swivel.
interception, you find the other end zone and you run as fast as you can back. You don't go chasing.
1 yard line.
Those guys just start headhunting you. But no, I don't think I ever took or had any of those shots. But that was violent, man. I'm glad. Even when he got up to go celebrate, you could tell it was hold on.
Uncomfortable.
Hold on. Get off of me. Hold on. But
TJ, thanks as always. You gonna burn steakhouse Saturday night when you're down in Tampa?
I don't know.
Oh,
yeah, I don't know what the plan is.
That's one of the best. You guys went out to dinner in Minneapolis. Did you go to the steakhouse?
We went to the steakhouse.
And what kind of chicken did you have, or
I
fish?
had scallops.
I love scallops.
Oh, they look good.
Scallops
too.
are an underrated food.
I agree.
Scallops are great.
Really good. Really good. And they didn't show the picture of the scallops on the TV show. They wanted us to send them video.
Yeah.
They showed a picture of a steak and then a picture of me with a thumbs up, and I'm like, well, that's misleading.
Blows your whole image.
Yeah, it really does.
Completely. What do you guys got going today?
Lions and Champ and Chump.
Yes. Well, I told Gator who my chump vote is. I'm sure it's everybody's as well. Yes. He'll put it in there. Thank you very much. 97 won the ticket.
this team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is. Mm-hmm. They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk. Right. They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the
Anderson,
league.
97 won the ticket.
So that area
a weekend
can be improved.
Weekend. Some dominant football played by some local teams, which is nice. It's different. Gator said it before, but not everybody listens to every second of every show. It's like we have a job in a new industry. Doing a new job in a new industry, doing these kinds of shows in a time where the football team is damn good. It's damn good. And I think we're quick to dismiss, maybe not quick to dismiss, but it's easy to go, well, Carolina's bad. There's a reason why point spreads are close in the NFL. Teams typically don't get blown out. You can find them now and again. But you know, we went through an entire era where we'd always, I was kind of like, well, Lions were within 1 score. And then you look around and you go, God, almost all the games are within 1 score. Carolina's losses this year are by 14, 3, 10, and 8. This is their worst loss by 18 points to the Lions. So don't dismiss it. Don't say, oh, it's just Carolina. On top of that, you know, there are teams that look like they're legit, and then they lose to Arizona. And follow, you know, a couple of weeks later get absolutely pounded by San Francisco. I don't know, Gator, if the Lions are as good, if we can come close to talking about them being in the same level as Philly and San Francisco. I don't know if we can do that yet. I guess we can talk about it, because that's what we need to do. Is we need to, especially if Las Vegas beats Green Bay tonight, and Detroit's 2 games clear, 5 games in. I mean, nothing's clinched, but boy, it looks good.
I think you can absolutely talk about it if you'd like to. They beat Kansas City to start the season. They're the only team to beat Kansas City. Mm-hmm. I don't care what the naysayers will say about who wasn't playing the game for Kansas City, because you can shoot it down and say, well, look who wasn't playing for Detroit. So you can play that game all day long, and the Lions still won on the road to start the season. So that's all good. Their record right now looks really good. Their 1 loss is a pretty good loss. I don't like that face.
Michigan State start time's been announced.
Are they keeping it at night?
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. I totally distracted you. My bad.
Well, good thing Gator's never done that to you before, Doug.
I don't want to derail the show, but...
Well, another good thing that Gator doesn't do as well.
Derail the show?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm taking shots, and I don't think that's fair. No, I was going to react with Doug to that whole thing, but that'll be for another segment, because we're talking about the Lions.
Yeah, I don't want to distract, but...
Doug tried to will that game to noon so bad. He kept saying, these reports are out there, but I don't believe it, guys.
Right.
Tea leaves are saying noon.
McMurphy's been wrong on 4 of the 5 times he predicted for night games for NBC.
All signs point to a nooner. No. Night game. Mm-hmm. All right, great. Anyway, the Lions' loss this year is to Seattle in overtime. Seattle's a good team. So it's a good loss to have. It sucks that you lost. It sucks it was a home game, too, because that really sucks. But it's evidence that this is a good football team. It's a really good football team. And we won't know how good until the playoffs hit. Because I feel like the regular season, this team should chug along and win their 11, 12 games, whatever it's going to be, you know? And I think we're all excited about what they're looking like. But in the landscape of the rest of the National Football League, just look in the NFC. Okay, Philly. Yeah, Philly looks really tough.
Yep.
And if Philly gets healthy, they're going to be scary because they're missing a lot of guys on defense. If they ever got healthy, that's a scary team to face. You look at, obviously, San Francisco. I'm going to say it now for the first time. I think Brock Purdy's for real. Mm-hmm. I'm saying that because I have not bought into Brock Purdy. After watching last night, you got a maniac after you at all times, number 11, Micah Parsons, and you still just survive and thrive. That guy's really good, and it's stunning to be the last pick in the draft and be one of the best quarterbacks in pro football. San Francisco is so good on both sides of the ball. That's a scary good team. So it's like San Francisco, number 1. Philadelphia, there's some space there between them. And then you get to the third-place team in the NFC. I mean, I want to say it's the Lions. I think if the Lions face Seattle again, the Lions win. But Seattle did win when they went head-to-head. So I think Seattle gets the number 3 nod, and then it's Detroit at number 4, and that's just in the NFC.
Look, there's a lot of football to be played between now and the end of the year, but I don't want to get carried away because it would be 5 games in, but if Vegas beats Green Bay tonight and Detroit is 2 games clear 5 weeks in, that's going to feel like a really, really good place to be. And, there's been a lot of the show me crowd out there, and I don't blame anybody. I'm not mad at you, but just understand this is what showing you looks like, right? Being 2 games clear, 5 games in is the process of showing you that the Detroit Lions are damn good. They're just damn good. And, the whole they haven't played anybody yet. Well, they have played some teams. I mean, Atlanta's 3-2. Kansas City's 4-1. I mean, they've played and defeated. Seattle's 3-1. They didn't defeat Seattle, but they played and defeated some good teams. And I think part of this is, and what we're uncomfortable with is when you are good, you make the opponent look like they're not that good, and suddenly you're like, oh, they're not that good. And you dismiss it because your team is playing so well, But look, at the end of the day, they'll have plenty of time to bring everybody over and prove it. The crazy thing is, one of the caveats is if they stay healthy. They're not healthy. They're not.
No.
That's the most amazing part of this entire thing. Is they're sustaining a level of play while their roster is getting just, I don't want to say decimated, but it is getting, it's
getting pummeled.
They're banged up, man.
They've been banged up before the season. They've been banged up during the season. It's amazing. I mean, you look at the free agent signings they made. We were so excited about the 3 guys in the secondary. They lose C.J. Gardner-Johnson seemingly just as the season started. Mosley, we're waiting for Mosley to come back from his injury, and he comes back, and I don't even know what his snap count was, 6, whatever it was, and then he goes out. We don't know how long. I imagine we'll find out today or tomorrow, and I don't anticipate it being good news.
No, it didn't look good.
So now we're left with Sutton. Knock on wood. Please let Sutton stay healthy because he looks really good. But 2 of the big 3 free agents they got, we're not even seeing. It's and then, of course, everybody they played without yesterday. Hopefully what they did yesterday was just being smart and saying, okay, we can get by this week without these guys. If this were the playoffs, perhaps Brian Branch is playing. Amon-Ra St. Brown's going to play. Jahmyr Gibbs can play if this is the playoffs. But it's not. I'm hoping that was what the case was. Though I don't know. Because when Gibbs shows up on the injury report late in the week, I don't know what happened to him.
It was a fluky thing in practice on Friday.
Let's just hope he's okay.
248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback. Champ and Chump votes. We'll have ours today at 10:35. Lions win again. They are 4-1. 97-1 the ticket.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey-Chris Jones equation, but...
Oh, so you're going with the...
No, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at them right now.
What, did you have dinner with Tyreek Hill?
No.
I'd say right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about...
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
It's Taylor Decker.
He sounds emotional.
Well, he was. He was very emotional. And then they had a follow-up question to put him over the top when they said, "What does it mean to you about your family?" And then he said, I need a minute. It's going to be emotional." And he was. And he could see that he was fighting back tears, and his eyes are definitely watery and good. You love to see that from athletes when it shows how much something means to them. And the whole thing got started. They brought Taylor Decker into the media room because he had just played his 100th start in the NFL, which is a huge milestone. And obviously he's been through a lot of bad football here.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a good season. And it's to see this team turn things around like they have, the organization turn things around, it's on his watch, and he's one of the vestiges from the previous regimes. So good for him.
Well, yes, indeed good for him. And also I want to say to the crowd that hears that and go, they haven't even done anything yet. And I imagine there's some people out there who shouldn't be getting emotional. They're 5 games into the season. They don't go out and act on Sundays like they think they've done anything yet.
No,
the most important thing is what's happening on the field, which is they don't act like a team that's done anything yet, which is awesome because that's what they should be doing. Let's get to the people. 248-539-9797. We go to Brandon. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
All right, Brandon.
So I wanted to do Champ and Chump. Champ is Aiden Hutchinson, not just for this week in the interception, but he's been a beast. I mean, it seems every play almost the quarterback has to try to throw it away. And then my Chump is the Miami Hurricanes coach for not taking the knee. Not only did they not take the knee, they fumbled the ball and then lost to a Hail Mary on the last play.
There was a cacophony of errors is what it was, because not only did they not take a knee,
which is the one error that just take the knee.
It's the second time in his career he's done this.
Unbelievable.
2 is the classic statement, the only thing the prevent defense does is prevent you from winning. No, in a prevent defense, that guy isn't behind your last defensive back. It's unbelievable how bad that was. And he totally deserves all the Chump votes he's going to get today. And Gator and I had the same Chump, so I had to change mine. And I've
was Stoney's Chump too, by the way.
I'm not surprised. Brandon, it's the end. For people who missed it, Miami was undefeated playing Georgia Tech. They had a 3rd and 10. They snapped the ball with 37 seconds to go on a 3rd down and could have handed it off. They could have taken 2 knees and the game was over. But they handed it off. Their guy fumbled. Georgia Tech recovered. They had 20-something seconds, 28, 27 seconds left. They threw a pass out to midfield and then got somebody loose deep and scored a touchdown. And so it wasn't just, it was bad enough that they didn't take a knee because that's game over. That's why Patrick Mahomes slides at the 1 a couple weeks ago. Remember when they could have covered, but by going down, they could take a knee and end the game.
Mm-hmm.
It's 100% chance to win is better than 99.9% chance to win.
This is true. And he gave the champ to Aiden Hutchinson, and look, worthy choice, right? He had 3 tackles in the game, had a quarterback sack, had a tackle for loss. I mean, the tackle for loss to me was most impressive. Laviska Shenault got the ball on an end around. Hutchinson just tore through the line and chased him down the line and did it in like 3 strides. That's Laviska Shenault. That guy's fast as hell.
Yep.
But Hutchinson just got there, got the angle, and took him down a couple yards behind the line of scrimmage. And, of course, the interception was fantastic. He's got 4 interceptions in his first, 23 games as an NFL player or whatever the hell it is.
He's a great defensive lineman. He's a great cover corner.
22 games? Yeah, right. He's in a great cover corner. He's got great hands. They joked about it afterwards. Somebody asked Jared Goff if he wouldn't mind seeing Hutch play tight end. He's like, he's got great hands. Maybe that's a wrinkle they can throw in there if they need to. But, I mean, he's so athletic and he's so omnipresent in the game, and he's clearly the guy that other offenses game plan against.
248-539-9797. John is next. What's up, John?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey.
Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
You might have talked about this already, but what did you guys think about that blown challenge? Because I know they've made kind of a little bit of a habit out of, losing those challenges. I know it's kind of irrelevant at this point, but do you think that it was a bad call from upstairs? Do you think it was a mistake on Dan Campbell's part? Or?
I think the unfortunate part is that maybe they got hoodwinked by the offense of Carolina because they rushed right up to the ball like they were going to snap it as if he didn't catch it. And maybe the wide receiver let them know. Is it Chark that did that? Like, hey, let's go. We got to get up here because I didn't catch it. And I think they were hoodwinked on it. They had very little time to make that decision, and he made the decision. Yeah. It's against Carolina. If that's against a team that you're in a real dogfight with, and you do that haphazardly, if you will, then I think it's a mistake. But it feels like Campbell has not won many challenges this year.
No. And to go against what you said, I think the only reason I'm questioning it is because they got the playoff. We rushed them. It was 2nd and 10, and it seemed like he threw it so late as if they watched a replay or they knew at that point. I figured he would have threw it right away if he felt like he was behind the 8 ball.
Who? Bryce
Campbell.
Young? Through the challenge flag.
The challenge flag was thrown so late that I figured it.
Yeah, actually, the ball was snapped. It looked to me like the ball was snapped just before the flag was thrown. But flags on the field, I think the officials are going to blow it dead.
Well, look, I mean, it's completely insignificant in the game. Okay, yes. Could it be something that could be significant in a bigger game if you blow a challenge? Sure. But coaches aren't perfect. They make hundreds of calls on a day, and even the best ones miss some. The job is to get enough right. And Dan Campbell's getting way more right than wrong right now.
And maybe it comes from upstairs, and the guy upstairs says, dude, I don't know. It's tough. We don't have a really good look at it. Your call. And then the coach just says, screw it. I'm doing it. And again, you're taking on Carolina. I forget what the score was at the time. I don't think it was terribly out of control at that time.
But Gator, I'm with you and with the caller. Like, I understand his concern because if it's a closer game or a team that you fear more, at least, you don't want to lose challenges and timeouts. But with that being said, is this a call from upstairs? I don't want to put all the blame on Campbell because you think they have people upstairs, they have review guys, and I kind of question them at some point. Be like, hey, you told me to challenge this.
248-539-9797. Our Champ of Chump nominations coming up today at 10:35. Get yours in. Going to be a busy day. Lots to talk about. Lions over Carolina 42-24. Michigan spanks Minnesota 52-10. Michigan State start time is set. It's 7:30 p.m. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Hall Financial, the mortgage lender that saved Michigan residents millions, now has an exclusive no-fee home loan. Whether you're purchasing a new home or refinancing, the no-fee home loan is undeniably the most cost-effective home loan in Michigan. This brand-new mortgage option will save you thousands of dollars in closing costs you'd normally pay. If you aren't working with Hall Financial on your home loan, you're overpaying. Call Hall Financial right now. Learn more about the no-fee home loan option. 866-CALL-HALL or chat online. CallHallFirst.com.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we went out to first base, that would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really badly, and then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get done. Yep. King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotional as in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send-off, which made you happy, but the sadness is, this is the end, and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. You don't really, we're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, you know, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at-bat. But,
that
you know,
sucks.
Yeah, but other than that, though, yeah, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. If you got down there this weekend, you know, you got to see everything. It was really cool.
Shut up. Shut up.
It's not your fault.
I'm getting so frustrated.
I know.
And this is honestly one of the biggest first world problems of all time. We now have 4 monitors in our studio. 3 of them.
3 are TVs, and one is like a banner type screen that you would see on TV news broadcasts.
And we have this new remote.
Has, logos on it.
We have a new remote for all of them that we're supposed to be able to identify one of the televisions and change the channel. And I can't figure this damn thing out. And I'm getting so frustrated. And so now we've got PBS on one TV. We do have Get Up on another, PBS on another TV. And I'm getting so irritated. I'm like, these are first world problems.
We're watching Dora the Explorer. What's going on in here? Kang, what is this? What show is
If you can find Bluey, that'd help.
Is that what do we got?
No, that's not Bluey. I don't know what that is. My kids wouldn't watch that crap.
But I'm struggling with this remote. I'm getting more and more frustrated. I turned to you and I said, yeah, I need to relax. This is like saying my backup camera isn't in 4K anymore.
I want you to try something for me. Because you're a play-by-play voice of Michigan football, and that's awesome. So your play-by-play skills are here. I want you to describe play-by-play action, what's going on the TV, the cartoon.
I have no idea what that is.
I just want you to describe the action because when people hear it, you realize how insane cartoons are.
Well, it looks like they're either going to a commercial or starting a new one. I see a door, and somebody's looking at a door through like a telescope. Now it's zeroed in on the moon. Now there appears to be a small bear, now a pink bear and a blue bear, and they're looking. If that's even a bear, I don't know what that is. Is that a gopher?
Well, you were just in Minnesota.
Yeah, they were looking through a telescope at the moon. Now we have what look like to be stuffed donkeys dancing
on the surface of the moon.
I don't know what the hell we're doing. I'm gonna relax, take a deep breath, and let's get back on task. Yeah.
Game day.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Rob. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Rob.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Okay,
Rob.
So I got quick Champ and Chump, and then I got a theory on maybe why he did the challenge. Champ, I'm going to go Jamison Williams. He was out there run blocking, having fun, smiling the whole time. He wasn't whining, complaining that he wasn't getting the ball, so that was just good to see. And then Chump, obviously, the Miami coach. That's just, wow, what are you doing?
Yep.
But as far as the challenge, I think, we're playing a lesser team in Carolina, so losing the challenge maybe isn't that big of a deal. But we had just given up the big play. They were kind of moving the ball down us. Rather than just call timeout and maybe, regroup the defense, throw the challenge flag. Maybe we get the ball, maybe we don't, but we're also going to get more than 30 seconds to, take a little break, regroup, and, put our heads back in the game. So I was just kind of thinking maybe that's what they were doing.
I'm actually a little surprised that this has come up as a topic of first thing Monday after the Lions moved to 4-1. I mean, we can talk about it, and I'm certainly, if it's what people want to do, we're going to do it. The thing about it is Dan Campbell's going to get some calls wrong. Ben Johnson's going to have some terrible play calls. Aaron Glenn's going to blitz at the wrong time. Brad Holmes is going to make a bad draft pick or a free agent signing or a trade, and this stuff happens. It happens. You got to get on your ledger. There's got to be a lot more good calls than there are bad calls. Great coaches make bad calls.
Well, somebody brought up the question. That's all it is. No, the caller who brought it up, I don't think he's like, Campbell's got to be fired. It was just a simple, innocent question about it. And I look, during the game, I was watching and I thought the same thing. I'm like, okay, interesting to see the challenge process here. But you have so little time to make up your mind if you're going to. That's all it is.
Yeah,
they didn't have enough time to view it upstairs because the Panthers lined up. They were going no huddle offense at that point.
I guess I think for the most part it's a big nothing enchilada because he's getting enough calls right.
Yeah, but it's just something somebody saw and bring it up, and there was no harm. I don't think there's no malice from the caller when he brought it up in the first place. It's kind of like when I, went into the break talking to the guys about was it a dirty hit in the Hutchinson? It's not the talking point of the game. It was something I just was curious and wanted their clarification on.
Yeah, a few things, Doug. First of all, they destroyed the Panthers. So, I mean, if you want people to call and be like, hey, the Lions look good, cool. Or there's other stuff that, hey, maybe this, maybe that. And I don't think anyone's making a big deal of it, but maybe being proactive, hey, if it does ever matter in the future, should we nip this thing in the bud now? You know what I mean?
Well...
Because this is 2 weeks in a row.
It's interesting that people want to take responsibility for that. It's up to Dan Campbell if it's something he needs to nip in the bud. I mean, he's going to – they can sit down and look at their processes and say, all right, we need to do a better job with this. I will say almost every coach is fully aware of any flaws. Like they don't –
Well, we're here for the people to voice their opinions on those flaws.
Yes, fair enough. I'm surprised this came up this early in the show. That's all. I thought it's a day for celebrating and all that. We want to focus on the challenge. I guess we'll focus on the challenge.
Nobody's focusing on the challenge.
We've taken 2 of the 3 calls a bit about the challenge.
We're nitpicking, man. It was a great game by the Lions.
Somebody else said, let me add on to that. That's all.
Well, let's get to our champ of chump. My champ of the weekend is Brad Holmes for the roster he has built that has been able to weather the injuries that they have had. It's quite frankly maybe the most unbelievable part of all this. In the past, all of these injuries would have doomed a Lions team. They continue to roll no matter how. It doesn't seem to matter. I think there might be one exception. It's the guy we talk to every Tuesday. But the bottom line is they've been able to weather all this and keep playing at a high level. My champ is Brad Holmes.
Yeah, I wanted to champ somebody from the Lions, but it was just you're splitting hairs with this group. So many people stood out yesterday. It was a total team effort. So I'm going to go elsewhere. And I'm looking at Northern Illinois junior running back Ontario Brown. He ran for 280 yards in the win for Northern Illinois on Saturday on only 13 carries. He had 4 touchdowns, all of which were 46 yards or more. 3 of them were over 50 yards. That's unbelievable, and it reminds me of the running back from Troy against my high school Andover in 1987 who ran for over 200 yards on 12 carries.
Wow.
If you took away his 4 touchdowns, he had 8 carries for 12 yards.
Wow. My chump of the weekend is whoever is allowing for the Michigan State game to be a night game in the first year that they're selling alcohol at Spartan Stadium after what happened last year. I'm going to do a down the road champ of the weekend. My champ of the weekend is going to be the fans that are going to act like adults on that night, and it's going to be a great celebration of football in our state. In spite of the fact, I think it's a terrible decision. We are going to encourage people to treat each other with respect the entire night from beginning to end and have an incident-free celebration of football.
So this is a new chump for you because you did not have this chump of.
No, I had a chump of Mario.
Minutes ago.
I had the chump of Mario Cristobal, but you did too. So we usually like to have different chumps. But
so my chump is Mario Cristobal.
Yep, there you go. 248-539-9797. Circling back to the challenge, I guess to sum it up, I'm not sweating it. Are you sweating it?
Not at all.
Kang, are you sweating the challenge?
No, but I understand why the caller brought it up, I guess, is my point.
248-539-9797. Ken is next. Hi, Ken.
Hey, what's going on, y'all?
How you doing?
Hey, my champ is David Montgomery. Man, is that guy a horse. And you know what? When he made that touchdown run, I was saying to myself, Jamal Williams would have never, ever made that run because I didn't realize that Montgomery was that fast. And he was blazing down that sideline.
Well, Jamal Williams did a hell of a job for the Lions last year, over 1,000 yards rushing and 17 touchdowns, and it was great. So far through 4 games, Montgomery has 371 yards, and he has 6 touchdowns. I never thought that we were going to see the touchdown total be rivaled from last year. 17 touchdowns in a single season is amazing. And I did not expect to see David Montgomery get off to a start where he's a touchdown-a-game guy, and that's what he's been. He's been fantastic for this team.
And he's clearly a better runner in terms of, like, Jamal was more like if you need 3, he gets you 4. You need 5, he gets you 6. But Montgomery, he got breakaway speed.
And he's elusive.
And that was something. Yes.
He's also elusive. Yeah.
That's something I didn't know about.
He makes the first guy miss every time.
I've been a big fan.
There was a play he made yesterday and made a guy miss, and it was hilarious. Just faked to his right, went to his left, and the guy just went flying right past. And it was a short gain, but it was an important game at the time. That's what he's known for, breaking tackles, making guys miss, and getting yards after the first guy should have hit you.
I've been a big fan.
He's a really, yes, you have. You called that right out of while he was still in college. You were talking about him.
Yeah. Okay. We do have an update on Emmanuel Mosley, and it is not good. Adam Schefter, torn left ACL. It's done for the year.
Another non-contact injury. Casualty of the carpet.
Do you know what his snap count was?
I'm going to guess it was less than 10. I'll say 8.
2. He played 2 plays.
Oh.
Sorry, did I say left? It's right. It's his right ACL. Was his last one the left? Man.
That sucks. I feel bad for him.
I hated his reaction on the field and the way the players. You could tell the players knew. Yeah. Like I have a feeling, like connecting dots. Mosley said, "I heard a pop or felt a pop," and because the players immediately were like, their body language went to, "Oh man."
Yeah. It's brutal. It's absolutely brutal. Football is, and this is another carpet casualty, right? Indoor facility, indoor stadium. That's what people are going to say.
Yeah.
It's another injury, a serious knee injury played on a non-natural surface.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls coming up. 97.1 The Ticket. It is my mission by the end of the day to figure out this damn remote and
I understand.
how to work these TVs.
I'm laughing with you. I hope you understand.
Well, we got enough PBS. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Again, there's a lot of breaking news today. First, the terrible news that Emmanuel Mosley, coming back from a torn right ACL.
Coming back from a
torn left ACL. Sorry, tore his right ACL last year. He played 2 plays for the Lions before suffering the same injury, other knee.
It's like the same time last year,
dude.
too.
Guys, it's almost 1 year to the date against the Carolina Panthers last year. So last year on October 9th, against the Panthers, he tore his left ACL.
Wow.
This year, October 10th,
8th,
I'm sorry, against the Carolina Panthers, he tears his other ACL. I mean, I feel terrible for it. I actually just ran into him Saturday, so I feel like a jinx now or something.
Did you hit him in the knee?
No way, man. I stayed away. I mean, I was standing next to him, but I didn't touch him. But yeah, he was there. I think he was with his parents. He was buying, getting some Lions gear for his first game as a Lion on the field.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, exactly, right? So his parents maybe have something to wear, things like that. And he was super excited, said he was healthy, ready to go, couldn't wait to play. Super cool guy. And then 2 plays later.
That's awful.
2 plays.
Almost to the year, to the date. It's the same team.
It's some sort of like bad cosmic luck. I mean, I do know one of my daughter's high school soccer teammates tore both ACLs, worked her way back from one, then tore the other one. So fortunately, there's just, I guess, some people are prone to listen to me. I have no idea. If genetically people are prone to it, but it just feels like that must be the case to have it happen twice to different knees. So that's breaking news. Michigan State confirmed as a night game. Also breaking news. The Lions beat Carolina yesterday 42-24, which is awesome. Champ and Chump votes coming up, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Dan. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Dan.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Gator. What's going on, guys?
How you doing?
That's bad news on Mosley, and I listened to the radio broadcast yesterday, and I think Lomas had indicated he was with Mosley and the day before at a signing, and he came from the 49ers, and it's telling to Kang, you had mentioned how excited he was to play for this organization, and so it's ultimately really disappointing that somebody that was that willing and excited to play for this team, be a contributing member, kind of gets that small of an opportunity. So that really stinks. But
Yep.
My question for you guys: did you anticipate the AFC West really? I don't know. Are they as bad as we think they are, or are they the Raiders, Chargers, Broncos? The Broncos seem to be. That's my chump of the weekend. Are the Denver Broncos organization from the owners bought that team at auction to the quarterback to the coach to everybody on the team that just seems to
dreadful.
Not playing professional football at the moment. Was that when I thought the Lions were going to run through that division this year? I thought that was going to be more of a challenge, and that seems to be something that's much more manageable than maybe I thought at the beginning of the year. I don't know what your guys.
Yeah, it's a surprise, and it goes back to something that every offseason look we say. The schedule, this looks tough, that looks tough, but you really just don't know. There's a high degree of unpredictability when it comes to NFL scheduling, and you think you know, but you just don't. And yeah, that AFC West, I mean, the Chiefs haven't lost since the Lions beat them, but I mean, Denver's a mess. The Raiders don't look particularly good, and the Chargers have struggled. The Chargers are my pick to win the Super Bowl.
The Chargers are the biggest question mark there. The biggest, what the hell's going on there? They've got a really good quarterback. They've got some really good players in that team, and yet they can't get out of their own way, and they can't win meaningful football games. I don't understand it. The Raiders, maybe there's a bit of predictability there. You're going to bank on Jimmy Garoppolo, who hasn't been able to stay healthy in his career. Although when he is healthy, is pretty good, but he's just not. And they had the issues with Josh Jacobs going into it. Then you've got the Chandler Jones situation. Ownership just seems to be a little off kilter these days. You're right. It's funny the way we thought the AFC West was going to be and what the AFC West is right now. It's not good. It's Kansas City, and you expect San Diego. You expect the Chargers to bounce back at some point, and yet they haven't.
And my champ, for me, I know it's maybe out of the box, but Sheila Ford Hamp has been, I think, an owner organization, the de facto owner of this organization. And it seems like to me, the organization has made a real change, And when I read the Athletics coverage of sort of what Brad Holmes, what the decision process was like to hire Dan Campbell and then sort of afterwards hire Brad Holmes, it seemed like they just got really fortunate that they hired two similarly minded football minds.
Well, it's funny. I wondered about that too. Do you think it's fortunate, or do you think here's the template of the kind of person we want to hire, and they were only going to hire people that were from the same template?
Right. And I think that's, when you think of from, Sheila Ford Hamp to Chris Spielman, who got brought in, and I don't know if it was her or someone else brought him in, because it seems like she has the pulse of the fans. And she hired somebody that, as an organization, she knew a direction she wanted to go. And it seems like she was a very involved decision maker in that process on both the coaching and the GM search.
I think she has a pulse what the fans want, but I don't think you go back and look at it, the fans wanted Dan Campbell before he was hired. I think we all warmed up to it and said, this, I love this guy. This is the guy we want to fight for. But nobody would have known that unless they sat in the interview room with him. What I love about what Sheila Ford Hamp did and what her mother did prior to that is they addressed a lot of the stupid things that we as fans would get upset about, the dumb stuff, right? Like, never going to be any cheerleaders. Fair. Here's an easy fix. We're bringing cheerleaders in. They don't paint the end zones. Fine. Here, we'll paint the end zones. And do the stupid stuff while behind the scenes are trying to figure out a way to change the culture, which is what really matters. And that's exactly what they've done. They've changed the culture. Her mother wasn't putting up with mediocrity, and she moved on from Jim Caldwell. Right or wrong, she did. They took a chance on going from the Patriot tree and not just getting the coach, but getting a GM from that thing. It didn't work. Well, they pivoted quickly. They didn't let that thing linger and fester and really infect the rest of the organization. They started all new. Sheila takes over, makes those firings, and then makes these hirings, and things have taken off. And they do deserve a ton of credit.
I just think they've hired smart people.
Yeah.
I think that's, I don't know if it was pulse of the fans or any, it's just they hired smart people and they've gotten out of the way. And that's all we have asked. And when you hire smart people, and I think they did have a template of what they wanted, and both Holmes and Campbell fit the template. And so it didn't matter that Holmes didn't hire Campbell because they were they sought out like-minded people. I don't think it was, as he put it, fortunate. 248-539-9797. Levi is next. Hi, Levi.
Hey, guys. What's going on?
What's up?
Doug, your elite commentary, play-by-play, can I have a 2-year-old, so I can name the cartoon. Do you want to know what that is?
Oh, yeah. What is that?
It's a Korean show. It's called Bada Namu. And I can tell you that song is called Umpa Mumpa. It's a top five song for that franchise, guys. Look it up. It's a weird Korean,
Bada Namu?
Yeah, Bada Namu. And that's actually the name of that panda, I think. Something. Okay. There's some penguins and stuff, but
thank you.
Anyway.
Thank you very much. Good to know.
Guys, my chump is Bill Belichick, and I know there's probably a few chumps out there that might be a little stronger, but this is a connecting one because my champ is future Patriots head coach Ben Johnson.
Oh,
man, he's just wow. He's that dude is a wizard, and we're at 21 straight games with 20 points or plus. That's incredible.
I think it's
when
like
you
14,
think about some really good offensive teams that are, in this league and haven't put that string together, over the last couple of years. So that's all. That's all I got
great.
for you
It's
guys.
a great call. Thank you for the intel on the cartoon. Bada Namu, and Umpa, whatever the name of the song was. The Ben Johnson stuff, they're operating at such a high level. Goff is so good.
He's been great.
I mean, Jared Goff, so good isn't enough. Great is better. He's operating at just such an efficient level, making good decisions and delivering the ball on time. There was the one where they jumped in the neutral zone and he hit Josh Reynolds with a pass that only Josh Reynolds could get.
Yeah.
The quick snap, the Ben Johnson, like the quick snap on the touchdown to Laporta, where they broke the huddle, went to the line, snapped it, and bang. I mean, that was a That's a coached play. That is a work because of coaching type play.
We've heard people complain about Goff and saying he doesn't have the arm strength and doesn't have this, doesn't have that. He's got the arm strength. Watching it live and in person, for 3 seasons now, he's got the arm strength. He made throws yesterday that were just frozen ropes from 35, 40 yards away and going across the field, down the sideline, boom, right to Reynolds. And I think he hit another one to Marvin Jones like that. The touchdown pass to Josh Reynolds in the back of the end zone. The fact that Reynolds was able to tiptoe it, it's really
such a feathered, perfect.
I mean, and he's got touch on his deep passes. He hit almost every deep pass that he threw, and he threw more than a handful of them. He's become a lot of fun to watch. This team as a whole, I said to several people yesterday, they're just fun to watch.
Yep.
When you do the triple Lindy and you end up with a touchdown pass to Laporta on that deep flea flicker, it was great. It was great. And then to see San Francisco run it again last night, the same play, the exact same play.
Michigan ran it 2 weeks ago, the exact same play, but
not with the same result.
Yeah, it was a touchdown.
Was a touchdown as well?
And they, maybe it wasn't, but either way, they got it from Purdue. They called the play Boilermaker because they stole from Purdue from 5 years ago. So, I mean,
it's just
college football, the incubator for then what goes to the NFL.
Exactly.
But yeah, San Francisco ran the exact same play.
But Dan Campbell talked about it afterward and said that they're playing complementary football, and he couldn't be more right. Everybody is working off each other.
Speaking of Michigan, we'll talk about the Wolverines at 11:30. Champ and Chump votes, get them in. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's I mean, honestly, I would say as good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey-Chris Jones equation, but...
Yeah. Oh, so you're going with the...
No, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at them right now.
What, did you have dinner with Rico the other day?
No.
I'd say right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about...
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. We have an official game time for Michigan versus Michigan State football on October the 21st. It'll be under the lights in East Lansing, a 7:30 kickoff for the next installment of the Wolverines and Spartans rivalry. The first time it'll be at night at Spartan Stadium in the series history. We'll also hear from Michigan's Jim Harbaugh today as the Wolverines remain cemented in the number 2 slot in the AP Top 25 poll. 11 first-place votes. Number 1 Georgia has 50. Bad news for the Lions. Multiple reports stating that cornerback Emmanuel Mosley has torn his ACL during yesterday's game and will be done for the season. It happened just 2 plays into his season debut. A common theme in the Lions locker room after their one-sided win against the Panthers, they are not nearly satisfied yet after improving to 4-1 on the season. Yeah, this is the team's best start since going 5-0 back in 2011. They'll keep things going in Tampa next week. They're early 3-point favorites as the road team. Then they'll be in Baltimore before returning to Ford Field for October 30th and the Monday night matchup versus the Raiders. And the Red Wings, along with every other NHL team, must submit their opening day rosters by 5 p.m. The team made cutdowns to 23. No huge surprises, but they do have 3 goalies on the roster. Their first game is in 3 days in New Jersey. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Another commercial break. Another fail with the remote.
Do you guys have any idea what you're doing?
No, it's we're trying to figure it out, but it's one remote to work 4 monitors.
Yeah, I know it's tough.
And it's everything is delayed
But you now have it on the same television channel, Gator. I'm
right,
sure that wasn't the purpose.
Yeah, you're not trying to have multiple TVs on the same.
Yeah, exactly.
thing.
You might as well just have one TV. That's
right.
That's
Exactly.
Hey, you guys want to see this twice?
Mm-hmm.
Next commercial break.
Oh, it is funny watching Cowboys postgame. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Bill. You're on 97 on The Ticket. What's up, Bill?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Thanks for taking the call.
Our pleasure.
Yes. I'm glad you found a way to mention Purdue, Doug. You found a way to sneak them in. That was cool. But I just want to say what a drag about Mosby.
Yep.
Oh, man.
Mosley.
That just feels so bad. But quick champ and chump. My champ is actually Dylan Gabriel, the Oklahoma Sooners quarterback.
He was
I don't
great.
know if you guys watched. That was a tremendous college football game. And he looked like Steve Young running around out there. He's like 5'11", and I was just really impressed with him. Chump is the Cowboys because I always look for a reason to chump the Dallas Cowboys.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and I wanted to say I think these next 2 games. The whole season. Every game is important, but if they can win these next 2 games, they're on the road. They're against, I think Tampa and Baltimore are both decent teams, but I do think we're better teams than they are. And if they can get to 6-1 coming into that Monday night game, they're not allowed to look ahead, but we are.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah. So that would be, if they're 7-1 going into the bye.
Wow.
Then you're talking about maybe they are going to get a good guy.
You want to get into the conversation with San Francisco and Philadelphia, right? I'm not taking the division for granted. There's a lot of work to be done to win the division, but they're starting to flirt and act like a team that deserves to be in that conversation with the best in the NFC. So we're going to talk about it, but here's a crazy stat: is Lions are going on the road in back-to-back games. The Detroit Lions have won 7 of their last 8 road games.
That's crazy.
Wow.
Think about that.
Well,
going back to last year,
they're 12-3 in the last 15 games, so I guess you start to understand why they've done that. But That's for a team that, remember, it's not that long ago they couldn't win a road game.
Yep. And they've won 7 of their last 8. They have won in 2 of the most hostile places to play in the NFL this year, Kansas City and Green Bay. Tampa's not the most hostile place to play. I think Baltimore can be a tough place to go. But I got to tell you, I'm sensing some road games this year, possible Lions fans takeovers. I mean, they already took over Lambeau Field.
And Kansas City. Arrowhead.
Annexed Lambeau Field.
Arrowhead,
they were present. I don't think they were quite as present as they were in Green Bay, but they were definitely present. You could tell they were there. 248-539-9797. Thank you for the call. We go to Greg next. Hi, Greg.
Hey, guys. So before I get to my Champ and Chump, I'll just correct the record. That was Work It Out Wombats is what you're watching there on PBS.
It wasn't, hold on. What was the show he said it was?
I don't know, but it's definitely not on PBS.
All right. Okay.
I think I could buy a wombat.
I think it was a wombat. It was PBS Kids that you were watching earlier.
Let me just see. I think it was Working Out Wombats. Now that I'm looking at what Working Out Wombats is.
I mean, I know you guys don't know how to work the remote, but to get a Korean show on there would be mighty.
It was pretty sweet.
It was Working Out Wombats.
I like the creativity, though, and it just shows you how much crazy stuff's on YouTube, because I've got a 4-year-old, and I've never seen that one before, so I don't know. And then just Goff, man, it's amazing, like, what he's been able to do with touch and just, like, how he talks to you guys, too. Like, I mean, I would ask him when you guys talk to him on Tuesday, like, if he ever thinks about, like, being a coach one day after his career's over. He's just so steady, and we're just so lucky that it's worked out this way.
It's worked out great.
But I was called in the Champ, Harbaugh and the coaching staff for getting the 74 or 75 guys onto the field. And then it's just amazing how the team that he's built, and then like after what PJ Fleck was saying after the game, how it's the most complete team he's ever played against. It was just pretty wild to watch out there, just how good the whole squad looked. And then Chump, Cristobal. I was sitting there, I flicked over to it. I'm like, I couldn't believe what was happening. It just didn't make sense. You saw like the Miami kid on the side, like you could read his lips, and you can't say it on the radio, but man, that was out of control.
Well, it's unbelievable, really. It's that it's happened a second time to him.
That's what's crazy.
In his career as a head coach, they were in a take a knee and go shake hands situation, and they handed it off. It was a little bit different in the Stanford-Oregon game. They might have had to punt with seconds left, but they literally might have been able to punt out the clock or throw the ball in the air or
scramble around.
But they ended up fumbling in that situation as well. It's a problem with him, and he, instead of taking the knee, they handed it off. They fumbled, and Georgia Tech went down, scored, and won the game.
I joked about it before the show, I think with Kang. I said, this is probably something you'd want to put in a clause in the contract. Don't do this again. If you do this again, you're fired. Because it already happened. For it to happen a second time.
Don't do it again.
Yeah, I mean, well, what are you doing? Or you pay a coach on staff that anytime this comes up that he has the override button?
Yes.
No.
Sorry, Coach. I'm using my power here.
Sorry, Coach. I got to put in my veto power for victory formation.
They were undefeated.
Victory formation.
They were undefeated, and when you're undefeated, you have dreams of a playoff dancing in your head. Now, the only win they had was over a Texas A&M team, and that's a good win.
It's a good win, but this is a bad. Well, actually, it's a decent Georgia Tech team compared to what Georgia Tech has been in the past. They've been awful in the past, and this year I think they've actually shown a pulse.
It was their first conference game. They're 0-1 in the conference now, 4-1, and you're trying to get into the playoff chase. That's what you're open to do when you're Miami. God, it's incredible.
It is incredible.
Carson Anderson, more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. 97.1 The Ticket.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we went out to first base, that would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really badly, and then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get Doug. Yeah. King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotional as in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send-off, which made you happy, but the sadness is this is the end, and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. You don't really, we're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, you know, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at-bat. But,
that
you know,
sucks.
Yeah, but other than that, though, yeah, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. If you got down there this weekend, you know, you got to see everything. It was really cool.
Swear to God, two teams met in the middle of the field. Engineers came in.
And laughed at us.
Yeah. They've been listening to us struggle. They're like, let's not bail them out just yet.
Well, they had the information that we didn't have.
Yeah.
Which was we have 3 TVs, but only 2 of them can be on different, you can only get 2 different channels.
Basically, one mirrors the other, but
Exactly.
which is fine.
But we didn't know that.
We didn't know that. But have you figured out how to work the remote?
I think so.
Okay. Well, you can teach me next commercial break. I think it's great that they sat back there in the engineering office listening to us complain. They go, let's not go yet. Let's let them struggle.
Okay, but maybe we should talk to them and let them know that, does Mike understand how these things work?
Oh, God. I did ask. Everything in here is insured now.
Okay, well, okay. Just so, I just want Mike to understand how everything works.
Yeah.
So he's...
Right? I hear you.
Not so volatile.
11:30, we'll get to some college football stuff. In the meantime, lots to talk about with the Lions win. Hey, by the way, the defense. Talk about the defense taking care of the offense. The Lions started possessions at the plus 21, the plus 37, the plus 31, and their own 49-yard line.
Yeah, 3 turnovers led to 3 touchdowns.
Hutch had the pick. Jerry Jacobs, a great read in coverage. Good for Jerry Jacobs.
Yep.
And the fumble, Lee McNeil forcing the fumble. Will Harris, if taking some Will Harris calls, got a pass breakup and fumble recovery. So
Dan Campbell said afterwards that Jacobs baited Bryce Young.
Yeah.
That the Lions have shown the same kind of coverage before, and they knew what to expect in a play like that, and then they changed it up. So he knew it was going to what was going to come, and he jumped on it. And good for him. Good for this whole team. And that's complimentary football again, right?
If you take a look at, and then the depth, we talked about the depth. No Branch, no Amon-Ra, no Gibbs. They lost Eman to an injury. Hal Vaitai and Glasgow's filling in. Tracy Walker has stepped back into a starting spot seamlessly. Romeo Okwara made some plays. I mean, when
Kirby Joseph came back.
Jerry Jacobs. There's it's funny because the depth seems obvious. The guys who were starters when the Lions weren't particularly great fall into the category of a player that I always talk about with any team. That guy can be a useful player on a good team. He's probably not a starter, but he can be a useful player on a good team. The Lions are loaded now with guys that used to be starters that are now useful players on a good team. And I hope they embrace and love their roles because the winning probably makes it easier, and they're getting chances because you're going to get chances in the NFL because people get hurt. This Lions team has had as many injuries as anyone, and they're still humming right along because they've got depth. 248-539-9797. D is next. Hi, D.
DK Gator, how y'all doing, homies?
We're great.
Hey, man.
Hey, man, check this out. What really make me feel good this morning? I read the newspaper a lot. I look in the sports section today. I look in the standings. Detroit 4-1 atop of the division this early in the season. That's bro. Are you joking me? And I told you last week we ought to be 5-0. But I take the 4-1. But man, looking at that in the paper, and it's like reality starting to set in that this team is no longer a joke. I'm feeling damn good, bro. And I want to apologize. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart, bro. Will Harris, I'm one of your biggest haters, bro. I have just dogged you out. But if you can continue to play like this and shut my ass up, Will, hey, bro, do it. Because we need you now more, Will, because my man Mosley out. We need you, baby. And I'm looking for him to bring up Gilmore from the practice squad to tighten up the secondary, bro. Because we done lost Johnson for the year. Now we done lost Mosley for the year, our two biggest signings. But guess what? This hype train is still rolling. Do y'all feel me?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, so there's a couple things. And D, thank you for the phone call, and good for you owning up to the Will Harris thing. I knew we had one caller that was really particularly tough on him. I didn't connect a lot. That's the D. But Gator, as we approach the trade deadline, corner might be in play now.
Yeah, I think it is, unfortunately.
Yep.
Or defensive back in general. But yeah, because the situation with Gardner Johnson and now with Mosley, and it's just, I feel like it's inevitable. Somebody else is going to miss a game or two at some point because it's the nature of the position. But yeah, I think it's absolutely in play. I think you're always looking to add to a team when you're a good team. And you're always looking to add to the team, even when you're a bad team. But if you're going to add players, you're looking to add players that are going to contribute for years to come. So, yeah, be on the lookout and look at some of the bad teams that have some good players. They're going to want to unload some guys and go get them. I mean, we just saw San Francisco picked up Randy Gregory to bolster their defensive line. We'll see this throughout where you're going to see players moved.
248-539-9797. Glenn is next. What's up, Glenn?
Yeah, I wanted to champ Dan Campbell. I think a team is a reflection of him. No, transparent, hardworking, doesn't go over the top. And then Chump all the U of M fans from 3 years ago that wanted to fire Jim Harbaugh and hire an up-and-comer like P.J. Fleck.
Well, I will tell you that Harbaugh, in some of those fans' defense, Harbaugh has sparked a lot of who's the next coach stuff because of the dance with the NFL in many of these off seasons. But yes, people were frustrated because they couldn't beat Ohio State. And we'll get more into where Michigan's at coming up today at 11:30 as promised. But yes, the Harbaugh critics have probably gladly been shut up because you really can't argue with the results right now. Lots more to prove the rest of the way, but feedback coming in. From an unnamed texter, my champ is Detroit sports. My chump is the University of Miami coach.
Cristobal is hard to beat.
Yep.
Did you ever think it was going to come down to one coaching decision over the weekend that was going to do it, and especially in college football that did not take place at Michigan or Michigan State?
Yeah, no, that's a great point. To be right now a runaway favorite for Chump of the weekend, and you do not coach at Michigan or Michigan State as a college football coach says a lot.
I know it's not college football questions yet or anything, but I mean, seriously, is this a fireable offense? This is the second time this guy's done this in his career. How do you explain to your bosses, alumni, boosters, your players what you were thinking?
It's probably not a fireable offense, but it goes on your permanent record.
How many times can this go on your permanent record before you get fired?
If you're the Miami athletic director, you're like, well, he's only done it once here, but I know it's sad, but it's true. He's only done it once there, and maybe you call him up and say, dude, do you know how much more money we get in donations after a win as opposed to a loss? Do you know how much easier it is to market our university after wins than it is after losses? When you have a win in the bag, take the damn win. More feedback. Is it too soon to call Broderick Martin a bust? He was a third-round pick and yet to see the field. There are better defensive tackle players and overall players available. Might have been Brad Holmes' worst pick in the draft.
Well, if he hasn't seen the field, can you give some credit to the guys that are on the field? Is that part of it?
They've kept him.
Yeah,
they've kept him on the bench.
Do we know if there's an injury issue with him? I mean, they see him every day in practice. They know what's going on. I think it's way too early to label anybody bust, because this time last year, how many plays did James Houston play?
He didn't play a ton through the first. He hadn't played yet?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Wow. So
he
1 year ago,
he didn't play until halfway through the season.
And then he made an impact.
Yeah. I'm not saying he's going to be James Houston-like. I'm just saying there are reasons why he hasn't seen the field yet, and I think chief of which probably is the way that Bugs, Benito Jones, and Aleem McNeil are playing.
So, yes, it's too early. Clearly too early. 248-539-9797. Back to your phone calls. We got a Tony. You're next. What's up, Tony?
Hey, good afternoon or good morning, gents. And hey, thanks for giving me easy cruises into my lunch hour. I love you guys.
Oh, great. Thank you for listening.
I told your screener, I'm a Slappy. I'm bought in. I'm sold. I love these guys. But when I watch, it's like the pass rush is effective, but it's like it's still needing something. And I heard you guys talk about the trade deadline, thinking that maybe we go after a cornerback. And I'm thinking we just need one more badass edge rusher. You know what I mean? A stud that's going to just come in there and kill it and take names, so to speak. Well, that's all I wanted to say. As much as I love this team, I still see like we got an issue there. And that's not a knock on who's there already.
Well, I would say
this. Guys are all playing lights out.
I would say this, that I was also surprised at the lack of a pass rush yesterday. Bryce Young faced some pressure, but it felt like it was 3, 4, 5 seconds after the ball was snapped that the pressure would come in. And then really when they dialed the pressure, it was because they were blitzing linebackers and not because the front four got to him. Now, I imagine some of that is because Hutchinson clearly was not 100% after he got hit by Mingo on the interception. I mean, he missed a couple. I think he missed at least one series and then was kind of in and out of the game the rest of the way. And he's not 100% going at it. If he's not, then that's trouble for the rest of the guys. Do they need to address that? I think you always keep your eye out. And maybe you look no further than the team you just beat. You got a Carolina team that's now 0-5. And when they get to the trade deadline, they got to start thinking about their future. And they've got two guys in that defensive front that are studs. Derek Brown is a stud. Brian Burns is a stud. Would they entertain trading either of those guys, and what would the price be? I imagine the price would be pretty high.
I mean, what he described is something that everybody wants. He wants a game-wrecking edge rusher. Everybody wants that. And it's hard to get. It's hard to get somebody to give one of those up. But you're right. You find where their needs are more about the future, and they want draft picks, and you're trying to win now. I mean, I think every roster would love an additional stud defensive end. But they got time to figure this out. I mean, we've got literally the rest of this month. Trade deadline's at the end of the month, so they'll play a few more games. And it'll probably become crystal clear what they need, and they can go out and try to address it.
Brian Burns isn't crazy unrealistic, though, because they try to have a contract extension talks, and it obviously didn't pan out yet, and maybe it's still well, but they have no first-round pick because they traded to get Bryce Young. The Bears own that, so they need some draft capital as well. My issue is if I was a Panther fan, I'd want to keep Brian Burns because you got to keep a young stud like that. You got to have players on your team.
I'd want to keep him for the future too, but
But if
he
they can't
also
work,
may price himself out.
Exactly. If they can't work out a deal, you got to move on. And some other team can pounce, and that team could be the Lions. And if you have two defensive ends, like, and I know he plays linebacker / end, but if you have Hutch and Burns on opposite ends, you can play coverage. You don't have to blitz. You can just rush 4 guys, and that opens up things on the defense.
All right, we'll get to some Michigan-Minnesota stuff. Michigan State, do they look to maybe change quarterbacks this week for their game against Rutgers? Some of the things we'll kick around, other college football observations. Those things are straight ahead here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Twin Peaks has some big news. They've extended hours. Now your favorite lodge is open Sunday to Thursday from 11 to midnight and Friday and Saturday till 1 a.m. What makes their late nights better is the late night happy hour specials. From 10 to close at their Michigan locations, they offer up the same great happy hour you're accustomed to. $3 wells, $4 tall domestics, and $3 shots. They all pair great with scratch-made favorites like the mozzarella cheese bites, fried pickles, queso, and chips, and crispy mini tacos. You can get, check this out, a shot, a beer, an app, and some tacos for less than $20. You work at another restaurant or bar, at a grocery store or mall, swing by after work and take a load off with this awesome deal. You can take full advantage of these deals during all the football action on Mondays and Thursdays, too. Stop in tonight for an NFL game. Not a bad way to start the week. If you're a fan of Twin Peaks, sign up for the E-Club and stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today. And to find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I?
Yeah, how about Craig Reynolds there? I think it was it back-to-back plays. He had like 17 and 19 yards. Ended up with 52 in the game on 7 carries and the touchdown run also. It was just nice to see somebody step in and pick up when they needed it to, right? Because David Montgomery was the only guy getting carries until they took him out of the game at the end, bring in Reynolds, and he does a job too.
They put in Zonovan Knight, and he got hurt.
Yeah, that's right, Zonovan Knight.
And once he got hurt, I'm like, and then I saw David Montgomery back on the field, and I'm like, no. What's that?
Knight didn't carry the football, though.
Well, he caught that pass,
yes,
and that's where he got hurt. But he had come into the game, and I thought, oh, he's closing it out. They can shelf Montgomery, which is great. Who else can we shelve? Because I didn't want anybody to get hurt.
I didn't want to see 97 back out there.
No.
I didn't want to see 16 back out there.
I know you're at the game, Gator, but they showed on TV Montgomery was going to come out of the game, I think. And you had, I'm sorry, not Montgomery. Reynolds was going to come out of the game after one of those 2 big runs. And you had Montgomery, and I think it was Scotty Montgomery next to him saying, no, dude, stay out there. Because Reynolds was gassed. I think he was looking for a way out. He ran, the next play was like maybe lost, but then the following play, he ran into the end zone. So they're like, dude, get yours.
And Montgomery was the first guy out of the field to
congratulate him. Yeah, they wanted him to get a touchdown.
It was great. It's great to see that kind of camaraderie in that room. And, they had a really good running back room last year. And this year, we said in the offseason, both you and I agreed that they upgraded the running back room. And some people have been apprehensive to buy into that. And I'm not taking anything away from DeAndre Swift because he's having a phenomenal year to start off, but he wasn't reliable for the Lions last year. Jamal Williams was steady Eddie. But David Montgomery has been fantastic for this team this year. Dan Campbell called him a perfect fit like a glove.
Okay, we said we get to some college stuff. Michigan beats Minnesota 52-10. And look, we are in an era of Michigan football where they are checking a box that, quite frankly, for the last 15 years, Michigan fans wanted them to check each and every Saturday. And Michigan was facing 2 opponents every Saturday. The opponent on the field, but fans also at the end of a game wanted to say, did they play well enough today to beat Ohio State? And there was a lot of angst because there were a lot of Saturdays where they could win a game on the field, but they wouldn't look good enough to beat Ohio State. And even when they did, there was like a prove it. But when you are beating the opponent on the field and feel like you are playing good enough to beat Ohio State at the end, and that goal, that looking good enough to beat Ohio State at the end, almost surpassed every other deal during that 2-decade stretch where they beat Ohio State so infrequently. And now they got 2 of those wins in their back pocket. I mean, the 30,000-foot view of Michigan football is very healthy right now. And they got tougher games coming up for sure. That last 3-game gauntlet is where they're gonna earn their money, and that's where it's really tough. But right now they are playing at a high level, offense, defense, and special teams.
Well, they are, and they still haven't been tested. The biggest test they've gotten so far this year, I think, came on Saturday in one aspect, and that was trying to stop the running game from Minnesota. And I, for the life of me, can't understand why any game plan against Michigan, if you were Minnesota, would include throwing the football.
They came out throwing the football.
I know, and that came with tremendous results.
Yeah,
with a pick 6 early and a pick 6 late. I mean, you may have had an advantage over with your running game against their run defense, and it didn't go that way. They didn't pursue that as much as I thought that they would try to, and things snowballed, got out of control because Michigan's the better team. BJ Fleck said it afterwards that this might be the best team he's ever faced. And Michigan is solid in every aspect of the game. Special teams, offense, defense. I mean, they get a pass rush when they need to. Will Johnson's phenomenal back there. Sainristil is really good as well. You're looking at Roman Wilson is developing into a really top-notch receiver. Blake Corum is as good as he is. Donovan Edwards is a nice understudy to have. It's a really, really, really well-built football team. And J.J. McCarthy's playing the best football he's ever played. But again, they haven't been tested yet.
They haven't. They're
not going to be tested for a while.
Various tests along the way, like Nebraska had the nation's top-ranked rush defense. Michigan ran the football. Minnesota, one of the better rushing attacks in the Big Ten. And after the first, they had a lot of success with that stretch handoff and cutting back against the grain. And Jesse Minter made some changes. Michigan's been really good at the locker room. They haven't allowed a third-quarter point all year.
Yeah, and look, Nebraska didn't stop. I mean, they weren't stopping good teams. So you look past it a little bit. And then with Minnesota, unfortunate for the Gophers, they didn't have their best running back available. And that hurts them as well. But you don't apologize for that if you're Michigan. Nope. You just take it and move forward. The next test they're going to have is, again, it's another aspect of the game, and it's going into really hostile territory in East Lansing. That's probably the next big test they have, because Indiana's not going to present much of anything. So, in Michigan State as a team probably doesn't, but the crowd might. So how do they respond to that? Are they mature enough just to go out there and handle the business on the field and let their play do the talking? Or are emotions going to get the best of them? I suspect they're going to let the play do the talking, and then you'll move on, and then you got the real test against, Penn State coming down the road.
It's going to be interesting because Penn State will be playing in a 4-week span. Penn State's at Ohio State, Indiana, at Maryland, and Michigan. So Penn State is either going to be, if they get through Ohio State and Maryland, my suspicion is that Penn State will be favored against Michigan. And that's Penn State's real test. I mean, Penn State, that's a huge test for them, is that 3-week stretch. So both on the road, Ohio State and Maryland. Michigan State, you get a sense there's going to be a quarterback change?
I do.
Do you?
I do get a sense of that. I think at the very least, I think there'll be some split duties, like that you get one series, and Noah Kim gets one series, Caden Hauser gets another series, or first half, second half, however the first quarter, second quarter. I don't know. At the very least, I think it's that. But my gut tells me that Caden Hauser is going to start because they had the bye week. They've had an extra week of prep time that they can give all those first team reps to Hauser and see what they have there. And I'm not sure if it's entirely fair or not. Noah Kim obviously hasn't played great, but would an extra week of practice benefit him if he were getting all the snaps at number one? So I'm not sure what we're going to see on Saturday against Rutgers, but I would expect we see Caden Hauser in some capacity, if not starting.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Jerry. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jerry.
Hey, guys. What's going on?
How are you, sir?
Hey, I got my champ as the Detroit receiving corps because stepping up with Monroe and Gibbs. Gibbs is a
Hello?
receiving corps.
All right, we lost you there. You said, what were you saying about Gibbs?
Oh, hang on a second. I said that, Gibbs is a big part of the passing game, too. So it was nice to see the Cleve Raymond step up, Reynolds step up, Laporta step up with those guys out. And then my chump is, man, I hate to say it, he's on my fantasy team, but Jameson Williams doesn't look the part right now. He really heard the footsteps and didn't make that catch on the crossing pattern, and I'm actually surprised they passed back to him. But like 2 catches, 2 yards, he just doesn't look tough. He doesn't look as tough as the other wide receivers.
Well, actually, he got downfield and blocked
He blocked really well.
I got to give him credit. He was blocking downfield. Now, the drop's bad, okay?
The drop was awful.
And he's got to do better than that. Yeah, he heard first. Guess what? You're going to get hit in the NFL. You got to make that catch.
David Montgomery doesn't run for a 42-yard touchdown pass unless Jameson Williams is on the field.
Touchdown run?
Yes, touchdown run.
He had the long run by Reynolds down to inside the 5. It was Jameson Williams downfield blocking the help. I was surprised and happy in that aspect of his game. I don't know if toughness is the issue, but the expectation is you catch that pass. And I suspect that he knows that. I suspect the coaching staff are going to talk to him about it. You just got to catch that pass. And I don't know what else to say.
Went right through his hands. It's unfortunate, but receivers drop passes. Do you let it affect you? To go out there and make the next play that you can make? And he did. And being up in the press box when he's on the field, and do you have the snap counts in front of you? Because I'm guessing he probably played between 20 and 25 snaps.
He played quite a bit.
Yeah, he did play quite a bit.
He played 28.
Okay. So that's a lot. I think that's just about half the snaps in the game offensively. my eyes trained on him running his routes. And there were times that he ended up being wide open downfield, but the offensive line just didn't protect long enough to give Goff a chance to look to him to be that option.
It looked like there were a couple of times where they were going to take a shot with him.
Yeah.
And either he was covered or the protection collapsed and Goff had to check down.
But even without that working, they still scored 42 points or 45 points.
Just tighten this thing up. Now, does that drop go on your permanent record? Yes. Does one drop doom your career? No.
Sorry, 42 points.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket.
The Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app is the official partner of the Real Michigan Sports Fan. It's the only casino and sportsbook app I recommend, and it's simple, safe, and easy to use. Just download the Playgun Lake Casino app right now, and all your favorite casino games are right at your fingertips. Odds, bets, slots, games, all right at your fingertips. Like I said, the casino and the sportsbook come together wherever you are in the state of Michigan. And maybe at your favorite sports bar watching football, or maybe at your favorite football tailgate or watch party with friends. Have fun and get in on all the action. Play popular online slots like 88 Fortunes and Wheel of Fortune. Plus, new slots like Atomic Meltdown and Imperial Wealth. Play with a live dealer on your phone and enjoy blackjack, roulette, baccarat. Check out Ultimate Texas Hold'em. Just added to the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. The thrill of an extra spin, the pure joy of a jackpot. Great offer for new users right now as well. Download the Playgun Lake online casino app right now and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. The Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's your time to play. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Say as good?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Chris Jones equation, but.
Oh, so you're going with the.
No, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at them right now.
What, did you have dinner with Tyreek the other
day?
I'd say right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about.
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we went out to first base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really badly, and then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get Doug.
Yep.
King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotional as in the fact that
all right, that is Dan Campbell talking about Jameson Williams. Sorry, my bad.
Why are you stopping the coach?
I thought he was done. My bad.
He's not done until he says he's done.
My bad. Well, he never said he was done. He's not.
You're talking about a guy who bites kneecaps and is coming back for more. Yeah, take a hunk out of your hair.
I better be careful. You're right. 248-539-9797.
You're going to drag you into the deep water.
The point has been made, Gator.
All right.
Let's get back to your phone call.
You got one ass cheek, Doug, or you got 6 toes or whatever? He'll take you.
He wants a live lion to practice. To Bill Brasky. Let's go.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Let's go to Nathan. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Nathan.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Nathan. Nathan!
Hey, you there?
Yeah, you're doing fantastic.
Yeah. Hey, I was calling about J-Mo, and, get it exactly what Dan Campbell, God bless him. He said get his legs under him. Look at Taylor Decker in his post-game press conference yesterday. They were talking about experience, and his first game, he peed all before the game. He was so nervous. J-Mo's waited 18 months. I mean, you got to give him some time.
Well, it'd be great if we didn't have to, talk about his drop. I was really hoping he wouldn't drop a pass yesterday, and then he dropped a pretty high-profile one that, quite frankly, ended a possession because of that drop.
It's going to be a big play.
And it put him behind the sticks. And I think, of course, he gets time. Of course he gets time. So it's a big part of it, but it does go on his permanent record as one data point, and before any call is made on whether or not, before any responsible call is made about whether or not Jameson Williams is a bust or not, you need hundreds of data points, not just one. 248-539-9797. Brian is next on 97.1. Hi, Brian.
Hey, guys, my champ, I'm going to give it to Jared Goff for just simply playing the game that he should have played, took what they gave him, obviously executed the game plan, looked very good, no picks, just played a very good game. And let me be clear, I'm like everybody else. When they got Goff in that trade, I was like, oh, well, we'll just burn that contract out and cut him. That was pretty much my thoughts. But I'm at the point now where, he keeps playing the way that he does through the end of the year. I think you got to extend him this offseason.
I got to tell you, it's one of the great stories that the Lions were the team that went out. They traded Stafford for 2 firsts, a third, and their quarterback of the future.
And it almost seems poetic, doesn't it, in a weird way, the underdog Lions that haven't been very good for a long time, and you throw, the Rams throw this guy away basically. Mm-hmm. Make a deal in a hot tub and throw him away. Then he comes in and revitalizes it. That's like sports movie stuff, and it's cool to see. Right. He doesn't got the strongest arm in the world, but it is what it is. He's got an adequate arm to get everything done.
It's more than adequate.
Chump. Yeah, more what I'm saying is, he's not bombing at 80 yards like Stafford did or anything like that, but you don't always need that. Chump, the entire Miami organization, I shouldn't say that, coach for having that happen, that's unacceptable. But, my big thing that I wanted to call about was just, watching that game yesterday, I think we all expected them to win, before that game. On paper, they should have won. And, yeah, the Panthers aren't a very good team. They're a team that's rebuilding and has a lot of problems, and they crushed them. But you know what? That's what you're supposed to do. If you're a good team and you got a bad team in town, you're supposed to dominate them on all 3 sides of the ball, and that's what they did. And in prior years, this would have been a game that they would have choked, and they would have lost, and we all would have been just incensed, and you guys would have been angry phone calls from me on Monday morning about how they can't believe that they blew it. And again, the thing that I saw is when they had a chance to finish them off, which is honestly pretty earlier in the game, they finished them off. And then when they had another drive to really finish them off at the end, they finished them off too. And one cool thing I noticed on that, I don't know if you guys saw it. I didn't see it till this morning because I actually had to leave before the fourth quarter was open. If you watch those replays, you could see Scotty Montgomery. I'm going blank on his name, the running backs coach.
David Montgomery. Scotty.
Scotty Montgomery.
Yeah, it is Scotty Montgomery.
Yeah, Scotty Montgomery and David Montgomery on the sidelines waving, saying, no, you stay in, score the touchdown on that last drive. That was kind of cool. You know what I mean? Like, no, don't put me in. I'm not going to steal your thunder. You know, you led the drive. You know, get your first score in the NFL.
There's a lot of cool stuff going on right now, and you're right. Getting those things are good for your locker room.
Great for the locker room.
Yep.
I think also they wanted Reynolds to like kind of toughen up. Like, hey, I know you're tired, but you can do this, man. You know, we believe in you. You'll be fine. Score that touchdown. And 2 plays later, he did. Real quick thing on J-Mo, by the way. I know he had the drop. He probably should have caught it. Okay. But I'm pretty sure he was about to get lit up by a linebacker.
Yep.
And there's another screen play where he got tackled right away where Marvin Jones absolutely whiffed on a block.
Yep.
Like, I know he was supposed to pretend he's going upfield and then make a block, but
he didn't touch the guy.
Yeah, and J-Mo had no chance. He caught the ball, and he ended up with 2 catches and like 2 yards? Yeah, so, but that Campbell clip we just played, I think they just wanted him out on the field, be where he's supposed to be. He said it all week, you know, let us trust you, right?
And he earned the snaps, right? I mean, you said he played 28 snaps. Well, they only had 58 offensive snaps. So,
well, he earned it too by blocking downfield.
Absolutely, he earned it blocking downfield. I mean, it was noticeable.
They love that stuff.
Yeah.
They love that stuff. 248-539-9797. Brandon is next on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Brandon?
Fellas, what's good?
How you doing, sir?
Hey, not bad. Hey, so my champ, man, would have to be Jerry Jacobs. And then my chum would have to be Lions fans who constantly just kept hating on that man, who, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. So I feel like Jerry Jacobs been pretty much coming in, putting his head down, and just going to work. I mean, yeah, I know he got burnt real bad back in the Seattle game, but ever since, man, he's been kind of just improving. And now he got 3 picks in 2 games, you know what I mean? So
a little bit of a rough start for him, and he has persevered and is playing very well for them. And I'm not mad at people for being critical of him. He has responded. It's great. It's fantastic. And he does deserve some love because they're going to need him.
Yeah.
I mean, that Emmanuel Mosley, if he missed it, unfortunately, it's a torn ACL. He's out for the year after 2 plays as a Lion. It's incredibly. I mean, that's just kind of sad, is what it is.
Well, they're 4-1 without him basically because he only played the 2 plays.
Yep.
That's all he's played as a Lion. It sucks. I hate to see that he's not there because we kept waiting to see him come. Oh, hey, wait till this happens. When Emmanuel Mosley comes back, we're really going to be in good shape, and he's not going to come back, and that's brutal. But at least you can look at the sample size of playing without him and say 4-1.
Mm-hmm.
They're playing really well.
248-539-9797. Kevin is next. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, fellas.
Hey, Kev.
So I've got a champ and chump. Champ is Brad Holmes for everything he's done and built so far.
Yep.
And then my chump is that stupid TV remote in your guys' studio.
I think we finally we had a little tutorial, and I think we're okay with it now. But yes,
Doug, you're usually the happy-go-lucky type of guy, but that remote has just made you
it's got me
a little grumpy.
Yeah, I am a little grumpy today. I think you're right. I think it's the remote's fault.
I think it affects your ego because you've got the command center in your own house.
Yep.
Where you've got multiple TVs in your basement.
Yep.
Is that accurate to say it's affected your ego a little bit? It's different technology.
I hadn't thought about it in those terms, but maybe. I was frustrated.
There was reason to be frustrated.
Yeah.
We were kept out of the loop on a couple of key factors, and now we know.
Yep. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls, feedback, champ and chump votes. A moment during the game yesterday where I said, did I just see that? We'll get to that today at 12:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, that update kind of caught you up on everything going on. The big news this morning, as far as the Lions are concerned, is Emmanuel Mosley done for the year with a torn ACL, the opposite knee of the one he just rehabbed. His career as a Detroit Lion, well, it might not be over. He was a one-year contract guy, but unfortunately, he only played 2 plays. It happened on his second play back. Kang, you met him on Saturday, is that correct?
Yeah, I was set up at a card show in Livonia, right outside of it was in the mall, but my table is right outside of a sports store. Buddy of mine owns it actually. They sell like all Lions, Pistons gear, whatever. And Mosley, E-Man, shows up, and I think he was there with his parents, and I think they were just getting some Lions T-shirts and whatnot. So, he's making a season debut with the Lions the next day, and I think maybe his parents or maybe his family members wanted some Lions gear to wear to the game, and so I ended up running into him and meeting him, and super cool guy, super nice guy, super excited to make his debut. Said he was feeling healthy and everything, and unfortunately 2 plays it lasted almost to the date, the exact same date a year ago where he tore his left ACL. He tears his right one on Sunday. I mean, just
unbelievable.
It sucks. And really, I think you mentioned this earlier, Gator. The only bright spot is that they're 4-1 essentially without him.
Yeah.
So you know what it's like to play without him, but he was going to be an addition, like one of these pickups where you just strengthen the secondary, because you mentioned it too. Attrition it's part of football, and especially in the secondary. And yeah, I guess so, because they lose him right out the gate. I mean, but yeah, he was ready to go, man. Super excited. Just it sucks.
So there's that, and then there is also the Michigan State game being a night game. We're going to spend the next 2 weeks occasionally, and more so as we get closer, to remind all the adults in the room to act as such. Let's get this back to what it was, which is a good, fun celebration in our state. It's gotten kind of nasty, and not look backwards. Let's just look forward, and everybody behave themselves. This can be a great thing, and it should be a great thing. And so I'm not crazy about the night game for personal reasons, but I wish all games were at noon.
Right.
But okay, so it's going to be a night game, which means people are going to have all day to fuel up. First time ever, there'll be alcohol in the stands. So it feels like has potential to be combustible, but let's all collectively agree. Nobody wants it to be a bad thing, to be hostile. So,
well, let's not plant the seed.
Well, let's encourage people to be adults.
There you go.
Yep. 248-539-9797.
Speaking of adults,
yes.
How do you feel about shoot the boot predictions?
Love them. Love them.
We have a shoot the boot prediction.
I'm so excited about this.
From Jennifer Hammond of Fox 2.
Yes.
Also of our own postgame show with Stoney.
Yes.
She says, I have a shoot the boot prediction. The Detroit Lions will not lose back-to-back games during the 2023 regular season. Shoot the boot.
I love it.
Hammer's on board.
So taking a look at the schedule, if they lose the next one at Tampa, which isn't out of the question, then they go to Baltimore. And there's a chance. And that might be the most dangerous part of the schedule for her the rest of the way. It might be. She's made this shoot the boot guarantee, I think, right before the most dangerous part of this. At Vikings, at Cowboys.
Yeah, I almost feel like she said this before looking at the schedule. Like right after 42-10, they will not lose back-to-back games all year long.
Apparently, she mentioned it yesterday in the postgame show. She just texted me 20 minutes ago with that, or 10 minutes ago with that. So,
yep.
Wait, who do they play next? At Tampa? At Baltimore? What?
Hey! Hammer's showing some real chutzpah here.
She is.
Hey, we love shoot the boot guarantee.
We do.
Go for it. Have at it.
So, Hammer, well done. Well done. Best of luck in these next 2 games, because this might be the biggest impediment between you and your shoot the boot guarantee coming true. But I like it. Have we seen a point spread on the Tampa game yet?
I believe it was the Lions -3.
It is. I just saw it. All right, there was one play this weekend, Gator. I'm like, did I just see that? it's getting late in the game. Lions are lining up. Jared Goff standing under center, and the ball gets snapped to David Montgomery. Now on TV, they had a graphic up. And so as the graphic dropped, the ball got snapped. And I'm like, I'm not sure. It was clearly a direct snap to Montgomery, but my first thought was that Jared Goff had lined up over guard. But nope. He lined up over center, and they snapped the ball through his legs to David Montgomery. Had you ever seen that before?
I didn't see it when it happened. I'm watching the game, and I didn't realize that's what happened. And I saw replays. I'm like, let me see that again. What? Mm-hmm. That really gets snapped through his legs and straight to David Montgomery, and it did. And Goff does a great job of, oh, what happened to the ball? It's all the way over to my left, and it's not. And right. Montgomery is able to get the yardage. I think actually that's the play where he got the guy to miss wildly.
Yes, he did.
Which was fantastic. Just a quick little shimmy shake, and boom, he gets the first down out of it. And it was it's a creative play. You know, coordinators are creative. The good ones are really creative.
I look forward to asking Goff about this.
Yeah, I am too. There's a question I have specifically about that play. I want to ask him because it's something he made a comment in postgame. But we'll get to that tomorrow.
Yeah, because when I'm with you, Gator, like the first time through, I'm like, what just happened?
Yeah.
Like, what? Huh? What a crazy play. Was his stance a little wider than normal? Goff's, was he closer to Ragnow? Was he? That's a hell of a snap, too.
It was. Did he run over a Fox cameraman?
Who? Goff?
Yeah.
I don't remember him talking about that.
You know they have the camera guys running on the field with that big contraption where the camera's off to the side, so it's Steadicam, it's called.
Okay.
I think Goff ran over the Steadicam guy celebrating his touchdown. All right, we'll have to ask him.
Well, you can ask him.
248-539-9797. All right, let's get back to your open line calls. Champ and Chump votes flying in on this Monday. We go to Daryl. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Daryl?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
We're great.
Daryl.
Great. Okay, I have a champ and a chump. Mm-hmm. Of course, my chump is going to be Miami's head coach for that bonehead move. Now, my champ is kind of an odd guy. You know who Trent Baalke is?
Is he the owner of the 49ers?
No, he's the general manager of Jacksonville.
Who's the owner of the 49ers? Okay, anyway, yes. All right, go ahead.
Okay, this is why. Because he thought Trayvon Walker was a better pick than Hutchinson. So that was good for their franchise, and he gifted us Hutchinson. So of the three, him, Thibodeau, and Walker, at this point in their career, which is 22 games, who do you think had the best career right now, starting off, of those three?
Well, I mean, right now, Hutchinson's had a phenomenal start to his career. There's no question.
Here's their stats. Okay, Walker has 64 tackles, 34 solo, 30 assists, 5.5 sacks.
Yeah, I don't even think it's close. We know, Daryl. It's not even close. Hutchinson's been amazing. He's got 3 interceptions. He's got the touchdown.
14. He's got 14 sacks.
Yeah, he's been great.
He got more sacks. He got more. All the stats are better. I'm just saying the reason why I'm gifting that guy as a champ is because he picked what was best for them and gave us what is best for us. And Holmes is picking the best guys. And if you pick the right guy, the future is great. And right now, Detroit's future look great because Holmes been picking the right guys.
Holmes has been great. Holmes was my champ of the weekend. For a team to weather the injuries they have, and look, I don't know that you can do this forever, but they haven't lost a step. I mean, you say, Carolina's bad. Yep, and this was their worst loss of the year. Oh, Atlanta's bad. Actually, Atlanta's now 3-2. Oh, this might not be the same Kansas City. They're 4-1. Right? I mean, these games that the Lions are winning, it's not like they've played the Dallas schedule. Okay?
Right.
Dallas's wins are over the Giants.
Awful.
The Jets.
That's a good football team.
Gator. The Jets.
Jets. Great defense. And Zach Wilson coming on.
All right, Kang, the Jets.
Awful.
Jets are terrible when they play Dallas.
And
You're in the shower right now? Or is
the
this
other win? The other win's New England. How good's New England?
Is New England been shut up back-to-back games? Is that true or no? Am I making that up?
No, they lost 38-3.
Oh, 38-3 and then 34-0.
Yeah.
Oh, my
Yeah,
God.
put some respect on there. The kicker's name.
Holy crap. That's unbelievable.
Okay, so they've beaten the Jets, the Giants, and New England, 3 awful teams. They've lost to an awful team in Arizona, and they played a really good team last night and weren't competitive.
San Francisco looks really, really good.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. It's so much fun to not try and craft past to how do the Lions sneak into the playoffs and more go, can they compete with the best in the NFC?
Yeah, right now, I'm like, how do the Lions avoid playing San Francisco in the playoffs?
Well, they'd have to play Philadelphia. That's if they win a playoff game.
Hey, win the first playoff game, and then we're all in. Let's go.
Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Speaking of all in, I was all in to find a better night's sleep. So a couple months ago, I did something about it, and I went to True Sleep. True Sleep has stores all throughout the area, including one in Shelby, which is where I went. Talked to Paul, who runs the place, and I test drove about a dozen different mattresses, and I came away saying the Posh and Lavish, that's the mattress for me. It fit me right, and it felt fantastic. Plus, I got the adjustable base, which is an absolute game changer. That adjustable base is amazing. You're going to want to get one of those as well. Look, True Sleep has reasonable pricing for high-quality mattresses. So you got to find your perfect sleep system. Find it at True Sleep, Michigan's largest Nectar dealer. They're in Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion.
It was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send-off, which made you happy, but the sadness is this is the end, and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. You don't really, we're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, you know, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at bat.
Yeah, that
sucks. Yeah, but other than that, though, yeah, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. If you got down there this weekend, you know, you got to see everything. And it was really cool.
So, Coach Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. I got to tell you, probably my most, of all that is going on, like the way you watch the NFL now when your team's like this is completely different. Like tonight, I am all in for Vegas and the Packers because Vegas can do us a solid if they can hold serve at home, beat the Packers, and give Detroit a full 2-game lead 5 games in. And my favorite part about 2-game lead 5 games in is this is the show me part of I'll believe it when you show me. Well, taking 5 weeks to carve a 2-game lead in the division is exactly what show me is and what show me looks like. And they will be full on showing people that they at least are worthy of being called the best team in the division. They still have a lot of football to be played. The weird thing is we always have to have the caveat if they stay healthy, they're not healthy. In fact, I'm at some point I might sit down and look at how they compare in terms of their number of injuries to everybody else's injuries, because this is it strikes me that they have an unusually high number of serious injuries. C.J. Gardner-Johnson's on injured reserve. Emmanuel Mosley's year is done. You've got Brian Branch was out. Jahmyr Gibbs was out. Amon-Ra St. Brown was out. James Houston's done for a good portion of the season, if not the whole year. Josh Pascal's on injured reserve. I mean, it's pretty incredible what they've overcome.
Yeah. Some good news. Julian Okwara has been activated. Now he's practicing with the team. He was not elevated to the game day roster, but he was activated. So
he played 3 plays.
I'm sorry. So
he played 9 plays yesterday.
There you go.
Yep.
So
I saw him out there.
He's back. That can help. It's not going to hurt.
Well, I mean, when you're taking former starters and they're your depth guys, I mean, that's a good thing to have. They were starters on average of bad Lions teams, but I say this all the time, there's a place in the league for a lot of guys because those guys, they might not be great players, they might not help you win, but they can help. They might not be the reason you win, but they can help you win if they play their role. And seeing former starters be the guys that get put in there when people get hurt and not guy off the street being the guy that gets put in there when people get hurt is a big difference.
You know, something else I liked about yesterday, the Lions were not letting up. They got called for a couple of roughing the quarterback calls that were very questionable, but fortunately it happens at a time where they're up by 3 scores and it doesn't matter. What did you think about those calls?
Like, what do you mean? What I think of them?
Did you think that they were legit? Were you upset? Were you yelling at the TV that's not roughing, or were you like, "Don't do that"?
I don't care. It calls when you're that much better. I don't care. Why were you mad?
At the stadium, when I saw the one that was roughing on, I think it was Anzalone, and it made the hit, went to the side. I mean, he hit him right as the quarterback was throwing the ball, and goes to his side so as not to land with his body weight, and still gets called for it.
I think he tried to get away from him, Gator, but there was another defensive lineman, I forget who it was, one of the DTs.
Yeah.
Like, Anzalone couldn't move anymore. Like, this
was
is the way football.
It was Lee McNeil.
I think it was, yeah. And I think it was like, okay, well, this is football. Guys end up on each other they ask them sometimes to do some matrix stuff with their bodies to avoid penalties, and they just can't. Laws of physics say, no, dude, this is what happens. Yeah.
It happens all the time in college when you're watching him try to review the targeting calls, and it's just like, I don't know what you expect a defender to do. You know,
well, especially when a guy with the ball ducks and the guy changing his level of his helmet is why you commit the targeting.
And, well, as soon as he starts the slide, the play's dead. Well, he started the slide as this guy's launching himself to make the tackle at his midsection, but now it's not targeting the midsection because he started a slide. So now he hits him in the helmet, and now it's targeting?
Yeah.
It's a whole mess.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Don. You're next. Hi, Don.
No, I got it.
You got it, Don?
Yes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just yes. Okay. My champ is Holmes for providing the depth that this team needs.
Yep.
And my Chump, I'm gonna say this. You just mentioned that on the radio about all these injuries. My Chump is the Detroit Lions. How many? We need to see how many of these injuries are non-contact injuries. I saw the guy go down yesterday without getting hit, and now he's out with a torn ACL. You know, they need to check this field and see how many injuries this field is creating. Because when you look at Swift, let's look and see if Swift get injured all year on natural turf. We've been saying all the time that Swift is injury prone. Maybe it's the field.
Oh, it could very well be.
Maybe
and
it's
they changed that turf in the offseason. They switched over to a different kind of turf that they say is supposed to be safer.
Yeah, but the evidence going to prove if it's safe or not.
Yeah, you can only play games and find out.
Exactly. So I think we need to do is we need to look and see. I like natural turf, but you can't do that in a dome stadium. But I think the turf might. Let's change it from the team to the turf. The turf might be my chump.
All right, it's better to go with the turf, even though. Is it an epidemic?
Well, it's a major problem in the National Football League, injuries, and there's a disparity between what happens on natural surfaces and what happens on artificial surfaces.
So I would have to think that the Lions, if you're going to chump the Lions or chump the Ford Field turf, it would be because the Lions have done something irresponsible or our turf is different than everybody else's. And didn't you say they just put one in that's supposed to be safer than?
Yeah, they went with the newest version of it. They were all excited about it. The players said that it feels different, feels better, but
so what?
Proof's in the pudding. You'll find out during the course of the season if there are more injuries on this surface than there are on the previous surface, or more injuries on this surface than there are on grass surface.
And if that's the case, then would you chump the Lions then?
Look, I'm not telling anybody who to chump. Right?
I think
it's an interesting chump. But that being the case, this is something that it's not germane just to the Detroit Lions. Obviously, it's a National Football League issue that they've discussed, and it's gotten a lot of attention this season for a bunch of high-profile injuries that have taken place, and it got a bunch of attention last year as well. That's why the Lions made a switch to a new surface. One of the reasons they made a switch to a new surface, and it always adds to that debate. Should they have grass or not? And obviously, with the stadium the way it's constructed, it's tough to put grass.
You'd have to bring trays in down the tunnel. It would probably take forever.
I don't know where you store the trays.
You store them outside, Gator.
Yeah, you got a place for them outside?
Yep.
Do you?
I do.
Okay.
Yep.
Good for you.
There is some empty lots in downtown Detroit. You could use one of those. But look, it's a long way away from getting that. I prefer natural grass. Okay, I always have. If you can't stain your pants.
What'd you have for lunch today, Doug? For just for the Twitch crowd that you always talk about, that they bet on your lunch.
Lentils?
Yeah.
grass stains on your pants.
How's that? Did you have steak in Minnesota? Did you?
Did not.
No, all right.
I did not.
I know you went to the steak house.
We did go to the steak house, but Jansen had pork belly and then like half a cow.
What did he order? Like a ribeye, a porterhouse?
I don't know what he actually got. I do know he got the pork belly.
Brontosaurus
Me
burger.
and our buddy Tom split up. I got the scallops and the Brussels sprouts.
Probably really delicious, man.
Scallops are great, man.
Yeah.
Well, did you see the picture? You probably
Your steakhouse, you got to be able to deliver something non-steak as well.
Of course.
Yeah.
Did you see by chance? You probably neither of you watched the TV show. So
Did you pass up on sea bass? Did they have sea bass on the menu?
They did. Yes.
Gator loves sea bass. That's his thing.
I love scallops too, though.
But your thing's like sea bass. I feel.
You're damn right. Oh my God. Oh, those are the cuts of meat that they throw in front of you.
Yeah. For the Twitch and YouTube crowd, I'll hold the picture up so you can see Jansen with the waiter.
The first time I went to Morton's Steakhouse years ago, I've only been there twice, I think, in my life. Remember going there and they brought out this tray. It was in my late 20s, and they bring out this tray and it's got all the cuts of meat all individually wrapped in saran wrap, and they're showing you, which is a lot of what Doug's showing right now with this picture.
Yeah.
I thought, wow, what a big deal. That's awesome.
And then there's my dinner right there.
What, they got 5?
Yeah.
Is that enough?
It's the scallops.
Scallops are great.
Yep. They were really good.
The Brussels sprouts in the middle?
No, the Brussels sprouts came in a separate.
What's in the middle there?
Yeah. Is it like spinach or something?
What's it surrounded by? Like alfalfa sprouts?
Some sort of
quinoa?
Yeah. Joaquin. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey, Chris Jones equation, but.
Oh, so you're going with the.
No, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at them right now.
What, did you have dinner with Tirico the other day?
No.
I'd say right here, right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about.
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
Is he done?
Yes, he's done talking.
Just making sure.
Yeah.
Just making sure. I jumped in a little early last time.
New hat today?
No.
I think I've seen this one before.
No, I've worn it quite a bit. It's one I got when I was in Whitefish last year. Stumptown Snowboards.
Kind of like it.
Do you?
Well, it's the logo is like an arrowhead.
Yep.
And it's got the mountain stamped in. Whitefish, Montana.
Yep.
There you go.
Yep.
All right.
My spot.
Listen, anytime I see a hat that you're wearing that I haven't seen before, I'm doing the people the service.
So
letting them know how I feel.
You can see the hat if you so choose at twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket, or youtube.com, and there you are, same spot. It's not often that the hats that I choose are a plus in your mind. Usually they're a negative.
No, that's what works.
Thankfully, I'm not trying to impress you.
You say that now.
But you like this one, huh?
I know, yeah. And I think also because it's matching your outfit, so it works. Your outfit.
I coordinated
matches
this
your jacket. Yeah.
fit check. Is this Doug's daily fit check?
Yes.
Is that what we're doing here?
Yeah. Hat doesn't look too small.
Oh, I had the one hat that was described as both too small and too big at the same time.
Which was very accurate, by the way.
It's a funny description. Which hat? Was it an old Lions hat? It was an old Lions hat, wasn't it?
I don't recall which hat it was. Yeah. But I like this one.
Good. Well, I'm glad to know.
So hopefully the people will check it out.
Go to, again, twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket, or go to youtube.com, and same thing, 971 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Mike is next here on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Gentlemen, how are you? I wanted to give you my champ and chump, and my chump is not going to be the Silver Dome turf or the Ford Field turf or whatever that was, but my champ is definitely Dan Campbell. I think the fact that we've thrown out so many different lineup combinations on our offensive line, in our secondary, on our defensive front, on our wide receiver group, and we're still winning and still not missing a beat, you can say that is on Brad Holmes for the players he's provided, but I think that's really on Dan Campbell and the coordinators for the lineups they're putting out and the game management that they're doing. For a guy who caught a lot of flack the first 2 years for in-game management, I'd say that he deserves a lot of praise for the lineups he's putting out there and winning with despite all the injuries that this team has had. So big champ, Dan Campbell, for this weekend. My chump is a little bit controversial here, and I might get some flack for this, but Steve Yzerman is my chump. And I'm going to tell you why. I know that this isn't realistic to expect, but I'm just personally disappointed that Ben Sherratt made the roster over Simon Edmondson. I think Ben Sherratt is a bum. I think if you look at his Corsi stats from last year, he was absolutely terrible. We brought him in to be, a stalwart defensive defenseman, and he was a liability. And I know they've got him on a big contract, so they're not going to send him down to Grand Rapids. It's not realistic to expect, but I was really hoping that some way they'd find a way to get Edmondson on this roster for opening day. And the fact that, Sherratt is looking like Darian Hatcher, the bad years around here, and Edmondson's in Grand Rapids, a little bit frustrating.
So the question is, do you think it's more about what he's hoping that Edmondson can develop in Grand Rapids than anything and say, I'm not – because in hockey, they really emphasize, I guess in all sports, you got to be able to play everything. You got to be able to do everything. And until he shows me
probably, I think that's probably part of the equation. I think a lot of us as fans, I know this is a new regime under Yzerman, but we have a little PTSD from, the days of Ken Holland leading prospects in there to over-ripen. I think at some point, though, you got to find out whether your guys can sink or swim. And I think we already know what Ben Sherratt is, and we don't yet know what Simon Edmondson is. So I was just hoping as a fan's perspective, looking at how poorly Sherratt played last year, I would like to see what Edmondson can give us. But you're probably right that they want him to be a more full and complete two-way defenseman than just to have one skill and do it well. So,
Mike, understand. Hopefully we'll see him soon. 248-539-9797. Dre is next on 97.1. Hi, Dre.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. How you guys doing?
Doing good.
Outstanding. Hey, I got to give a shout-out. I know we love our first responders, but watching that game yesterday, anytime I see a cut, when they cut from an injury and then they don't show the replay, I always get concerned about the players, think about them and their families. So I got to give my champ to the medical staffs and the first responders for pretty much, saving lives and careers on these football fields. We see some strange things happen, and then, you hear the good news afterwards, players moving, got the heartbeat going, they're back to normal, So I got to give shouts out to these medical staffs and first responders as my champ.
Dre, I'm glad. First of all, I'm glad you called in and made that point. That was scary. The only replay I saw, it looked pretty. It didn't look bad at all.
Chandler Zavala was the offensive guard for the Panthers. That he was standing up 1 minute and then he's lying face down a split second later. It didn't look like there was any contact.
The scariest thing, Dre and Gator, I guess you were there, so you didn't hear this, but Chris Myers, they came back from a commercial break. He said the following words.
Okay.
Grave concern on the field. And when I hear that, I'm
like,
oh,
to hear that.
God, no. And that was scary.
Yeah, I agree.
Well,
I agree. I'm sorry, guys. Go ahead, Gator. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, from a standpoint of being up there and watching it happen, and I saw the player down pretty quickly, and he's face down, arm not moving, legs stuck in a position. He's not moving at all. And they had two carts out there at one point in time, and the player still had not moved. It was several minutes, and it was a very, very scary situation. And when you finally did see the highlight, you're like, I don't even know what happened there. What happened? Yeah. And fortunately, he gets into the cart, and they start to take him off on the cart, and he's got not just a thumbs up, but his hand was raised way about as high as he could to let people know he's okay. And then we got word in the press box that he was alert, had movement in all his extremities, and he's at a local hospital and being examined for a neck injury, and hopefully he's okay. But that was a very scary scene, Dre.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it was. It just kind of reminded me. Remember when Big Mike Utley went down, and that was. We know what happened with that. So I really appreciate the hard work that those guys do to pretty much save lives and save careers. And then my chump has got to be fickle Lions fan. It makes me want to do a Gator rant on them. Either get on the wagon and stay on the wagon, or shut your mouth. I'm so sick and tired. I mean, we got a good team here. We got it looks like we got a knowledgeable GM. We got a coach that's getting guys to play. We got depth because how many injuries have we had, and we've overcome these injuries? Either get on the wagon or get off. I've been a fan for too doggone long, man. Since I've been, since 10. I'll be 56 next month. My wife buys me all kinds of gear. I get all of this custom-made gear she orders for me online. Wow. I wear it. People comment. Oh, yeah, she knows I'm a big fan. And I wear it out, and the people, they comment. They say, oh, man, yeah, that's a nice thing. He said, but, the Lions are the Lions, they're gonna break your heart. I'm like, shut up. Quit talking.
Dre, thanks for the phone call, 248-539-9797.
Ironically, right after Zavala, went down with an injury, the next play was when Mosley went down.
Oh, God. So his first play, one player suffers that injury, and his second play, he goes down.
Yes.
That's incredible because he only played those two plays. We go to Dan. You're next. Hi, Dan.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
All right, Dan.
Awesome. Yeah, I just wanted to give my champ and chump for the weekend here. My champ, I got to follow MCDC on this one and give it to Taylor Decker. He's been around for 100 starts now. He's seen the worst of the last decade as a Lions fan, as a Lions player, and here he is 100 starts later, and he's finally getting that winning season. You see players get disgruntled, want to leave after half as much time. And for him to still be out there playing through an injury, working as hard as he is, that's a champ to me. So I'm giving it to him just like Dan Campbell did in the post game.
Okay.
And for a chump, I got to give it. It's a split one here. It's going to Marvin Jones. Since he came back, he's dropping just as many passes, if not more, than J-Mo, and getting half the flack for it. I love MJJ as a player, as a person. He's a great guy, but I mean, he's not doing anything other than probably giving a little bit of mentorship in the background here. I would love to see some production out of him.
Well, he did step up yesterday. I don't think he dropped the pass yesterday.
Is yesterday his best game of the year?
Well, yeah, because he's been brutal to start off this season, dropping passes. But he caught passes yesterday, and he was part of the game plan right away.
Yeah, look, I mean, he's at this point, I don't know how big a part of the team he's going to be, but yesterday he had 2 targets, 2 catches for 22 yards. So it was actually, he didn't have a drop yesterday, and it was his best game of the year. Hey, we were tired of running out of hot water, so we called CGC Water. They installed a Navien tankless water heater. Now we're enjoying as much hot water as we need. Maximize your efficiency while reducing energy consumption. Enjoy on-demand hot water whenever you need it. Here's the other unexpected, cool little consequence. The big giant tank in our storage room is gone. Now it's just a unit that connects to the wall. Create some floor space as well. Call CGC Water and tell them Karsh sent you, and they'll offer you 10% off the installation of a Navien tankless water heater. 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we went out to first base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really badly, and then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get done. Yep. King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotionalized in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You're like, you get to see the great send-off, which made you happy, but the sadness is, this is the end, and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. We're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at bat.
That sucks.
Yeah, but other than that, though, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. if you got down there this weekend, you got to see everything. And it was really cool.
Penei Sewell, the dancing bear, the dominant young offensive lineman, already a captain. God, what a great draft pick that was. What a great draft pick that was.
Well, kind of fell into them, right?
Sure, but whatever. They did the right thing when it was there.
You're damn right they did. Just like they did the right thing when Aiden Hutchinson fell in there.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to David next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, David.
Hey, Jug and Otis. I had a couple different things I had to talk about, but last time you guys were up against it, so this time I actually come back from a break. So first thing I want to talk about, last time I called, I praised Jahmyr Gibbs very highly. I don't think he's came out the best out of his rookie season so far, but I think he'll have a better second half once he learns a little bit more about blocking schemes and, learning more about the defense and how to go against it. But what I wanted, my champ, Dan Gamble, my chump, I'm going to say is going to have to be Stevie Y, just because there's no Nate Danielson, which we just got, which I understand that. But he had an impact in the preseason, and I think he had a point per game. Almost every game that was in there, he had an assist or a goal. So, that's good. Well, what more can you ask from a guy with the height that he has and him being almost unblockable, it seems like. That and what the heck with Soderblom? We need a guy that size to be able to go against the boards, and to take him off the squad when he has congealed with the team for a while, it kind of sucks.
Well, I don't know if that's Soderblom's game. He's huge, right? He's 6'8", he's 250 pounds, but he's not really the bruising type. Maybe that's why you send him.
Yeah, he flows.
Why you send him to Grand Rapids so he can become more physical. As far as Danielson, look, I'm disappointed about Danielson too, just because I wanted to see him. And he played really well. You're right. He played really well. He's also going to the Western Hockey League as opposed to going to Grand Rapids. So he goes back to his, to that team, which is, I guess it's disappointing because
contractual.
It's contractually obligated. I was hoping he would make the Red Wings roster, and if not, then see him at Grand Rapids, but that's not going to happen.
248-539-9797. Victor's next. What's up, Victor?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Great.
Great. I'm just going to go ahead and just get started with the Chump. It's just obvious Bill Belichick. I mean, put up a goose egg against the Saints. God awful.
They're bad. They're really bad.
Yeah, just lost by a margin of 69 points over the last 2 games. You're terrible. Might be the end of him in New England. Whatever. For the Champ, I'm going to go like a little bit off the beaten path with this one. I'm going to say J-Mo. Let's go. Let's give J-Mo a champ here. Because it was clear Dan Campbell just looked him straight in the eyes and said, hey, buddy, the game plan for you this week, you're going to block. And you're going to be happy that you get to block. And you're gonna do that.
You're going to block and you're going to like it.
Yeah, and guess what? He did what he was told to do. You know, targeted 3 times, made 2 catches, 2 yards total. Good job, buddy. Hey, pat on the back. Awesome job. But hey, man, you got to prove to us that you're about it, and he did. He bought in and he did what he had to. Even had a ceiling block on that 42-yard run that got a touchdown. You know, he did what he was supposed to. I know a lot of JMO fans that want to see him blow it up. Like,
people will say that's a really low bar to make him champ of the weekend when he A, dropped the pass, B, caught 2 passes for 2 yards. It is awesome that he blocked, okay? In fact, I bet in a lot of ways they like that down at Allen Park more than anything he did with the football in his hands and probably could do with the football in his hands. So I think there is a place for praising him for that.
That's the key for it because you got to win it over in the locker room. A lot of people are like, Laporta won. He earned that trust. You got to earn that trust, and it starts with the little things. And not throwing your hands up when you're not getting more targets. You know, like, do what you're told to, and then eventually you'll earn that trust.
He's fine.
Yeah, so this is where you want to see it.
Like we said.
Teammates love him. The stuff that he does on the field is not going to go unnoticed when they look at game film. They'll point it out. Team's going to love him even more. He dropped a pass. It's unfortunate. But the bar was set really kind of low yesterday, it seemed like, anyway, by Dan Campbell. Maybe we're not making enough out of it.
Last week when you said yesterday.
I'm sorry. The bar was set low going into the game because of what the comments were last week. Yes. But maybe we're not giving enough credit for it. That's actually a higher bar than you want to set because doing those things isn't the easiest thing in the world to do because this is the National Football League. You're asking players to go out there and do some things that might be uncomfortable, like to block downfield or do whatever, and not be the number one option, even though that's what you were in college. You're not that guy here in the pros yet. You're going to be asked to distract the safety and go on these fly routes and keep him occupied while things are going on the other part of the field. Mission accomplished.
Well, he was clearly not the number one option. It was Josh Reynolds. It was Khalif Raymond, right? And I'm pretty sure Ben Johnson has said it, no block, no rock. So you got to block, and we'll get you the ball. Marvin Jones he had targeted twice, got 2 catches, but Marvin Jones missed the block. You know, I think they know that all receivers, they got to block in this scheme if they want some catches or targets thrown their way. And I think J-Mo did exactly what Dan Campbell wanted him to do out there, maybe except for dropping the 1 catch. But even then, not everyone's going to catch every ball thrown their way.
So 156 is the yardage that the Patriots put up on the Saints yesterday.
156 yards.
156 yards in that game. Against the Cowboys, they threw up 253. So that's 400 yards in offense in 2 weeks and 3 points.
Struggling. 248-539-9797. Kyle, you are next. What's up, Kyle?
Afternoon, gentlemen. How we doing?
All right, Kyle.
So my champ of the week is actually going to go to Lions defensive back coach Dre Bly. I think with all the injuries piled up, I think he's got those guys playing at a high level. And then my chump of the weekend is actually going to be Miami head coach Mario Cristobal. I can't even fathom that coaching decision at the end of the game. Like, how do you not just take a knee and just go home with a win? Like, I don't get it. I just want to hear you guys.
I think by this point, almost everyone's heard the story, but repeating it, I mean, it's you've got less than 40 seconds to go. It's 3rd down, and if you snap the ball and take a knee, the game is over. You snap the ball, You take a knee, and then you snap the ball again. And actually, you don't need to snap the ball again. There was less than 40 seconds to go. And the play clock sets at 40 seconds. There'll be like 20-something, 30-something left in the game. You don't have to snap it again. You walk across the field. You shake hands. You go to the locker room. You meet with the media. You go home. You have a celebratory drink. Instead, they handed it off. And a guy fumbled. The thing is, even though it was still bad, and it was bad, Miami then didn't play prevent defense with like 7 seconds to go in the game and Georgia Tech having to go 50 yards. Somebody got behind the last member of the secondary, open to catch the ball, not in a jump ball, on the run, like at the 20 or the 15 and run into the end zone. Like it was a cacophony of disastrous coaching decisions.
Travis Kelce was put into the game yesterday on defense because of a last second play that could, be a Hail Mary attempt against the Vikings. He was put in because that's what you do.
Yep.
Nobody gets behind you.
Nope.
It's just hilarious how it shakes out. If you don't care about Miami, it's hilarious. If you care about Miami, it's frustrating as all hell. But for a coach to make this mistake a second time.
Because people missed it. He did something very similar at Oregon, different circumstances, and he may not have been able to run out the clock there. It was a lot closer, but they handed it off and fumbled when taking a knee. Would have got him a lot closer to 0. They might have had to punt on 4th down or might have had to run around and throw the ball away. But
there's no splaining away this one.
No. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up shortly here on 97.1 The Ticket. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. You can text us at the same number. From Brian in St. Clair Shores. Champ, Michigan football for getting it all together. Chump, Miami for not taking a knee. Unnamed texter, Champ, David Montgomery for telling Craig Reynolds to stay on the field and get his touchdown. And Reynolds for getting it done. Chump, the NFL for still calling ridiculous roughing the passer penalties. Next one, unnamed texter, absolutely brutal news about Mosley, but thinking long-term, assume he can recover 100%. What are the odds he'll come back on a cheap contract? It's probably too early to tell. Depends if they go acquire somebody at the trade deadline or if Jacobs has an outstanding year. Depends what his contract demands might be. So I don't know. We need to get Pat Surtain from Denver. They're going to be on a fire sale soon, and we'll have a little depth at corner. Yeah, sure. Denver would be an organization to raid.
I mean, that's you would think that's a focal point of your team moving forward, right?
Yep. Chump, Hutch for being a beast, netting his 4th interception. Champ, ACLs. Mosley's can't catch a break. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback. 97.1 The Ticket.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey, Chris Jones equation, but.
Oh, so you're going with the.
No, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at them right now.
What, did you have dinner with Rico the other
No,
day?
I'd say right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
Another edition of
You
Would
didn't say
You
that about
Buy?
Philly, but you said about
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
$1.55 billion.
What's the largest of all time? Largest
like
drawing of all time?
Almost 2.5, I think.
Is it? So we got a ways to go.
Not that far.
Yeah, it was over $2 billion last year.
Okay.
It's so stupid to see the word billion up there, right? Like, is this real?
The part that's really frustrating, and it shouldn't frustrate me at all, is that the lump sum payout after taxes is like $300.
I know, it's crazy.
Yeah,
the cash value right away is $679.8 million. So $680 million. And then you get taxed on that. So the $680 million, and it's taxed at whatever, 50%, maybe a little bit less than that. So you get a little bit more than half of that.
So the original $1.55 billion, you walk away with almost $400 million.
No, I think maybe 350 to 400. I think somewhere in that range.
I swear it's even going down. I feel like the payout, like the higher the total gets, the less you're walking away with.
It's yeah,
right.
We will do another edition of Would You Buy, because you two will buy tickets. We'll do that at 1:20.
Oh, I didn't check my numbers from the last one from Saturday.
You didn't win.
Well, I didn't win the grand prize, but did I could have won something.
You want me to?
I got it.
The Powerball numbers.
I got
you
it.
got the numbers up there.
Yeah.
How many tickets did you buy?
That's not your business.
So do you ever use the scan Gator when you go up to like
yes.
the liquor store and they have the
I used it
right
recently.
there?
Yeah.
And you have no idea. You just kind of scan like, all right.
Yeah,
what
I don't know.
there?
They're like $4. I'm like, woo! Yeah! Here we go. LFG.
I'm waiting for like call the attendant or something where it's
exactly
where it's too big.
I got at least one win.
Oh, you hit the Powerball?
I hit the Powerball.
That's $2, right?
Yeah.
And thus concludes your winnings.
Hooray me. I think that's about it, yeah.
No, really, you should be saying, well, I lost $18. I'm saying if you won only $2.
No, that's not how it
all right,
won $2.
That's what Doug would say.
No, Doug wouldn't say it because Doug wouldn't play.
I know if he did.
Doug is thinking right now that Gator lost 18.
Yep, exactly.
Well, good for you.
Yeah. Anyway, what'd you buy today at 1:20? 248-539-9797. Dan is next. Hi, Dan.
What's going on, guys? How you doing today?
We're great, Dan.
I was just going to do my champ and chump for the week.
Let's hear it.
Champ's got to be Aiden Hutchinson, solely because of that interception that I saw. Like, holy cow. Like, who does that?
It was pretty sweet.
Corners don't even do things like that.
Well, yeah, they actually do.
No, that's the thing. He looked like a corner.
He did.
Chump, my chump is Ron Rivera. You let when the Chicago Bears drop a 40-burger on you.
Yeah, they did.
When you have 5 defensive players taken in the first round in the last 5 years, what? You got Chase Young, Montez Sweat, Emmanuel Forbes.
It's a bad performance by them, without question.
Well, or was it a good performance by the Bears? That's the scary part. Is Chicago starting to figure out that they can move the ball a little bit? Justin Fields looked great. Now, he look great because it's the Washington defense, or do he look great because he's taking steps forward as a quarterback?
I know he put up some good numbers, but it's like this isn't like the first time. Washington's not like 5-1 now.
No, but I will go with the answer A. It's Washington's fault.
Why do you think he was so upset with Washington? Because of the Bears?
Yeah, because the Bears got to win.
So, are we threatened by the Bears?
I don't know. You're the one that thinks their offense might be great, are you?
Well, I'm just saying. I'm just pointing it out. But, I mean, chumping them because the Bears got out of they finally got a W?
Well, it's the same reason people are chumping New England. I mean, they had a terrible performance, so he gave them the chump. And it happened to be a terrible performance against a division opponent.
I think it's something else.
Do you? Oh, you think it was gambling?
I think it may have been a wager.
All right. Fair enough. Let's go to Don. You're next. What's up, Don?
Kang knows what I'm saying.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey.
How you doing?
Good.
All right, Don.
Hey, I would like to know, did anybody see the pass rush for the Lions yesterday?
Yes.
Did you see when the Lions was not getting to that guy for Carolina, the quarterback?
Yes, I saw Bryce Young was pretty mobile, and the Lions did not get a ton of pressure on him. No.
That's right. And then when the Lions go to play the upper teams, the better teams, that's going to be a factor there, man. We got to get that front four. You got to bring that blitz, man. If you don't bring that blitz, the Lions going to get ate up. And then how long can the defensive back keep them covered without you getting to that quarterback? That's going to be dangerous when it comes to playoffs. It's going to come dangerous later on in the season. You got to get to that quarterback, man. Everybody praising the Lions, including me. But you got to do something about that, man. You got to do something about that.
They did have 2 interceptions to go with the sack, and they forced a fumble. The defense played okay. They did play against Patrick Mahomes to start the year, and they contained that offense.
Do you know that the Lions led the league in quarterback pressures going into that game?
Come on. Are you serious?
Yes, they did.
Wow, but just to me, man, they just got to. I think he has to bring that blitz more, man. He just got to disguise that blitz, and he got to bring it. That front four, that four rusher. I think you need 5 to come in there, man.
Let's make one thing clear: a sack is better than a quarterback pressure, without question. They are pressuring quarterbacks. Pressures are very effective as well because a quarterback has to, messes with their plant leg. They have to throw off platform. They have to rush things. But the Lions, they're top half in the league in sacks right now. It's not an elite pass rush, although
it's not.
I think it's good. Is it great? I think when you're top 5 in sacks,
I think they have a game plan too. When you go against teams where you've got a quarterback that has escapability and can make plays if he decides to leave the pocket and take off, and you have to account for him, I think that comes to. I think there's a role in there where you're not bringing as much pressure with the blitz, that you're careful about that. And Bryce Young can make plays with his feet, and he was mobile enough to extend plays yesterday. And you know who bit the Lions yesterday was Adam Thielen.
Yeah, he had a good game.
I think he had 5 receptions in the first quarter. He was targeted all throughout the game. That's the guy who beat them, if anybody beat them yesterday. And all that said, the Lions still won by 18 points.
248-539-9797. Ned is next. Hello, Ned.
Doug, Gator, salutations.
What's up?
My call is for Champion Chump, but Doug, I was in Minneapolis to watch the game. I want to know what you said. If you went downtown anywhere, what you thought of Minneapolis.
Love it. Jansen, we met some friends at the 801 Chop House, and that was pretty cool. And then went to a place called the Newsroom just to watch Illinois, Nebraska. And when that was over, one more stop, went to the Graduate, where there was some people there. Night games allow for a little bit longer Friday nights. So, yeah, got out and got around. I like it. Like it a lot. Got up early in the morning, went over to the campus on Saturday morning and checked it out.
Did you go for a bike ride?
Yeah,
did not.
It's a really nice downtown campus there. I like. I have some good friends in Minneapolis, but my champ is my friend's dad actually, and first Jared Goff just for his performance, but my friend's dad for sitting through diehard through and through Golden Gopher. He sat through that whole game.
Did he? There weren't a lot of Minnesota fans left at the end.
Yeah, this guy, Craig, I love you, buddy.
There you go, Craig.
But he I was torturing him too, because before the game he was like, "Oh, we're gonna keep it close." I was like, "Craig, we're about to hang 40 on you." But and then my Chump is like Carolina Panthers. I'm into the Reddit stuff, and a lot of Carolina people are on Reddit saying how we were gonna get shredded, and it didn't happen. It was exactly what I expected.
Weird.
I had a great weekend.
Do they have
Thanks, gentlemen.
self-awareness at all? I mean, the Carolina Panthers fans were talking smack before the game. It's
No,
odd they don't have a win.
Yeah, right. I mean, they were winless going into it, but what they had was the memory of smoking the Lions last year and thinking that they could repeat that.
Yeah.
And what was 321 yards on the ground last year turned into 99 this year. Lions came to play.
The Lions don't have a Carolina problem.
They do not.
They do not have a Carolina problem. No, they do not.
248-539-9797. Another edition of Would You Buy? I'm going to be interested in what you have to say on these ones. Would you buy today at 120? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Miami.
I think as good as.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we went out to first base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really badly, and then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get Doug.
Yep.
King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotional as in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send-off, which made you happy, but the sadness is this is the end, and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. You don't really, we're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, you know, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at bat.
Yeah, that
sucks. Yeah, but other than that, though, yeah, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. If you got down there this weekend, you know, you got to see everything. And it was really cool.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you on a Monday. Boy, what a great weekend to be a Detroit sports fan, Michigan fan. Spartans back on the practice field, hoping to get back into winning ways. You got a sense, what was the comment from Harlan Barnett today?
He was asked about the starting quarterback, and he said he wasn't going to reveal it, but that there's been great competition all week. The team knows who's going to start, and he was going to leave it at that.
Would he say the team knows who's going to start, and I'll leave it at that, if he was just coming back with the same quarterback?
I don't think so. I think that they're going to go with Caton Hauser now. That's where my 51 would lie. If I had to choose, that would be my guess.
And game's on the road, right?
Rutgers, yeah.
Tough environment to make your first start.
Is it?
No.
Now, had you been to that Minnesota stadium before?
Yes, a couple times.
Okay. Yep. I forget how long ago that they stopped playing at the...
I did a little research on the stadium. It is the only true East-West stadium in the Big Ten.
Stadium that is set up east-west on the field, not north-south.
Yeah. Well, there's some that are angled a little bit. This is the only true East-West stadium. Take that for useless information.
Well, it's not useless because I imagine it becomes problematic with the sun.
It can be. I mean, from a fan perspective.
Not Saturday night, but
no, and there could be some, I think, probably differences in prevailing winds. But I mean, once you play at a stadium, you figure out what it is, you adjust to it. So, yes, there were no sun issues for the night game. Whew. But yeah, only East-West, true East-West. I wonder if that's going to change next year. I'll take a look at, I think, Washington's north-south. I don't know. Enough. Let's get back to your phone calls. That part of the bucket had been emptied. So.
Oh.
Yeah. Let's go to Dave. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Dave.
Repeat.
Yeah.
Hi. I wanted to talk a little bit about Reynolds, and then I have a very important question about next week's game against Tampa Bay.
Okay.
And you might be able to ease my mind. But, yeah, I've always liked Reynolds better than Swift. He gets better and better every year, and he gets better and better every week, and every week he becomes a more important part of our offense, performing well.
Are you saying Craig Reynolds or Josh Reynolds?
The running back, Reynolds.
Craig Reynolds.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You like
him better than Swift.
Well, I like his availability better than Swift.
Well, that's true.
Well, he had 3 good runs last week. Sunday. He had 3 really good runs. And he almost scored a touchdown, but Goff decided to take it in. And then my question about next week's game against Tampa Bay.
He did have a
touchdown later.
He had a touchdown.
Yeah.
They've had a week off to rest, and I can't forget what happened to us when we went into Carolina and we got crushed and put at our plate. So next week against Tampa Bay, they've had a week off to rest. Should I be worried? Could we lose that game?
Sure, they could lose it. I mean, the Lions, Tampa is off to a good start. It could be one of the more interesting Lions games of the early portion of the season. But the Lions have been road warriors. They have one of 2 of the most hostile places to play in the NFL right now, Kansas City and Green Bay. Green Bay might be losing a little bit because it might just circle back to they're not a great football team anymore. We'll see on that. But Kansas City's obviously proven to be pretty good as they move to 4-1. And the Lions have won 7 of their last 8 road games. 7 of their last 8, which is pretty remarkable. So, they don't seem to be at all, going on the road isn't as big a deal for this group of players. And I probably is more talent. I think they're just very talented more than anything else. But at the end of the day, yes, this is an early season big game. Tampa's still a first-place team, right?
I believe they are. Let me just double-check that.
Yep, they are. Half a game lead over an Atlanta team that Detroit's already beaten. So
this is true, but you look at Tampa's schedule. They beat the Vikings to start the season. They beat the Bears. They lost to the Eagles, and they beat the Saints.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a who's who of who they've beaten. I feel pretty confident Lions can go to Tampa and get the job done. I don't believe in Baker Mayfield. They're a banged-up team now in Tampa. Like every team's banged up, but Mike Evans, is he out? So they've got some limitations.
I think we all recognize the Lions are a really, really good team. They're a legit team, but no Sundays are easy. I think that's why Dan Campbell tried to fire up the troops against Carolina, because he knows, hey, listen, they're winless, but we got to step up, right? And he said after the game, he addressed it. His players like, relax, coach, we got this. The mindset's there. They're not going to go undefeated the rest of the year. They will lose a game at some point. Could be Tampa, could be the Ravens, could be I don't know who. But no matter what, I think we are going to feel confident going to every game. That's not going to change.
All right, we'll get back to your phone calls in a moment. First, another edition of Would You Buy? Gator and Kang, have you purchased your tickets for the Powerball drawing tonight?
I have not yet, but I will after the show.
On the way home.
Okay. So get your tickets. So this is Would You Buy? If you take home the $300 and whatever it is, $60 million after lump sum and taxes, it's a lot of money
There's a lot
to
of
have in
money.
your back pocket. So here we go. Would you go see a Taylor Swift concert? Sweet, limo, first class all the way. Would you go see what is currently the hottest show in America?
I would not. I don't know her music at all. I don't hang around the women folk that like Taylor Swift.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think my niece cares. She's in her 20s. I don't think she cares about Taylor Swift that she would really get excited about it. So, no, I would not.
Okay. Kang, would you?
If my wife wanted to, yes. And she is a Taylor Swift fan. She's never gone to her concert. She's never asked me or said or give me any inclination that she's going to. When she was here, she didn't try to buy tickets or anything like that. But if we.
You're going to the show.
If we had this windfall and she said she wanted to go, I would go. Absolutely. It'd be in a suite, the best suite that money can buy.
Yep.
And maybe a little meet and greet.
Well, yeah, right? Sure. And without question, that's a closer to move.
Oh, yeah.
It is good.
There's no doubt.
So we're leaving the media room yesterday from Lions game at Ford Field. And as we're waiting by the elevators, there's this giant refrigerator cooler thing set up there. And this guy holding it. And I made the joke. I said, Taylor Swift in there? And somebody replied with, no, but Eminem is. Because Eminem was at the game, which was even funnier.
Good. All right, next up. What would be the minimum number of garages you would need on your dream home? How big of a car garage would you need?
It's a great question.
In your dream, I know.
And it's going to be vastly different with Kang and I.
We're looking for the minimum number.
All right, the minimum number is a 5-car garage. And I say that in knowing that it's like it'll look like 5, but it's probably almost maybe not double that because it'd be extra deep in case I wanted to fit extra back there. But you can only drive one car. But it's kind of like having guitars, Doug. You can only play one guitar at a time. However, it's nice to change up the variety.
Yep.
So I'm not one of those guys who would all of a sudden be a car collector who've got 20 cars. But 5 sounds about right.
No, 5 solid. But I have 2 people that drive in my house.
There you go.
Only have 1. See, so 5 for me minimum because my wife and I would each have our everyday car.
Right.
Then we'd each have our play car, and then the 5th is just for crap. So if you have a family, everyone knows you need space in your garage for crap. Doug, you know this?
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes you don't even have the garage for cars anymore.
We haven't had a car in our garage.
I got a lot of crap in my garage.
6 months.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, the 5th slot is for crap. But the other 4 spaces are for cars.
So you're the same thing, minimum 5.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
But we have 2 people. I mean, Gators, you got 5 spots or 4 spots.
Gator, do you have plans for your 5 spots? Or like you got the Aston Martin in this bay and you've got the Corvette in that bay.
Well, there's like, without getting specific on the car, I would say there's definitely a luxury SUV. Mm-hmm. There's also a luxury sedan. There is a sports car. And there is a...
it's got to be a classic car.
The other one, it would be a 60s Corvette, probably a 67 Corvette convertible.
Okay.
And you using the 5th spot for crap as well? Or
No, I got a plan for a special build on a 5th car. So
I was also wondering about like a tool bench, like space for all that. But that's why you make them deep because you have to have,
exactly why I make them.
You have to have a giant area.
You got to
tools.
a whole shop back there. Yeah.
Sure. Gotcha. All right, good. That's another edition of Would You Buy. Good luck, you two.
Thank you. $360-something million. Huh?
Take home, yeah.
All right.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 the ticket. So the news of the day so far, unfortunately, is Emmanuel Mosley, the torn ACL, which absolutely sucks. He played two plays, hurt his ACL, his other ACL on the second play. The first play was when the Carolina offensive lineman got really hurt. What was his name again? Zavala?
Yes.
Yeah. Zavala went down with
Zavala.
he went down with an injury. That was Emmanuel Mosley's first play as a line, his second play as a line. He tore his ACL. It's incredible bad luck. And we are certainly bummed about that. Also, Michigan State has been confirmed as a night game. So there is that. That was announced officially today. In the meantime, Gator, Champ and Chump, last chance, last half hour to get your votes in, 248-539-9797. So in looking at where the Lions are right now, I suspect that most people's power rankings after they come out following the Monday night game, I suspect the Lions are going to be ranked as the third or fourth best team in the NFC. It's hard to put them ahead of Seattle. The power rankings don't really matter, but you want to win the division, so go Vegas tonight. Having a 2-game lead after 5 games doesn't crown them division champs. There's still work to be done. But it's trending in a very, very good direction for the Lions. So you start looking at the playoff format. If they do win the division, right? First seed gets a bye. 2 plays 7. 3 plays 6. 4 plays 5. So you're trying to get the best possible matchup you can have. So the teams that will be battling for the 7th spot are teams like the Rams, New Orleans, Atlanta, maybe Dallas. And those would be teams you would get to host if you get the 2 seed.
Green Bay, possibly.
Could be Green Bay, yep. Which is going to be hard for the Lions to do because even though it's early and they're only a game behind, but Philly and San Francisco look so good. It's not just that they're undefeated; they look so good. So it's not a safe assumption, but let's assume that they are the 1 and 2 seed. So the 3 seed, again, it's kind of the same. You're going up against the 6 seed. You have to be better than whoever wins the NFC South. The Lions hold a tiebreak over Atlanta. They hold a tiebreak over Carolina. I don't think the tiebreak over Carolina is really going to matter. They play Tampa this week, which is why this could be a big game.
Mm-hmm.
Because it could give Detroit the tiebreaker over the NFC South champion, which would potentially get them the 3 seed instead of the 4 seed. And that means, again, assuming it's an easier first-round matchup. And if you're the 3 seed, your next game, if you win, is likely against the 2 seed and not the 1 seed. Is this making sense?
Yep.
Is this hard to explain over the air? So there is some premium on this game for down-the-road stuff. The Lions already have perhaps lost a critical tiebreaker to Seattle.
Yep.
We'll see if that matters. They don't want it. Well, I mean, but if you're looking for reasons why this is a huge game and from a different perspective now, because we're looking at it from up high instead of down low looking up, we're looking up high. We're standing up high looking down a little bit, but you want to win this tiebreaker, and you probably want to beat New Orleans as well to hold these tiebreakers over the winners of the NFC South, because these could matter. So if you're looking for more reason to care, this is why. I'm not really doing this because many people don't know like this stuff. I think most people do know this stuff. I'm doing this because we don't get to do this. We don't get to talk about positioning yourself for the playoffs. Not in this sport, we haven't.
No, this is really unfamiliar territory. We're only 5 games into the season. We know it's a long, long season.
Yep.
But we're very encouraged and excited about what we've seen so far. This team has battled through adversity already, continue to battle through adversity. They've had some strange strokes of luck actually go their way, which we haven't seen for Lions teams in the past.
Yeah.
And yet doing all this while still battling injuries each and every week, it's frustrating and yet it's pretty cool to see what they've been able to do.
248-539-9797. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Unnamed texter says, Champ, Detroit Lions, Chump, Miami Hurricanes coach.
Mario Cristobal.
Yep.
Why?
Because he didn't kneel on the ball.
Should just take a knee?
That's why.
Instead, they ran the ball. What happened?
Fumbled.
Oh, fumbled. Then what happened?
They gave up a 76-yard drive in 20-something seconds. I mean, seriously, one of my least favorite cliches in sports is all the prevent defense does is prevent you from winning.
Right.
Well, Miami wasn't in it. And Georgia Tech got a runner free behind the secondary.
You know, watching the Lions yesterday, I commented to several people how fun they are to watch.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the first drive was 3 plays.
Is that what it was? It was 2 pass plays and then David Montgomery 45 yards. Is that right?
Yeah, 2 pass plays and Monty went 42 yards for the touchdown. 3 plays, 81 yards, 7-0 Lions.
Well, and one of the big things that, predicates success, of course, is takeaways. And they set up the Lions offense. The defense set up the Lions offense 3 times with short fields.
Yep, they teed it up. And then the Lions offense took advantage and scored 3 touchdowns out of it. The third quarter continues to be a little issue for the Lions. They went scoreless in the third quarter. However, they also held Atlanta scoreless in the third quarter. Not Atlanta. They played Carolina. Carolina scoreless in the third quarter and finished the job with a couple touchdowns in the fourth. I love watching this team take the field, whether it's offense or defense, because they are an opportunistic team. Defensively, we've seen them create turnovers. I like watching Hutchinson come off the edge and get after the quarterback when he does. I'm looking on the field to see if Campbell's on the field watch him, target where the running play is going. Derek Barnes has been fun to watch this year. But offensively, I just get your popcorn. It's so fun to watch them offensively.
Unnamed texter, 2 weeks in a row, whoever's responsible for reviewing video challenges for Lions needs a new job. I mean, they can make those decisions internally whether or not they have to change a person or change their methodology, or it might just be all on the head coach.
Right. It could just simply say, hey, coach, your call. It's too close to call. I don't have a good angle. And then Campbell's like, screw it. We're throwing a flag because we can. I believe our defense can stop or our offense will overcome it, whatever.
Champ Jim Harbaugh got the Wolverines playing like a well-oiled machine. Chump Bill Belichick, just go home. It's over.
Was that last week, King, you had the football questions about Bill Belichick?
Yeah, might ask it again.
I got to tell you, it has not aged well for Bill Belichick.
No.
That's after a 38-3 loss, and now they lose 34-0.
And let me tell you, at one point in the game, guys, I think they were down like 24-0, and they were on the Saints 40. It was like 4th and 3, and he punted.
Oh.
Now, like I said, I might ask it again.
What?
The game could be passing him up. I'm not sure. Maybe he's just a terrible GM, and he doesn't have the talent because he has nothing to work with. But that's on him because he's the GM. Maybe he's still a good coach, but a bad GM, I don't know. But it's not. The last 2 weeks have been terrible for Belichick.
How many quarterbacks have they brought in and let go and brought in and let go without even seeing them take the field? I mean, they've got a bunch of them. And the ones they've held on to eventually, Mac Jones and Bailey Zappi both played, and they both played horribly. Is it just as simple as they don't have the quarterback, or is it as simple as they don't have Tom Brady?
Well, that second question's getting asked a lot. A lot.
Or is it Kang's question where the game's just passed him by because he's, 71 years old?
Might be that, too. Tony and Troy, Champ Michigan football finally showing they're a top team in the last 2 weeks. Chump, Clayton Kershaw, postseason woes strike again.
Oh, that's too bad. Is that Dodgers?
Yep.
Oh.
248-539-9797. Robert, you're on 97.1. Hi, Robert.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, man, I got 2 champs and 1 chump. I'm going to start off with the chump. It can't be no other than that dumb coach from Miami. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Yep.
The champs is Gabriel. Oh, my goodness. You drive 75 yards in 1 minute to beat that team of Texas. Man, I got to give you your props. 75 yards. And then the other champ is none other than the Detroit Lions. Hi, Brian Chapman. That's for you, baby.
Oh, well, make sure you call him. I mean, we don't you got something to say about another host. We prefer you just not use our show as that
Chapman
platform.
talking smack about a 4-1 team right now?
I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure he is. 'Cause I think that's what he does.
Is that just on brand for Chappie?
Uh-huh.
All right.
Yeah, but how much did they actually win the Super Bowl by?
Right, like my buddy said, well, it's still not tough enough.
Did they even host the Super Bowl? I mean, come on.
Bad challenge in the Super Bowl. Almost cost him. Let's go to Joe. You're next. Hi, Joe.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good.
Hey, listen, I was listening earlier to Gator about a guy from the Panthers, defensive man, and that's one of my points to trade for this guy. But not only that, why would you draft J-Mo or this Mosley, pick him up? He's already injured. J-Mo was injured. We got nothing out of him. Why do they do these things? Why do we draft injured players in the first place?
Well,
that's always bothered me, Gator, in that respect. I think they need help on defense. Like that lineman would be awesome.
Well,
what do you guys think?
You could draft or you could sign free agents because they were injured, because everybody gets injured in the NFL. Everybody does.
Yeah.
So what's the problem?
Why draft that, Gator? What my problem is, why draft an injured player?
Because you expect him to heal up and be a great player for you?
I know that, but
then why do you ask?
Seem to work. I'm not.
If you didn't, stop for a second, Joe. Stop for a second. Joe, stop for a second. Joe, stop for a second. If you didn't like them drafting Jamison Williams, that's fine, and just say that you would rather they had taken Jalen Carter and not taking Jamison Williams or Jordan Davis, I guess, is the case a couple years ago.
Oh yeah.
Then go ahead and say
definitely.
that. That's fine. You can say that, but then to say that you understand that you can take chances on guys that get hurt, and then ask the question, why are they taking chances on guys that get hurt?
You answered your own question.
You answer your own question. So just say you didn't like the draft pick.
Right. But I've seen this over the years where they picked up a guy.
Over the years doesn't matter. All that matters is what Brad Holmes has done. Brad Holmes' work in the draft has been fantastic. And he has taken some chances.
Well, he's taken a couple big chances here the last 2 years. The extra first round
pick.
And
Hooker being one of them.
Yeah, you got, that's a chance, exactly, but that's a third round chance. But in the first round, taking a chance on Jahmyr Gibbs, taking a chance on Jamison Williams. Not that Gibbs was hurt, but
he wasn't. Jamison Williams was hurt.
But
Josh Pascal was hurt.
But these are the two offensive players that he's taken.
You're not going to get everything right.
No, but
don't expect him to.
I mean, I'm not going to shy away from a player just because he got hurt in college.
Well,
guys get hurt all. So would you not draft Blake Corum?
There are certain injuries that the doctors evaluate the chances of a player recovering. They aren't going to take you if they don't think you have a chance of recovering fully.
Let's say the Blake Corum had come out last year after the season. He had the knee injury.
Yep.
Okay. Would you not have drafted him? Because why are you drafting guys that are hurt? Is he fine right now?
Here's the thing. It would have cost him draft position for sure to come out as an injured player. It cost Jamison Williams draft position. They felt like they were getting a top 2-3 talent in the draft, and they got him at 12 or wherever they took him?
Yeah.
So they took him because they thought they might get a huge bargain.
Right. So let's say the Corum gets drafted in the second round. The
other thing is the Jamison Williams story isn't over.
Of course not.
It's not over. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as good.
Okay.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Chris Jones equation, but.
Yeah. Oh, so you're going with the.
No, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at them right now.
Did you have dinner with Rico the other day?
No.
I'd say right here, right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about.
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Back to your phone calls. Let's go to Dez. You're next. What's up, Dez?
What's up, guys? How we doing on this Victory Monday?
Doing very well. Very well.
We're doing very well. All right, so I'm calling in for my champ and my chump.
Yep.
I got two chumps actually now. That last caller, chump. Okay, let me tell you something. Gator, you're right. If Blake Corum came out and was injured last year, if he came out last year, none of these 32 teams would have took that guy. None of them, all because he's injured.
I mean,
come on, man.
Probably doesn't go in the first round, but let's say he goes even if it goes in a third round. What a bargain you'd have, right?
Exactly.
Because he's fine.
Right. Exactly. Should be fine. And then my champ, obviously the Lions. They did good. The defensive back head coach, he did really good with those guys, knowing that we are low in depth with our DBs. So really good win yesterday. I'm looking forward to the Tampa win as well. Let's go Lions, baby.
Tampa game's huge. Tampa game is shaping up to be very important. It's one that I think we'll reference down the stretch later in the season. So you definitely want to win it. Ken, you're next. Hi, Ken.
Hey, guys. Love the show. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, okay, the Lions did this to me. I just want to let you know that ahead of time. But I'm like, I watch and I'm happy, but I'm like that, you go out with that girl for like the fourth time and you hope she's different, and then you find out she's not. And I'm trying to figure out, like, what's my buy-in? Like, when am I like really in? And I don't know if I have an answer to that yet.
You're reluctant to become to buy into this team, is what you're saying.
What are we hearing here? Well, Ken, hold on. What are we hearing in the background? What's that whistling?
Got some birds?
Michigan State Troopers at their finest.
Oh, wow. Okay. Anyway, sorry.
About that.
Yeah, it's up to you to decide when you buy in. I mean, the fact of the matter is everybody's different. Everybody has different. So all off season when people are telling you the Lions are going to be good, you were like, I'll wait to see, right?
Yeah, because sure they're 4-1, but they did win the first game by only a point. They did win. So really,
hold on.
What?
A win at Kansas City wasn't good enough because it was only by a point?
Well, all I'm saying is we won by a point. We could be 3-2.
But they're not.
But we're not. I know, but that's why I'm struggling because.
How are you struggling with a win on the road at Arrowhead to start the season?
Because I've been hurt since.
You're fragile, Ken.
I've been hurt.
You got to toughen up. You got to toughen up, Ken.
Yeah.
I've been hurt since
We don't need to hear since when. We got it. All right? We're Lions fans. We know, but you got to toughen up.
I'm trying.
If you can't look at a win at Kansas City and say it's a good win, then I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah,
You're pathetic, Ken.
Because they only won by a point?
Come on, Ken. You can sit down, Rico.
So, no,
okay.
if he wants to say, look, I see it all looks great, but my lifetime of experience has, I just have this built, it's in my DNA now that I can't trust them. That's fine. But to say, well, they only won the Kansas City game by a point. Kansas City's defending Super Bowl champ. They're 4-1. It's their only loss. It might be the single best win. In the conversation of the best wins of any team this season. But it wasn't good enough for Ken. I don't know. That's how he's damaged. Is what he is. He's damaged.
Very damaged.
Hi, Rico. How are you?
Hi, Doug. Hi, Gator. I thought Gator was yelling at me. I'm like, okay, I'll come back.
Trying to encourage Ken to sack it up. Let's go.
You know what? Lions fans can't because this is new territory. And as much as people always say, we got to end the SOL stuff, it won't end until Lions fans change their mentality. And last week, I tried to tell everybody, this was easy victory. I was counting this thing up. This was one where
You were the one.
Yeah. I called it BOGO.
Team's favored by 9.5 points. They were all expected to walk through the park.
No, but people kept, it's Wojo. It's the NFL. It's going to be a close game. I'm like, guys, you are that much better than the Carolina Panthers.
It's hard to get up-down theory when you had a team that was 0-4 going into it.
No.
Well, it was like, it's the NFL and the Cowboys lost. It doesn't matter. I'm like, that's Bryce Young. That's the 27th best rush defense. Like, nothing added up that this game was going to be close, but a lot of Lions fans wanted to fight me and say, no, you can't say that. It's like, actually, you're good. You can say that. Good teams go out and do exactly what the Lions did. You make a bad team look bad.
We were kind of talking about how late last week we got into the Thursday and Friday show, and we're like, it actually feels like a no-sweat game. It's a very, very unusual place to be. And the other thing is looking at the entire season from a pedestal where you're kind of looking down as opposed to looking at it from the bottom, trying to figure out how to claw your way to the top is a completely different feeling as well.
It is weird. Yep. Where now you're looking at, okay, whereas before it's like, okay, you got to win this game. You got to win this game. Now it's, you know what, just don't screw up here, here, and here, and you're fine. Mm-hmm. That's where we're at. That's what this team is.
So what do you got planned coming up next?
And that's what we're talking about.
Oh, is it? Okay.
It is. Ironically enough, Doug, great lead-in for Lions fans. Looking at this team, you're sitting there and you're feeling good about yourself. Let's look at the schedule. Realistically speaking, how many more losses do you see for this season? Because in a stretch, and I'm talking about in a stretch, I'm only looking at 4 more losses for this team. And that's just worst case scenario. Imagine I'm saying this for the Lions.
So you think worst case scenario is 12-5?
That's worst case scenario.
What did you think before the season?
I thought like 10-7. I was like 9-8, 10-7 type of thing.
But the weirdest thing about this is, and probably the thing that really enhances their credibility is all the injuries they've suffered and they haven't lost a step.
No.
I don't know if you can keep doing that.
That's the thing.
And here's the thing, and this will probably come off the wrong way, but you're very fortunate with this schedule. This is not a tough schedule. So therefore, as a good team, You should be annihilating a lot of – you haven't played the Bears yet. There's 2 victories.
That's going to help.
Okay?
I think to Doug's point, though, I mean, injuries have been so disappointing with this team this year. And you get somebody back and then you lose another guy. And it's just how it's been. And is that going to continue on? And at some point,
and
you
the caveat
wear yourself
for me
too
is,
thin.
And the caveat is, if you lose Goff, we're going to have an entirely different discussion.
That's
you lose like a major player, this all bets are off. But if all things hold equal, you're good.
Well,
embrace it.
And embrace guys coming up next. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
LFG. So exciting. BOGO Mondays. Rico Beard is here. Flannel season is here. Chill in the air. And when you look up, you are 4-1. You are in sole possession of the NFC North. And tonight you get to luxuriate, Ricardo Luther Beard. You get to luxuriate and just root for the Raiders to see if you'll have a 2-game lead in the division. You called it. It was BOGO. That was a professional ass beating yesterday. I feel like the Lions have grown up a little bit. They're like a child who has matured. They're a husband or a wife who has matured in the relationship. They went in limited, lots of injuries. And they took that game away from Carolina.
Yeah.
Forced the turnovers. Defense stepped up. 4 possessions that started at the 49 or better.
Mm-hmm. The Aiden one-handed pick was
lovely.
Like, wow.
Lovely.
That was great.
Only other interception I saw on the day was Patrick Surtain II catching a ball with his nuts. Don't know if you saw that one. He did the Suzanne Summers Thigh Master interception. You see that?
I did see a Giant go 102.
What's up?
I said I did see a Giant go 102 yards.
Okay. Oh, by the way, shout out Privilege. Must be nice to go on national TV and just ragdoll the Dallas Cowboys 42-10.
But you gonna put some respect on his name?
Hell no.
Okay.
Life is easy.
It is not easy, Mike.
I want to know from the people. This is important. You know, Rico and I have had different views on this team, but I think we're getting more towards the same place where I've settled down a little bit. You've ratcheted it up a little bit, but they've grown up, guys. The best way to put this, and shout out Doug Karsh for this, because I really like the way he said this. You know your team is good when the dudes who used to be your starters are backups. When the Will Harrises and the Tracy Walkers or the Aquaras or any of these other players, the guys that are your depth now used to be your starters.
That's a great point.
Shout out Doug. No slander. Where is he? No, today is Doug dropped a dime day. But guys, are you comfortable now because you feel like, you know what? We've matured. There is no boogeyman. Look, they're going to lose games.
See, I don't know about that.
There's no boogeyman or that they're going to lose?
They're going to lose games, Mike. I don't think they're going to lose that many games because here's why yesterday showed me, I already thought they had grown up. I saw this coming because you did what really good teams do. You make bad teams look bad. You don't let them in the game. There's no hope. There's no, okay, we're only down 8 with 5 minutes to go. No. You're down 30, and this thing is over. Okay?
And dead.
Right. Just go ahead, warm up the bus, and get out of here. You put your backups in, we'll put our backups in, and we won't embarrass you any further. That's what this team has done. I look at the rest of their schedule, and yes, to look ahead, and the caveat is no one important gets injured. There's a lot more of the games that you saw yesterday on their schedule for the rest of this season, where you should just come out, hammer this team, get the W, and move on. Yeah, this team has grown up a long time ago. This team, to me, grew up after the Seattle game, where everything could have fell apart. My God, you lost to Seattle again. How you lost, you didn't get the ball in overtime. You could have maybe finished the game off. Right. Didn't matter. You came out here after the Atlanta game, and that showed me that's a different team.
You know what? I'm there to a point. I'm not ready to elevate the win total until I get to the bye week. Look, they've got 3 of their next 4 on the road. Now, I'm not soft selling you. I'm not telling you there's doom and gloom. No, it's just when you go on the road. Look, ask the Ravens. How much fun is going on the road in the NFL? It is hard. You know, you're going at Tampa, at Baltimore, and at the Chargers, who I know, shout out Brandon Staley. But 3 of the next 4, look, if they could go 3-1 in the next 4, and you're 7-2 heading into Chicago, Green Bay, New Orleans, Chicago, Denver, Rico, you're spot bang on.
Oh, no, Mike. I'm even in my worst case scenario, they lose 2 of the next 4, but they still finish it out because you get the Bears twice.
So like a split. Tampa, Baltimore, Vegas, Los Angeles, 2-2.
Yeah.
And you're 6-3 at the bye. Yeah.
6-3 at the bye. You may
live with
lose one more game by the end of the season. That's it. Because you're going to be playing the equivalent of it's almost like Michigan's schedule. You can't blame them because you have to play who's on your schedule.
But you know what? I don't blame them when they play the way they played Saturday.
Right.
Or when they played the way they played last week against Nebraska.
And that's what I'm saying.
Michigan exerted dominance.
And Michigan did what great teams do. You just take their heart, you take their lunch money,
yes.
and you send them on their way. You don't belong on this field with us. That's what it looked like yesterday with the Lions. Bryce Young, you may have a long career in this league, but not today, son.
No. And again, when you look at the quarterback play coming up, there's one guy on this schedule, and I know what people are going to do. They're going to be upset at me again. Don't care. Lamar stinks. He stinks. He's thrown for more than 200 yards twice this season. He's got 4 touchdowns, 2 picks. He's not running a lot. The offense doesn't move. Lamar stinks. There's one quarterback left on this deal I really care about, and it's Justin Herbert. And the reality is he plays the greatest football on the face of the earth, and the team still finds a way to lose. Rico might be onto this. Look, I had them as an 11-6 team. Maybe I'm shooting low, but I want to navigate the next couple of road games here. Look, if you go to Tampa and win, and you're 5-1, Rico's right. Anything more than 4 losses kind of looks different. But I'd like to know, it's twofold. Rico with the records and me with the maturity. Where are you at with the football team on a Monday? The other thing I do want to touch upon is the Jameson Williams thing.
Can we keep it positive?
No. We're going to do exactly what we need to do, which is deal in reality.
No, I was going to say, great block on the David Montgomery run.
No block, no rock.
He had a great block. He freed up Montgomery. Montgomery scored a touchdown.
It annoyed me during the game, though, when they tried to force him the ball, and it kind of slowed down some drives. And the drop, and I don't need you smiling after you drop it.
Mistakes were made.
Yeah, look, you want to keep it positive. Here's where I'll keep it positive. Sam Laporta is one of the 3 best tight ends in football.
You know what, Mike?
That's positive.
Hold on. You earned this.
Thank you. Yes.
You earned this.
Thanks, buddy.
You earned
No, seriously. I think you've drafted the next superstar tight end.
Yeah, the Iowa legacy continues.
He's a stud. He's an absolute stud. When you're running trick plays to your tight end, you know, it's weird. I thought I saw George Kittle at 1 o'clock.
Oh, my goodness.
And then I saw him again at 8. When you're running trick plays that go 40 yards to your tight end, when your tight end is essentially wide receiver 1 in the red zone, like, guys, it's real. Sam Laporta's a star.
Now we just need him to grow his hair out and look weird, and he would really fall
into
that.
Well, that happens in time.
Right.
The Iowa players, they're like gremlins. You let them mature, and they all look like cavemen.
Then he looks like Hutchinson. He starts looking like Kittle. He starts looking like all the rest of them.
There it is. So, yeah, I think there's a lot to take from the game. Professional business trip. Defense stepped up. Didn't let a rookie get comfortable. You're 4-1. Let's go Raiders go tonight. And then Rico's question. Are you willing to upgrade the record? I'm going to stand pat at 11-6 until we navigate these couple of road games, but I get where Rico's at. He's not far off. And the other side, you want to talk Laporta? Look, for all the conversation we're having about Jahmyr Gibbs or Jalen Carter or et cetera, maybe the conversation is Sam Laporta is one of the 5 to 7 best rookies who got drafted, period, this year.
Laporta or Branch.
David, you're shaking your head. Is there an issue with that?
You're right. I was going to say period. Like, not just top tight end, period.
He's a star.
And my thing is only for Laporta, Branch. That's where my argument is. Like,
yeah, I got to tell you.
Week to week, I don't know who's going to be a bigger star.
You know what pick's bothering me the most right now? Jack Campbell. I'm not trying to be negative. It's bugging me. I mean, no offense to Derek Barnes or Alex Anzalone, but
Buck is a winner.
Yeah, but when they rotate him in, he was not good in the first half. I mean, the bad penalty, had a missed tackle, the bad read, and you're like, oh boy.
You know, how about we just focus on the second round on?
No. Up next, Rico imagines Jalen Carter with this team, 248. No, but again, Jahmyr Gibbs doesn't play yesterday, and you don't see any difference. Why? Because running backs don't impact winning. Sorry.
No.
I love Jahmyr Gibbs, a good player, but they don't impact winning, guys. David Montgomery, man, has he been good. Man, has he been, again.
And even when you were struggling with running backs, the Lions just figured it out.
Yeah, they'll use him up and they'll spit him out. But overall, I'd love to know where you're at. 248-539-9797. Are you willing to up the record prediction? And part two, do you feel like we can turn the page now? This is so far beyond SOL stuff. This is about this team raising the standard of what the expectation is. I think they went into that game expecting to win.
The team did. The fans didn't.
Well, I heard you a little bit in the pregame. And, you do get a sense it's like, I respect every opponent in the NFL where I know there's a chance you can lose. But that's an unforgivable game. Now, look, if they go to Tampa and lose, no, I don't think they're a bad team all of a sudden.
No, they're not. But occasionally you run across a team, you're just light years ahead of them. There's no way you should lose this thing unless you turn the ball over 5-6 times.
Yeah. Hey, look, 2-1 the next three into the bye week. We're 6-2. At that point, that's when I start going, all right, maybe we can get to 12-5. Maybe we can get to 13-4. But I need 2 of the next 3. You're at Tampa, at Baltimore, home on a Monday night against the Raiders. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say it. Monday night's a win. You got to split the next 2 road games. Lord help you. If you win the next 3, that's a whole different ballgame. Then it's party poppers during the bye week. 248-539.
Because you still got the Bears and Bears twice and Broncos on your schedule.
By the way, where's Jimmy Cookies to slander Goff a little more? 248-539-9797. We will get your calls. We are off and running on a Football Monday, 97.1.
Specs at LTU, located right here on the campus of Southfield at Lawrence Tech. Well, they're waiting for you. You want to change your career? You want to learn about radio, TV, or graphics design? Specs at LTU can help you make that transition. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the Broadcast Media Arts, Digital Media Arts, and Graphics Communications program through Specs at LTU. You're going to be taught by instructors who work in the business like yours truly. What does that mean? Not going to waste your time. You're going to hit the ground running, learning everything that it takes to make it in this industry. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. While you're there, get ready to make magic by enrolling in the Specs at LTU certificate programs today. Whether it's Broadcast Media Arts, Digital Media Arts, or Graphics Communications, Specs at LTU can help you prepare for your next career in radio, TV, or graphics design. Once again, ltu.edu/specs.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey, Chris Jones equation, but.
Yeah. Oh, so you're going with the.
No, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at them right now.
Did you have dinner with Rico the other day?
No.
I'd say right here, right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about.
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
Rico looks disgusted at me, and that's before he knew I was about to bring up the IRS. Listen, you need Maurice and Jerry. You need legitimate reps, and whether it's personal income tax or business payroll, you need Abraham and Rose. You don't need a tax organization with random people answering a phone in Iowa. Maurice and Jerry, real people, brick and mortar, and they've dealt with the IRS for years. They will advocate for you. Save your dollars. Spare yourself the headaches. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again. Rico shot out of a cannon today, and I don't need to ask how Kenny's doing. I personally guaranteed Georgia would play their best game of the year, and they did just that. Kenny, I'd like you to know something, man to man. If I had to vote right now for the Heisman Trophy, Brock Bowers is getting my first place vote.
That guy is a monster.
No, I don't conform. I don't care that it hasn't happened since 1910. Brock Bowers is the single best football player in America.
I do have a Georgia-related question that we will get to in football today as we move.
Kenny, I can't sit here and say that I would put him on the ballot, but I do think that he's a top 5 pick in the NFL draft, which I think is better for him.
Oh, it's way better for him.
But
he's going to make bank.
You know what? I still say the quarterback who wins the game this Saturday, leader for the Heisman.
Penix Bo Nix?
Yep.
Yeah. I'll be streaming that live.
How are you today? It was a rough weekend for you.
State didn't play. I mean, the Giants are terrible. What?
Don't make me do it.
Oh, no.
Don't make me do it.
No, I'm actually okay. No, I'm okay. I'm okay. Listen, it's actually a positive Texas lost. Because it's harder to beat a team twice. They're going to be just fine in the Big 12 title game in Arlington.
You know what that means, David? Texas will be back.
They are back again. Like Michael Myers. No, they played their B- game. That was really sloppy. But you know what? Cute win by the Sooners. Let's go to Trevor to lead things off today. Trev, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike. Happy win. Can you hear me?
Trevor, there you go. You dropped out. Say it again.
Yeah, I was just saying happy Monday, big win. I just wanted to give a quick call. I love cookies. I want to CMU fire up chips. I really hope he can swallow his pride and accept the fact that Jared Goff is a long-term option and solution at quarterback. Just some numbers really quick. Last 20 games, including the S show from the early games last year, 34 touchdowns, 5,200 yards, 99.6 passer rating, 9 picks. He's the answer, and I don't want to hear it anymore. That's the guy. Let's lock him up.
I'll tell you what.
Quarterback.
How about this stat? I'll trade you stat for stat, Trev. You can use it. It's free. He has the longest streak in the NFL of games with an 85 or higher QBR. He is now at 12 straight games. Now, while he won't be the guy to get you 150 QBR and put up 7 TDs and run for 130 yards, you know what he's built in? A really good floor. Every week you know what you're going to get from Jared Goff. 12 straight weeks of knowing exactly what I'm getting at a minimum from my quarterback. Teams would kill for that. Is he perfect? No. But he's a hell of a lot better than people like Lamar Jackson.
He knows his limitations. Lamar's a wild card. For the days that he looks spectacular, there's those days where he's just like, Lamar, what are you doing?
Nice.
No.
Hey, hell of a job yesterday. Offensive explosion of 10 points.
Goff is consistent. You know what you're going to get. He knows he stays within his game. He plays within his limitations.
That's
a lot
right.
like another quarterback who you won't give respect to.
Listen, we're going to play a game maybe later this week. We'll have some fun. I want to do a blitz. How many quarterbacks could do exactly what Brock Purdy's doing in San Francisco?
So not fair.
It's reality. Neil, 97.1. What's up, Neil?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Hey, Neil.
Hey, I guess just to kind of go into the topic, Mike, I agree with you on the fact that it's a growing up period, but I also think it's a more than just a growing up. It's a moving on, and the focuses have to be different because I think now that the Lions will probably wrap up the North, I think now they have to start looking at the really top of the NFC with Philly and San Francisco, and with Mosley, looks like he's going to be out for the year, right? That's a torn ACL. Or do they get into, I don't know, do they get into an arms race at the trade deadline to really make a push to, go for this, taking the NFC away from San Francisco, because they look like they're world beaters right now. So
yeah, and understand one thing. When we all talk, we make these declarations. Well, it's we have to focus on X. Here's the reality. Every coach in every locker room in the league is focusing on going 1-0 this week. Like, you stack enough wins, you kind of look up at the sky in December and you go, all right, where do we rank? Scoreboard watch. You got to earn the right to scoreboard watch. So no, it's not about more than the division right now. Just win. The more wins you stack now, the more your comment resonates later. Like, I'm not going to sit here and act like they have any hope of outdoing the 49ers. They don't. I think the very best you could hope for is the 2 seed. So what do you need to do to acquire that? You probably got to win 13 games. Well, here and now I'm 4-1. Let's just, if they can somehow, again, I don't expect this, but if you won the next 3 into the bye week, at Tampa, at Baltimore, and home against the Raiders, if you do that, well then F it. Meet me at the Kearns Clock, champagne toast. Jesus.
You go 3-0 at that point, I'm looking at maybe one, 2 more losses.
Oh, this guy, Kenny is shot out of a can. He's acting like a Georgia fan.
No, it's not, Mike.
Did you hit the fan portal and now you're a UGA supporter?
No, I'm not.
Wasn't it great not having State?
It's all my real teeth.
Wasn't it nice having State not play this weekend? Wasn't it great?
It was.
Hey, by the way, we're in a great mood, Rico and I, even though we're living in a world where MSU's a touchdown dog to Rutgers.
They're a touchdown dog because they started off, it was 5.5. So I'm like, okay, you know what? At least you're the devil's number. You have a chance.
Anymore. We're living in that world. If I offered you Michigan minus 34.5.
Oh, over State?
Yeah.
Harbaugh wants to run it up.
35.5.
No.
38.5. 41.5. I can't go higher than that.
I take that.
Wow. It doesn't even hurt anymore. I mean, they're terrible and we don't have a coach.
It's a truly depressing exercise what you've just done.
But I mean, Kenny, it's what you have to do. We don't have a coach.
Yeah.
We're gonna get steamrolled. It's embarrassing. Like if State had a coach, and even if they were like 4-2, and we had a coach,
I gotta wonder at some point though. Is the reason why I'm not looking at that is because Harbaugh is smart enough to know they have nothing to lose. I have to worry about the safety of my players. So I got to start taking the JJs and the Corums out of the game because we're up by 28. I don't need a cheap shot on their knees.
Am I allowed to bring Michigan up on a Monday, even though Tuesday's normally college? Because I feel like the Lions, it was very buttoned up. We're having fun to start the show with it.
Mike, I got to be honest with you. They actually feel the same. I look at the Michigan schedule. I look at the Lions schedule. and I look at Michigan's schedule and say, there's only a couple games on there that they could possibly lose. I look at the Lions schedule and I'm like, there's only a couple games on there. Now, for both teams, you can only play who's on your schedule. But for the other games, you go out there and you do what great teams do. You beat the bad teams.
I want to ask a question. Because even though it's a betting question, it's really just about football. I was mulling. The game of the year line for Michigan, Ohio State is Michigan minus 3.5. I was really contemplating placing a big bet on U of M early. It's risky, if McCarthy got hurt or different things happen. But I look at it and look, I give OSU credit. They went to Notre Dame. They gutted it out. I watched a ton of that Maryland game. It was on the TV next to Texas at the bar I was at in New York. I'm sorry. I think Michigan might hit that team with a garbage can.
Now, the thing is...
Am I crazy for wanting to place that bet in the first week of October?
You are. Because smarter Mikey would say there's way too many factors.
I won't do it then. I won't do it.
Because injuries... Another reason why I said if you're Harbaugh and you're playing State, go up by 24 points, get your starters out the game. Because you don't want to risk... Bigger picture, you're trying to win a natty. You're not trying to. You already got Paul Bunyan. He's staying there. Ohio State, Mike, at least I know this team can fight through adversity. They've done it twice.
Yeah, they look effed up.
They don't know.
There's my nuanced commentary.
Compared to other Buckeye teams, they don't look as good. That's the thing.
When I watched Maryland run the football on them, I went, okay, you know what?
Yeah.
Somebody get the shoe polish.
And it's almost like they don't want to pass the ball until they get to play Michigan, and then it's just playing, the 7-on-7.
The Big Ten runs through Ann Arbor. We've said that since summer, but I was just talking from a betting standpoint.
More and more, I'm going back to what I said early on in this year. I think the Big Ten winner is going to be decided November 11th.
Penn State, Michigan?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's...
you know what the line is in that game?
Michigan 4?
Mm-mm.
Higher?
Lower.
2.5?
Yep. Am I crazy? I want to take Michigan?
No, because James Franklin still coaches that
Rico,
team.
I think they're going undefeated. I'm going to be honest with you. I think they're going undefeated,
Penn State,
I think they'll be the 2 seed because you can't take Georgia down.
Penn State that's the game. Only because that defense, it may be Franklin-proof.
Oh, interesting. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your calls, and feel free. We'll open it up a little bit on a Monday. Normally it's Lions. Bring in some of the college football. I have no issue with it. Listen, when Michigan plays really well, it is less about who you play and more about how you play.
And the same happened yesterday with the Lions.
Yes.
You go out there and you make bad teams look bad. There's nothing you can say about it. Even J-Mo, you know what? You're okay, son. Great block on the touchdown. Okay, I tried.
Nice toaster hands. College football every Saturday, unless you're a Spartan. Old Nation, no matter what happens this weekend, you got a buddy. You've got your Old Nation, and whatever beer it is from the complete lineup, it's there for you. You're a Michigan fan, and you're up 52-10. You've just laid P.J. Fleck into a coffin. Have yourself an M43, a B43, maybe an Oktoberfest. When you're number 2 in America, you do whatever you want. It's Old Nation Brewing. Check out the complete lineup from Old Nation Brewing. It's oldnationbrewing.com. That's oldnationbrewing.com, 21 and up. And as always, please drink responsibly.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we went out to first base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really badly, and then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get Doug.
Yep.
King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotionalized in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send-off, which made you happy, but the sadness is this is the end, and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. You don't really, we're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, you know, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at-bat. But,
that
you know,
sucks.
Yeah, but other than that, though, yeah, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. If you got down there this weekend, you know, you got to see everything. It was really cool.
All right, we're going to get back to your calls momentarily. It's a football Monday. Every damn day is football. But let's check in on the world of college football. To that, we go to Kenneth Thickcott.
Indeed, Oklahoma proved that Texas might not be back. Texas dropped all the way to 9th in the rankings, by the way. Is that a little bit aggressive?
I think it's so stupid. Like, I laugh how you don't drop for playing no one. Texas has the most impressive victory at Alabama. They dropped a bomb on a ranked team at home in Kansas. And they play an all-time classic against a borderline top 10 team on a neutral field. And you drop them to 9th? But again,
9th in the AP.
Yeah.
11 in the coaches.
And again, but my question is why? What is your justification? They played a classic, a 34-30 final with a touchdown with 17 seconds to go.
It goes to show you why the polls are useless, because if anything, you don't punish a team for barely losing a game in the last minute. Now, if it was a 30-point blowout, yeah, you're gonna drop.
That's
far.
different. If it was 49-3 or something, that's different.
But I guess they just said, well, you lost, so everybody else who won a game move over one seat, and that was the first seat that was empty.
The Rico Beard Power Rank has more weight to the masses than the AP poll. These idiot writers didn't even watch the game. They were busy covering whatever dead-end team they cover.
On that note, do you think Oklahoma should be higher, having beaten one of the best teams in the country? Should they be in the top 4?
No. That's not a top 5 team. They're lucky Texas played their B- game.
Well, maybe. Maybe because you look at Ohio State struggled. They won.
OSU's not a playoff team, and Oklahoma's not a playoff team.
But I'm saying Ohio State's sitting there at 3.
Too high.
And Oklahoma's sitting there at 5. Maybe
Too
you
high.
swap them, move Florida State to 3, Oklahoma to 4, Ohio State to...
You can do whatever you want. Yeah. Oklahoma's not a playoff team. Wow. If Oklahoma goes to the playoffs, they'll lose by 30 if they play Michigan or if they play Georgia.
So what does that say about Texas?
Texas had a bad day.
Love you, man.
I mean, hey, listen, Quinn Ewers starts the game. He throws a pick into triple coverage. That's not about Oklahoma. He throws another pick off a receiver's hands at the 2-yard line. That's not Oklahoma. They clown car a goal line possession by deciding we're bringing in the refrigerator Perry for 3 straight plays when you're not an under center team. They blow a coverage on the last play. Hey, listen, it's all good. Oh, they drop an interception in the end zone. They played a bad game. They played sloppy. We'll get him in Arlington. We're good. Here's my question. What type of lanyard does Matthew McConaughey possess that he's talking to Sark at the 50? He's on the sideline.
He's dapping up players.
Dapping players. He's got a headset. What kind of VIP package does Matthew McConaughey have?
It's the all right lanyard.
I've never seen anything like it.
He's Matthew. He's their most famous. But every school has that guy, Mike.
But Snoop Dogg didn't get that with USC back in the day.
But Snoop Dogg is not that big time booster. Like
does McConaughey donate?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like shirtless at one point.
Well, think about it. It's like back in the day with Luther Campbell in Miami. Uncle Luke could go wherever he wanted with the Hurricanes.
Was he on the field with Jimmy Johnson?
Yeah, he was running out the team with the smoke and all of that.
They were cutting away from the pregame, and it's him and Sark chopping it up. I'm going, isn't this the time he's supposed to be talking to Venables?
No, because Stark knows, hey, I'm with Matthew McConaughey. I may get a couple more recruits. So, hey.
Hey, here's a PSA, and we'll move on to the rest of Kenny's Blitz. If it's 4th and goal from the 1 foot line, can we not throw a screen pass? Please, it's a dumb play call. Oh.
So Georgia blows out Kentucky 51-13. I'll be selfish here. You all weren't sure about Georgia last week and the weeks leading up to this game. How much have things changed with Georgia in your mind?
A lot, and I'll tell you why. They stopped pretending. You're not a power running team. With McConkey, with Ra-Ra, with Lovett, and with Bowers, Carson Beck is figuring it out. He could have thrown for 700 yards Saturday night. That's not even hyperbole. He had 300 at the half against Kentucky, and they left some points on the field. Their passing game right now is second only to Washington. I'm not kidding. It is as potent and diverse and dominant. And again, Bowers is a unicorn. You can't cover him. There's nothing you can do.
I mean, you beat Kentucky.
Rico, say something nice about Georgia.
Wait a minute. They didn't just beat Kentucky.
Mike, I had to listen to him all morning long. So.
Oh, okay. My bad.
No. If Kenny's not listening, it's what I've been waiting to see Georgia do. It's the same way I praised Michigan last week. If you're number one, show me you're number one.
Yeah.
Just quit this. Okay, we're gonna pull away in the fourth quarter. I don't want to see that.
Michigan and Georgia right now are 1-2 in the Rico Power Poll.
I'll give you a hint. They're all in the top 3.
Done. No slander. Go ahead.
So I want to play a game with you all called Explain It to Me Like I'm 5. Miami.
No.
Explain it to me like I'm 5.
Okay, so Kenny.
No.
Here's what happened.
No.
You turn around and you have to run out the clock. But seriously, I had to look to see if there was any betting ramifications on, because this looked like a coach who knew I'm going to hook up my fan base
real quick
with something.
Because Rico's not providing context. Unless you're a loser, you weren't watching Miami, Georgia Tech. 37 seconds to go, and Georgia Tech doesn't have a timeout. Miami 1st and 10 at their own 30 or whatever it is. You take a knee. You take a knee. You take a knee.
Right.
You take a knee. You take a knee.
So on third down.
Wait. Mario Cristobal is shoving his head up his and they ran it. Fumble! Georgia Tech gets the ball. Moonball by Haynes King. Touchdown, they lose, and Miami's players are on the bench going, what the...
They're crying.
4 plays
I felt
later.
horrible for the kid.
4 plays later, there's a touchdown, wide open. What happened?
Here's your problem. That's not the first time Cristobal's done this. Because I remember the last time he did it, because he effed me out of money. It was Oregon at home hosting Stanford. 3rd down, 40 seconds to go. Stanford has 1 timeout. Don't care. I have the ball. It's 2nd down. 2nd down, they have 1 timeout.
Yeah.
You kneel, we're going home.
Yep.
He hands it to Shane Vereen, left side towards the sideline. Fumble.
Oh, how about this?
Stanford beats him.
How about this? Instead of just owning it and saying, God, I screwed up again. Well, we preach both hands on the ball. He literally is blaming the running back. When it's like, Coach, do your math. 37 seconds left. They don't have a timeout. There's literally 40 seconds between plays.
Just one time I want a coach to go to the podium and go, I'm a horse's bleep hole. That's it.
He did.
Any other questions? I effed up. I lost my mind. Yeah. I was drinking cocktails. Champagne cocktail. Whatever.
Kenny,
own the moment.
There was no excuse for that.
He has lost the right to coach football for money. He should be thrown in prison.
There's only a few times where if the AD walked down and said you're fired, it would be justified, and that's one.
You just take the knee. He goes, you sure about that?
Breaking news. We have a gambling ramification to Mario Cristobal. Big G had a 14-leg money line parlay. Miami, his lone loss. I have.
Oh, he's sitting in the chair with the empty empty tickets around him, the losing tickets.
Mario Cristobal ruined it all. Wow. Any other questions?
Yeah, just one more. Outside of the top couple programs in the country, we see quite a few fringe playoff teams: Washington, Oregon, USC, Alabama, Ohio State.
USC is not a playoff team.
Is this a year that helps the argument for expanded playoffs?
Yes. This year, if it was a 12-team playoff, would be electric.
Mm-hmm.
It would be nuts.
Because it really would be it would be styles versus in the fights, like who plays who. Because USC is showing
their ass.
We can't play. Like, why am I up at 2:00 in the morning watching this game?
I'm not. It's called bet whoever they play plus the points and go to bed.
I thought they were going to lose.
They should have. There's just no other way around.
It was like, wow, Arizona said, how about we try this new defense? 7 defensive backs on the field at all times.
Jed Fish doing a nice job. I know it doesn't show in the record. That's a hard program to win at. Jed Fish is getting some talent down there.
It really is, man.
Their receivers are nasty. That Cowing kid from UTEP is really good. Sorry, we're geeking out on Wildcat football. Call us with your favorite Tucson hotspot.
No, that's what this is for, and that is...
Oh, wait. I don't get to verbally assassinate Jimbo Fisher in this segment?
You sure can. I just didn't know if we had time, but go
You
for it.
hillbilly piece of garbage. 4th and 1 in plus territory, and you don't go for it? And then in the postgame, you go, well, if it was half a yard and not a whole yard, I would have. Oh, horse's ass. Jimbo Fisher is the most overrated coach in the history of sports. Jimbo Fisher has all the resources. I mean, golden toilets at the facility, all the recruits, all the money, everything. You're at home, and you can't beat this welfare government cheese version of Bama? You piece of hillbilly trash.
Yeah, Mike. There was a lot of things like that, because then you also have to wonder, why in the world did Marcus Freeman, with 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter and you're only down 9 points,
4th and 11,
and he goes for it on his own
I'll tell you
side
why.
of the
I'll tell you why.
field.
I think he knew my team is exhausted. We can't give the ball back because my defense is gassed. Rico, look at their schedule. They've played since week 0.
I understand, but it's
there's
like,
a reason Cash the Ticket was on Louisville plus 6.5. You're betting a spot, people.
And then guess what? Another night game this coming Saturday.
And I may have to bet.
Wait, it's USC, right?
Yeah, and USC is trash.
Oh, Notre Dame.
Okay. Oh, Rico's girding his loins. This is exciting.
One of the best helmets in college football.
And that is your college
Tremendous,
football
Kenneth.
blitz.
We've talked about capital mortgage funding for a long time. Home purchase market is just, it's insane. The multiple offers, the overbidding, the Rico breaking a camera. We have exciting things happening. Listen, you need an experienced lender now more than ever. Capital mortgage funding is exactly that. They're going to get you the best rate possible, which isn't great currently, but they're going to get you that pre-approval, and they'll at least streamline the process. I mean, it's already a painful endeavor buying a home right now. They'll at least make it as pain-free as possible. 1-800-LOW-RATE. That's Capital Mortgage Funding, the best mortgage banker. That's 1-800-LOW-RATE, Capital Mortgage Funding.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
Oh, we got a lot of people who are on the Lions record train. Yesterday was a great professional bludgeoning. It's what good teams do. And by the way, I'm happy to mix in Michigan because they did the same thing. Now, you don't get to say, well, you don't play anybody. It's how you play every bit as much as who you play.
True.
And now the last 2 weeks, Michigan has gone out on the road and exerted dominance. That gives you the right to say, okay, we're one of the best teams in America.
Yeah, because my thing was, man, you're barely beating these bad teams. So I don't know how good you are because you're struggling. Not the last 2 games.
Yeah, it's the same
now
thing.
you're showing me,
right,
this is who you are. And you're going to destroy people. And, yeah, you're going to cover. You're going to get your starters out the game. Like, when your starters are leaving in the beginning of the third, in the middle of the third quarter,
you're doing it right.
That's a sign of a great team.
Now, the problem, again, and this isn't their fault, they haven't faced a quarterback who can throw the ball. Literally, I mean, it's guys, Nebraska can't throw the forward pass. And this kid from Minnesota, I don't know how he ever had a profile where people were excited about the Greek rifle. That kid sucks. So, again, you kick their ass. The one unknown I have is you just haven't faced a team that can throw the ball.
Right, where it comes down to November 11th.
And I don't know that Penn State can.
I think Drew Aller can. But Penn State has a defense, number one, they're going to challenge you. And I do think that defense may be James Franklin proof, that even he can't screw it up.
Michigan will find out when Ewers dots him for 350 in the playoff. Let's party. He completed 23 of 24 after his Xanax start.
You know what? Good for him.
Okay, I know. Listen.
You know what? They get the moral victory award for the week.
There's no moral victory. They didn't play well. All right, but we're going to get to the callers in a minute. You want to go on the board? Because this involves you.
I was only imagining you with a sad burger at the bar watching.
No, it's all right. I mean, the way I've rationalized it is all my bets on Texas are in the futures, and those aren't really affected. As long as they make the Big 12 title game, I'll have a way to be all right.
You know what? And I have something that'll make you feel better later on in the week. I got a blitz for you.
I want to make you feel better. I have an interesting opportunity tonight. Mr. Hatchett, on the board, please. Okay, pretty simple. I want to offer you something. It's not the sexiest thing in the world. It's a little chalky, but I think you got a chance for 2 home baseball teams to bounce back tonight. And they're 2 of the best teams in baseball. The Atlanta Braves, money line, and the Los Angeles Dodgers, money line. Look, Dodgers, Kershaw didn't make it out of an inning. They blew up. It happened.
It's why I hate a month-long break in Major League Baseball.
I understand. So my point would be Braves and Dodgers money line is plus 170 if you put them together. I just think both home teams hold serve, get it done right.
Yeah.
You know, it just...
Yeah, the Braves haven't been shut out since, like, forever.
Right. I got a hard time believing both teams drop another one at home. I understand baseball is the land of underdogs. I understand I am the guy who advocates you don't bet favorites. If you wanted to bet tonight, I'd put those 2 together at plus 170 before I ever touch this football game this evening. I have no interest in Vegas Green Bay. Not putting money on it. Rico, your thoughts?
You can go a couple ways with this game tonight. I can give you some value. You could just take a Christian Watson anytime touchdown at plus 200. You can take a Romeo Dobbs plus 220. Not parlay, just individual. Or if you're feeling randy, you could take Green Bay money line.
Did you just go Austin Powers on everybody?
I did for you. Green Bay money line, Christian Watson anytime at plus 410.
You would have been proud of me. For the Cash the Ticket listeners, I put together a Laporta over yards, anytime touchdown plus Lions money line. for plus 560. Nice little hit there. I don't dabble in that, but I put it to Jim and I said, Cookies, in honor of Rico, let's give the people, because you couldn't get into a game laying 10 or taking the 10. I said, if you're going to play it, do this. Amon-Ra's not going to play. This kid's going to catch a touchdown. Pair it up, away you go.
The parlays can get you people. I mean, ask Big G. Miami killed his.
They're a losing proposition, but I'm offering value.
Yeah, you know what killed mine? The Niners were up too much, and they took Christian McCaffrey out 9 yards before I got my 60 yards rushing.
If you're just taking the 3.5 like me, you were on easy street. That game was on ice. God, you know what? Thank you. No slander, because I hate the Cowboys. Cowboys are Satan. Nothing better than seeing the Cowboys get bodied.
Nothing better than the crowd chanting, "We want Trey Lance."
248. No, you don't. Kenny, what do you got?
So hockey starts tomorrow. The NHL season will be underway.
Minus scissor hands.
And the Red Wings will make the playoffs. You can get that right now at plus 200, baby.
Hockey's
get a little Randy.
Back. Russian song is back.
The Michkov song.
That's
the Michkov melody.
What is it? Bedard opening up against Sidney Crosby, correct? Mm-hmm. Now, is Frozen Fiesta starting?
What is? Oh, yeah.
That's the 24th.
End of the month. Yeah, exactly.
ESPN2, that's going to be hockey's red zone. Kenny, I need you on your game in hockey, because what I'm not going to do is I want no part of Maction. I want to be able to lean into the NHL here shortly.
What's wrong with Maction?
Everything. It's impossible to bet.
Do you know how many units I was ahead at the end of last season? I was up like 20 units in hockey.
You know how many you have left?
Do it again.
Oh, okay, I've been doing it the last 2 years straight.
How many you have left, Kenny?
Well, that's a difference. We got to talk about that, all right?
Uh-oh. David, congratulations on your win against the Ravens. America, thanks
I will take the win, and
Kenny
I will
Pickett,
run far, far away.
Hey, by the way, another reason we do not draft running backs, we do not pay running backs. The Steelers' best running back is not the guy they took in the first round.
Correct.
It's the guy they signed out of a homeless shelter, Jaylen Warren.
Correct. You're exactly right. Najee Harris is
undrafted free agent. And he is awesome. Your team still sucks, but whatever.
The rest of the team is not good, but
What do you
whatever. Locking in right now. Just got news that UW's top two running receivers will be back against Oregon. So lock it in. minus 2.5. minus 2.5 for Washington over Oregon.
Yeah, well, they had to bye last
They
week.
did.
So, yeah, they were going to play it.
They're rested. They're healthy. They're at home. It's Bo Nix on the road. The game's going to be awesome. I lean UW, but I'm not ready to make a commitment.
I am.
I know, because you're Michael Penix's agent. All right, back to your calls. Lions, U of M, anything otherwise, 97.1. All right, it's FanDuel. And again, whether it's the same game parlay stuff that I don't dabble in very much, but we try to sprinkle it for cash ticket. Rico certainly all over the home run props. I can't get involved with hockey ones. I leave that alone. But maybe Kenny will offer you a Connor McDavid points prop. FanDuel's got more ways to play than anybody. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. They got something for our listeners as well. Special odds boosts. You took advantage of it for Panthers Lions. They had one out there on Sunday. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued now. Withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we went out to first base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really badly, and then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get Doug.
Yep.
King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotional as in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send off, which made you happy, but the sadness is this is the end and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. You don't really, we're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, you know, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or
Lions corner Emmanuel Mosley out for the year with a torn right ACL. He played a total of 2 plays this year for the Lions, tore his left ACL 1 year ago. Former Lions visiting 3-1 Tampa Bay Sunday right here on the ticket. Lions favored by 3 to 3.5. Bucks are bringing back their creamsicle uniforms of the 70s back for this one. The same uniform they lost their first 26 NFL games in. Lions have won 7 of the last 8 road games. Yeah, the same franchise that has the longest and second longest road losing streaks in the history of the NFL. Lions review tonight, 7, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Monday Night Football, Vegas hosting the Packers. Raiders favored by 2. Michigan stays number 2 in the latest AP college football poll. Michigan at MSU in East Lansing on October 21 takes place under the lights at 7:30. This weekend, Michigan hosting Indiana Saturday, MSU at Rutgers. MSU running back Jordan Simmons becomes the 3rd to enter the transfer portal since the firing of Mel Tucker. MSU ranked number 4 in the ESPN Way Too Early Top 25 college basketball poll behind Kansas, Duke, and Purdue. At the Ticket Update desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 97.1. It is 3 o'clock on a Monday. We're doing it a little different. Lions, obviously, are going to be your mainstay. But I want to at least mix Michigan in. They have put 2 elite performances together. I know if you're a Michigan fan and you were a little concerned. Like I told you, if you don't play anybody, then it's all about how you play. Well, you didn't play well the first month of the season. But now, last 2 weeks, you've exerted dominance. And that performance Saturday was virtuoso. That's what a Bama does. That's what a Georgia does. Mm-hmm. That's what an elite team does. Again, now this week you play Indiana. I mean, it's just, it really is disappointing. This is what the schedule is because you want data points against meaningful opponents. But in light of that, at least you're playing better football. I'd like to know where you're at with it. For the Lions, the Mosley news is the lone bummer. Outside of that, and J-Mo stinks. But the Mosley news sucks. He's your best corner. Played 2 plays. Blows out an ACL.
Which normally happens when you come back from one ACL, you put too much stress on the other, and done.
Yeah. It sucks. But they've got the ability. I would like to see them in the market as buyers. I think they have week by week, earn the right to be in that marketplace. And I'm not telling you magic bullets out there. I'm not talking about a star. But if there's a corner you like for depth purposes that can give you an option to Jerry Jacobs, interception aside, I think you're gonna have to be in the market. You got to go all in here.
And I don't even know what the contract details were, but I was a little disappointed that they didn't make a play to go get Randy Gregory last week.
Well,
I mean, even if you can cut him at the end of the year,
Broncos
he's only
are paying
good
for most of it, I believe, because they signed him for a $70 million tag.
Right.
I think they're paying a majority of it. I would have to look it up. By the way, another con artist. This Sean Payton is something else.
But yeah, I mean, you could have added to your defensive depth, brought him in. If he didn't work out, you could jettison him.
Yeah, I'd like to see a move. I think they're earning that right. Let's go to Will, 97.1. Hey, Will, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going, buddy? You all right?
Yeah, absolutely. What's up?
Hey, I got 15-2, man.
Whoa!
They lose one more game, maybe either to the Chargers or the Broncos.
All right, listen. If you show me
Broncos,
if you show me 7-1 at the bye, I'd be willing to entertain something dreamy like that. But they got 3 of the next 4 on the road. I can't go there yet.
Understandable, man. I believe it was that Kool-Aid my wife gave me that last drop.
That's okay. Hey, listen, Will, you got every right to have a good time with it, to dream a little bit, but I wouldn't predict the Niners to only lose 2 games. I wouldn't predict the Eagles to only lose. I can't do that in today's day and age. It's too hard.
But I look at the schedule, and Will's not that far off, Will. I question the Broncos.
Hey,
because
mark it down. Mark it down.
Okay.
Will, Garden City, 15-2. I'll call you back.
That's what we'll be here.
Yeah, at 15-2, you're the number 1 overall seed, or you're tied.
If they win 2 of the next 3 before the bye, I'll upgrade you to 11-5.
15-2, good chances.
Excuse me, 12-5.
Good chances. No, I'm saying according to Will, you got a bye week.
Do you know what's got a better chance of happening than Will's 15-2?
What's that?
What started out as sarcasm, but now I totally believe it. Those games against Minnesota aren't going to mean anything. This division's going to be wrapped up with 3 weeks to go.
No, I think that is true.
Wrap it up, David.
But in my
not something you're good at with all the kids. But my point would be, wrap it up, kids.
In my grand scheme, Minnesota, I think you still split with them.
Wrap it.
That's one of the games that I'm looking at that you'll probably split one. But yeah, the division,
wrap.
You may be right. Come Thanksgiving, you defeat the Packers, and the rest is just academic.
Hey, do what State did all those years ago. Have the banner rolled up. Minute the game's over on Thanksgiving, unfurl it.
Well, that didn't work out too well.
Mistakes for me. Let's go over to Chris, 97.1. Wasn't it against Purdue? Chris, what's up?
Wisconsin.
How are you guys doing this afternoon?
Good, Chris. What's up?
Well, I have something to say about the record that Rico may agree with, but may not. But I do want to make a comment. Yesterday really sealed at the end of the game for me that this is a different Lions team because we can go in and handle business. Like, wrapped it up clean with a bow. And I've never seen that. I've been watching for most of my life now.
I know it's different, but Chris, it's a different team. That's why I was offering BOGO coupons to anybody who wanted them, because you were that much better than Carolina, and you showed it.
And I believed you when you said it. It was great. So my record statement.
Yeah, let's hear it.
The way I see it, the only teams you could chalk up to potential losses for me are the Ravens, Chargers, Saints, and the Cowboys at the end of the season. So that would put you at about 12-5. Barring any injuries, best case scenario, I do think we're better than most, if not all, of the teams we played the rest of the season. We could very well be 16-1, but I'd have a lot of Kool-Aid along the way.
You know what, Chris? No, I think that's, to me, is I was looking at that 12-5. I probably would swap out the Bucs with the Ravens, because I think the Ravens are coming back from London that week that they're going to be playing the Lions.
Ooh, didn't know that. That's a good point.
And I would swap out New Orleans for probably the game at Minnesota. But other than that, I totally agree with you.
Look, the next 4 games hold the key to the dream sequence. 3 of them are on the road. All 3 of them are losable on the road. I don't think anybody would sit here and be mad. losing to the Bucs, Ravens, or Chargers. Now, obviously, it's a major problem. You lose to all three or even two of the three. If you want to dream, you got to win 3 of the next 4. That's the
Chargers,
dream.
And for the Chargers, you know what, guys? I know we got the bye week, but we're going to leave to go to L.A. a little bit early. We're going to get acclimated to the time so that we're not traveling from East Coast to West Coast too late in the week.
David, we have not checked in with Ticket Text, which is on me. So do you want to read a few of those here as we kind of continue a Football Monday?
Yeah, you were talking about bench players or starters being bench players. It says, to your point, Marvin Jones used to be a starter.
That's right.
Now he's a third stringer, Ron in Ann Arbor.
I'm glad he showed up yesterday.
Barring any key injuries, I think 13-4 is very possible for this team. At worst, we go 12-5, someone says, with losses against the Ravens, Chargers, Saints, and Cowboys. At absolute best, we went out and go 16-1.
Take it easy.
Ooh, boy.
Come on, guys. Take it easy.
Laporta, dollar for dollar, is the best player in the NFL.
Oh, hold on. All right, we're losing it.
Someone says you want to make a trade. Isn't it time for the Lions to go get Chase Young already?
No, it is not.
Okay.
Listen, it's not about stars necessarily. But if there are tactical ways you can make yourself better, I want the Lions being in that conversation as we head towards the trade deadline. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to say it. I am Rico, I didn't expect much. J-Mo's got a couple of weeks, but what I'm not going to do is slow this train down for him. Anytime they force him the ball, I think they're taking it away from people. Like, look, you know, right now who's an unsung hero of this team is Josh Reynolds. Mm-hmm. Josh Reynolds is a professional. Mm-hmm. Okay? He's going to block. He's reliable. I mean, he had a beautiful catch this weekend, but Jared Goff has a trust with Josh Reynolds. Mm-hmm. He will be where he's supposed to be, when he's supposed to be there, and he'll even catch the stuff that maybe I didn't do a good job on. Do you know what he doesn't have with J-Mo? Any of that. Mm-hmm. When you are inserting, look, J-Mo right now for me is no better than their 4th wide receiver. He has to earn his way back, and you don't do it by dropping. Here we go. People are going to be upset. He dropped that pass over the middle because he didn't want to get hit. Oh, easy for you to say, radio guy. Well, you know what? I don't get paid to play football.
Go back to New York.
Thank you. Where I would say the same thing. He saw that middle linebacker out of the corner of his eye, and he got alligator arms. I'm sorry, but if you want to endear yourself to this team.
No, you know what's funny is, and we haven't even talked about this, but the whole time I'm thinking at the end of the game, if I'm Brad Holmes, I'm running up the tunnel, I see the Carolina GM and say, hey, we can pack up J-Mo right now. He can reunite with his quarterback. Make me an offer. Make me an offer right here, right now.
I'm not ready to give up on him, but that was not a good return. It's not.
You know what good teams do? They realize when it's time to cut their losses.
Yeah, but he can still give a lot to this team, and I'll give him more chances. I'm saying on surface.
But if you wait too long, now you're stuck with him.
David, what do you want to do with that remark? He's taking it to a different place. I'm just talking about his return.
You know what? Let's stay positive.
No, I mean, you're in a wide receiver room that's built on toughness.
Yeah,
Marvin Jones is tough. Amon-Ra is tough. Josh Reynolds is tough. You cannot walk into that room and alligator arm a ball the way he did. You can't.
The problem is everything that he does is going to be under a microscope, but he put himself in this situation. You got to have that come to Jesus moment.
Okay.
Is this guy
You want a comparative?
our guy?
Let me give you a comparative. So in New York, Kayvon Thibodeau has 4 sacks. Giants have 5 total. He has 4 of them. All right, now on surface, you'd go, well, 4 sacks or at the quarter pole. Wow, he's having a really good year. You want to talk about being under a microscope? His body language sucks. He didn't celebrate his sack. He had a forced fumble. He had a recovery yesterday. And I'm going, what is going on here? That's what happens when you're a high-profile pick in a big town on the big stage. Everything is analyzed.
I was about to say, but maybe he's just pulling the Barry Sanders and not just hand the ball to the ref.
That's not him.
I'm not going to hot dog it.
He's the same guy who celebrated next to a dead quarterback last year doing snow angels. He's not the same guy this year. Something's going on.
You guys broke him.
May have. like Danny Dimes' neck. Weird what happens when you get a quarterback sacked 28 times in your first 5 weeks. 28. Another 7 yesterday. Only 6 of them against Jones because number 6 broke his neck.
Everybody can't be Eli, Mike.
No, everybody can't be Purdy in that privileged life he lives.
All the man does is win.
97-1.
Hello, I'm Michael.
Hi. David's on crack today, okay? David, didn't even see it there. Let me help you, David. Let me help you. You tell me it's time to talk about Serta. That's fine. You ambush me. But that's okay. I'll tell you the perfect way to sleep.
But because you had a good night's
68
sleep,
degrees. That's right.
you can do this.
See, David did not have a good night's sleep. There's a joke there somewhere, but we don't need to go there. The point is with Serta, the best mattress on the planet, the iComfort Eco. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, feeling restored. Or the perfect sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta mattresses made in Michigan have been for 110 years. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
All right,
you can say
straight
whatever
to
you
the
want.
people.
It's your mouth.
Whether it's Michigan, whether it's the Lions, we got the record stuff. We've got the Lions really growing up before your eyes, becoming a good football team. I thought Jared Goff had a nice comment on that. The other thing, look, we can talk about it. I'm not writing J-Mo off, but that was not the return you hoped for. You can't alligator arm a ball over the middle because you're going to get hit. That's exactly what happened. You won't convince me otherwise.
Yeah.
And when the announcers say it, you know it's bad. He didn't want to get hit, and he dropped a really important pass.
Yeah. When Dan and Lomas are like, you got to make that catch. Yeah.
So we go on to Tampa now, and we see what week 2 brings. Look, I told you I thought it was going to take weeks to get him integrated. I'm just making the point. You're a good team, and what I'm not going to do is slow down for him. You can either run at the speed of the bus so you can get aboard, or the bus is going down the road.
But I did like the fact that he was out there, great run blocking, sprung Montgomery for a touchdown. He had to keep blocking that, but you didn't draft him that high.
Yeah,
to
sorry.
block.
Yeah, I could get that out of a 7th rounder.
I just wanted to give some positives.
All right, let's go to Kyle, 97.1. Hi, Kyle. What's going on, buddy?
Hey guys, love the show. I just actually, now that you're saying this, I was just going to say, I think Jameson Williams is going to be gone by the trade deadline. How do you think the guys in the locker room are looking at him? Like, you can't teach speed like that. And for someone like Amon-Ra to work his butt off to be as good as he is, could you imagine if J-Mo was working that hard as Amon-Ra is, what kind of a receiver he would be?
Well, it's what's in front of him. This is his career in front of him right now. And he's on a good football team that's going to win a lot of games. He can choose to participate in that or not. But what I'm not going to do is spoon feed him. If I'm the Lions, I think they're approaching it right. And again, I have professionals who are helping us win. Like right here and now, could you look Josh Reynolds in the eye and say, I'm playing you less because of this guy? Hell no.
No way. I've got a quick comparison if you don't mind too.
Sure.
So I got quarterback 1, quarterback 2. Pass attempts, 120 versus 110. Passing yards, 950 to 1,000. Passing touchdowns, both have 7. These are second-year quarterbacks or their first 4 games. Can you guess who they are?
Go ahead, tell me.
Brock Purdy, Jared Goff.
Wow. I like it.
Put some respect on his name, Mike.
Yeah, and Goff was living a privileged life in L.A., and Purdy's doing the same thing.
Into.
That's right.
Or maybe we're just seeing Goff the prequel in Purdy.
Kyle, we're going to get Rico later. Sometime later this week, we're going to put him to the test. How many quarterbacks could do exactly what Purdy's doing if they were living the privileged life he is?
Could Danny Dimes do it?
Yes.
No.
Yes. Oh, yeah. 100% he could. And again, I'm not a Danny Dimes fan, Kyle. But bottom line is you get elite protection, you get an elite play caller, you got elite weapons. It's all schemed up.
You hate this man for some... Why do you hate this man
I don't
so much?
hate him. I just think it's laughable to assert that he's anywhere near
So
a top 10
basically,
QB.
he's just a homeless man who's just a quarterback. He's just the janitor.
Yeah, he's Ashy Larry at quarterback.
He still has to go out there and be the point guard of the team and distribute the ball.
The point is you're doing a light show. How many quarterbacks could do exactly what your man is doing? 2/3 of the league is the right answer.
No.
Okay, that's fine. Let's go over to Tanner, 97.1. What's up, Tanner?
Hey, guys. When I called in earlier, I was going to say we typically don't take Matthew McConaughey slander around here in Austin, but I'll make the exception on Saturday. It was too much.
Tanner, I was just saying, what kind of VIP pass does he have? He's dapping up players mid-game? He's out here with an audience with Sark pregame? I've never seen anything like it.
Well, he's on the bench for basketball, too.
It's unbelievable.
This isn't new.
Yeah, he does the voice of, like, whenever they do anything Texas, he's that voice.
Tanner, what does he donate? Is he Phil Knight?
A lot. He's a professor there. He's on the staff.
That's right. He is.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
he gets the special parking spot.
Unbelievable.
He does. Well, that wasn't the reason why I called, though. I wanted to say this morning you logged on to PFF, and our boy Jared Goff is the top quarterback on PFF today. So where I'm at with him, and I've called in plenty of times to talk about how we evaluate him in the future, but I got to say, if going on the road facing probably two of the top 3 defenses we'll face this year. If he shows out in those games on the road, it's time for the extension, guys. You have to.
Listen,
get it done now.
I've never argued it. I mean, whenever day it happens. Look, here's what I'm not going to do. And Tanner, look, I like Jim Costa. But Jim is a little rat when it comes to this topic, and he does the same thing with Danny Dimes. You are not given a choice. When you have a quarterback who's playing good football, whether it was Daniel Jones last year for the Giants or Jared Goff the last couple of years, you have to sign them. Mm-hmm. You can never offer your fan base or the media at large an explanation for not signing your quarterback, right? Mm-hmm. So what the Lions are doing that the Giants couldn't do is they're insulating Jared Goff. If Goff is going to be your quarterback, he needs elite protection. Yeah. They're offering that. Well, he needs a system. Now, again, you could pay Goff, and Ben Johnson could be the head coach somewhere next year, and it may not look as good. The point is, it's never going to be the topic of, how about that contract? If I have to hear Jim Costa about the contract, I go, Jim, I texted him last night. I ripped his head off. I go, I've had enough of you.
About what? The Oklahoma victory lap he took?
No, he can do whatever he wants. I don't care. Hey, he can enjoy it now. It ain't going to work out for him later. I said, what was your solution if the Giants don't sign Daniel Jones or if the Lions don't bring back? I said, go ahead, give me a real. He goes, the Giants could have brought in Aaron Rodgers. I go, well, first of all, we didn't have the cap space or the draft capital, but thank you. What else? How would Aaron have flourished? He would have come in, you would have given up capital you didn't have, blown out his Achilles, and we'd be starting Tyrod Taylor. I said, so try again for me. What was your realistic solution? What about Lamar? I go, no team traded for Lamar. Second of all, Lamar would have invoked his no-trade clause. So I'll say it to you again. What were the Giants supposed to do? Weird. All I saw was the 3 little dots for typing, and I got no message back.
Jimmy G?
Oh, he offered that one. I go, so you want to offer, after you win a playoff game, that you get rid of that guy to bring in another pumpkin? I go, this offensive line is getting this guy pressured on 2/3 of his dropbacks. He's been sacked 28 times. I go, look, you may not think Daniel Jones is any good. I said if Jared Goff were behind that offensive line, he'd look exactly the same way. So the reason I bring it up is you can't slander the Lions if they sign Goff and it doesn't look this good when Ben Johnson leaves. They don't have a choice.
See, I think that's why you haven't seen anything, because you want to see if Ben Johnson is gone. It's the whole Bill Belichick, Tom Brady.
Well, first of all, Bill Belichick should be fired. I'm just saying it.
It's too late for him to. The only thing he can do right now.
I need you in my office.
The only thing he can do right now is, Bill, you don't look well. As a matter of fact, I think you're sick. That's why you're going to retire. You're just going to go ahead and say, for health reasons, I'm going to go ahead and hop out this league.
It's good I don't own the team. I'd fire him.
I mean, but at this point, Mike, this is where, the people who have Robert Kraft's here. Hey, Rob, have a seat. What are we doing here? What?
They're not talented. They're not athletic. They have no quarterback. The product's awful. I mean, if you want, they are 32nd in special teams.
Right. We're watching Michael Jordan the final year as a Wizard. Like, this is embarrassing.
Wouldn't it be Sean
His
Kemp?
legacy is gone.
Wouldn't it be Kemp as a Cav in the powder blue uniforms?
Shaq as a Celtic.
No, Kemp couldn't jump anymore.
Right, but
I think that's worse.
Shaq couldn't walk.
Oh, okay.
Right, but it's one of those that when he was the big leprechaun, it's like, hey, your legacy is about to go down the drain. Let's walk away so we still think of you as a great coach. You don't want to end it this way. Not like this, Bill. No, not like this.
I would find a way to start over. He's 72. He ain't got time. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls coming up next. Football Today. Several topics in the hopper. More of your calls next. Hungry Howie's. It's the month of October. You know the drill. Every pizza you purchase from Hungry Howie's, a portion of the proceeds goes to the National Breast Cancer Foundation. They are trying to raise, and they will, $5 million. And again, whether you're up 52-10 and putting the barber PJ Fleck in a coffin, pizza's great. Or you're Michigan State, you're just celebrating the fact that it's a non-loss weekend, a.k.a. your bye. Pizza's great. It's Hungry Howie's. Dial up, order a pizza, and donate to a great cause, the National Breast Cancer Foundation, and their $5 million month of giving. It's Hungry Howie's.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we went out to first base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really badly, and then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get Doug.
Yep.
King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotionalized in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send-off, which made you happy, but the sadness is this is the end, and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. You don't really, we're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, you know, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at-bat. But,
that sucks.
Yeah, but other than that, though, yeah, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. If you got down there this weekend, you know, you got to see everything. It was really cool.
All right, we're going to get to the calls. We even mixed in a little college football. Michigan deserves some roses because, look, if we're going to slander who you play, we need to celebrate how you play. I feel like two teams took a major step this weekend. It was Michigan and Georgia. Georgia took a step because they just admitted what they are. They are one of the most explosive passing offenses in the country. Michigan just locked in for a second week in a row and just bombed the team. And again, I don't care if it's Minnesota or Nebraska. You don't go on the road and do that to people. 52-10, second play at a game of pick six. You took that game, you took P.J. Fleck, and you buried him. That's what elite teams do. Mm-hmm. So it's all we have to go on. I can't change your schedule. I still don't know what your team will look like when you face a quarterback because Lord knows you haven't played a team that could throw a forward pass. But two teams really impressed me. From a, hey, they're playing no one, but whoa, Kentucky's a ranked team. Kentucky just bombed Florida at home. They took Kentucky. They could have scored 80 if they wanted to. They really powered down.
It's what I wanted to see out of both teams. They were ranked number 1 and number 2, and I was just not impressed for the first month of the season. I didn't know how they were keeping that status, but now Georgia looks like they will be in the playoffs.
Less impressive, Georgia or Michigan the first 3-4 weeks, or Mel Tucker's moral compass?
Less impressive.
Hard push.
Georgia, Michigan.
Okay.
Tucker, look, the
longer this, I got to tell you, at least now.
Here's the thing. His moral compass wasn't that off. It's not like he did some stuff that most people don't do. It was just like, Mel, you're better than this. You picked the wrong person to do this.
Might be the dumbest guy on the planet. But other than that, good dude. Here's the other thing. There's no it's a coaching search is good for the soul. Like, I know we're going to get killed by Michigan. It doesn't even matter now. Like, we don't have a coach. It doesn't even have to be. Like, last year bugged me. We had a coach, bugged me. I knew we weren't very good, but it still bothered me. This?
It's almost like the COVID year all over again.
I'm just like, I hope both teams have fun.
COVID.
David, some ticket text. You know what? Let me go to the people. I lied to you. Let's go to Tyler, 97.1. What's up, Ty? How you doing?
Hey, happy Victory Monday, y'all.
Yes, sir. What's on your mind?
Yeah, just one thing. I want to get back to Chris's call. I find it would be really ironic if we went to Dallas and there was a big play of the game for pass interference, and then they picked up the flag.
Oh, payback for years ago. I see what you're doing, Tyler.
The other thing, I don't think it's crazy to think the Lions will be 7-1 at the bye. I think they'll be 6-2. I do think they'll lose one of these two. But I don't know. Time will tell.
If you make it to 7-1 at the bye, looking at the back half of this schedule, all you have to do is not get in your own way, not turn the ball over, and keep everybody healthy. And you're looking at the Chargers, the Bears at home, Packers at home, at the Saints, at Bears, Broncos, at Vikings, at Cowboys, Vikings.
Yeah, I'm focused on Tampa Bay. Let's go 1-0 this week.
Yeah.
Kenny agrees.
Okay, Dan Campbell.
Kenny's got a championship pedigree. He agrees.
Fans can look forward.
We're on to Tampa Bay.
Fans can look forward. Dan Campbell and the team, they're on to Tampa.
That's
fans. I mean, heck, when I'm just looking at this stretch.
I'm definitely not looking beyond the next 4 games. 3 of them are on the road. This is the show me what you're worth deal. This is the differentiator, the next 4 games, between just winning this division and making the playoffs, or are we a serious threat in this conference?
If you can at least split, I will give you the Chicago Bears as a palate cleanser. Just go out and you get the Bears. You can just do whatever you want with them, because by that time, they would have quit.
Let's go to Bryson, 97.1. Bryson, how are you today? Oops, wrong button. I'm an idiot. Now I go to Bryson. Or I'm an idiot and hit the wrong button again.
We're doing good.
Bryson, there you are. All right, 3rd time's a charm.
You got me now?
I have you loud and clear, and I'm sorry about that. What's up?
You're all good. I got a little 2-parter on Jameson.
Okay.
Did it feel too soon, like a week too early, a little too forced for you guys?
Yes. Yeah. I didn't want him to play this weekend.
I had the same exact feeling. It reminded me, now this is a wild card here, but since it's under the microscope so much, like Jordan Poole and Draymond and the Warriors last year, It felt too forced.
Look, it's part of why I said what I said, which is simple. I'm not slowing down for J-Mo. This is a winning football team, and I don't know how you look guys like Josh Reynolds in the eye or Laporta and go, you're going to get fewer targets or fewer snaps because ... J-Mo. To me, this team's just fine without him. He plays when he's tangibly better than the people I listed.
Yep. And that brings me to the second part of how much do you trust the 22-year-old who was told that he would be the reason why a team wins in his actions versus the regime, system, and infrastructure that Campbell and everybody's put in there.
Right.
Do you trust his actions, or do you trust this infrastructure that we have that's actually about toughness, winning, and by committee?
I trust the team. I mean, I defended the J-Mo
it's the
pick.
first time in a long time that I've trusted the team.
And I love J-Mo's ability. I remember what it was at Alabama. We're yet to see it in the pros. But would J-Mo be better served in a place that was learning how to win and he could put up numbers, get fed reps? Look, I don't think you're in the business of training wheels. Like, we're all sitting here, Bryson, and people are calling in going, we're going to win 12 games, 13 games, 11 games, whatever. You can't be training someone on the fly and do those things. You have to be a well-oiled machine. And when you put a guy in who didn't look ready, look, you're lucky you played Carolina. In another week, that drop or forcing a meaningless screen pass to him, that's the stuff that gets you beat. So I'm with you. Look, let's hope this week looks a lot better. They're going to take this thing on the road. You get away from all the noise. You get away from jerks like us. And let's see if he can do something in Tampa.
But here's the thing. You also you have the runway to bring him back in there because you're not playing a ton of – well, okay, you're going on the road. But after that, you can work him back into the offense because you're not playing great teams. Once again, not your fault. It's the schedule. But, yeah, after this little 2-game set, you don't play any world beaters.
I really wish you'd stop saying that, but okay. 248
because I believe in this.
539-9797. Moran Buick GMC. Fall is as busy as any season of the year. The new Acadia from Moran might be the answer. Seating up to 7. If you're one of these hockey families, youth sports, good Lord. GMC Acadia, 24 months, $266 a month, $19.99 down. You got a bunch of projects around the house, maybe a hunting trip. Hey, they got you covered. The 23 GMC Sierra 1500 from Moran. New stock arriving daily. Easy online ordering. They got you covered, man. Bottom line, it's MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. Check them out. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, since I'm the only serious one about broadcasting, I'll do football today by myself. Rico busy holding court out there telling old broadcasting stories. David, music, please. Now Rico's joined us. Now we can do football today.
Yeah,
David?
we're just going to start by saying this. The Cowboys are fake. They can dominate the bad teams, but when it comes to the real teams, they fold up like a lawn chair. 3 interceptions by Dak Prescott yesterday, and he was quoted after the game by saying this was the most humbling game he's ever played in and that he didn't see it coming. Did you not look at the tape?
I couldn't disagree more. Here's what it told me. Last night didn't say anything about the Cowboys. It said everything about the Niners. The Niners are by far and away the singular best football team I've watched this year. They are an absolute wagon, as Kenny says about hockey teams. They are the Bruins from this year. Now, playoffs, weird stuff happens. But right here, right now, you play San Francisco in San Francisco. There's no one within a touchdown of them. No one.
Yeah, it was just funny because you see Dak saying, I'm not going to throw 10 interceptions. Well, you almost got half of them last night. You got 3, you got 4 on the season. It just looked as if the Cowboys quit. Micah Parsons got neutralized. You didn't hear his name at all for the game. I mean, and then the Niners just kind of hit you with, okay, pick your poison. You're going to stop McCaffrey, you're going to stop Debo, we'll get you George Kittle.
Hey, here's Bill Mason. You're like, who?
So, yeah, I think last night what you saw was the Cowboys went Cowboys. And they showed you that, once again, it was just a bad weekend for the state of Texas.
It was a bad weekend for the state. I think the only team in the
Texas
state.
Tech won.
They're the only team that won in that state.
Well, I mean, the 2 main teams.
Well, you guys kind of touched on this earlier, but I want to get your full opinion on this. They lost 34-0 to New Orleans, which is the worst home loss under Bill Belichick, and they've been outscored 72-3 in their last 2 games. And yes, again, Mac Jones was benched. The era in New England is over for Bill Belichick.
But I don't think New England realizes it's over. Everybody else sees it, but for some reason, New England keeps thinking, okay, we're 1 game away from turning this around. It's like, guys, no, you're not. It's now embarrassing because you want to remember the good times. You want to remember the championship teams. You want to remember Belichick is one of the greatest coaches of all time, and each week he goes out there and just adds another layer of tarnish to his legacy. Somebody has to step in and just end it.
They've lost more games without Tom Brady than his entire career with him. 25 losses since he left, 24 his whole career. Look.
Yeah, Bill, take the L. It was Brady.
It's over. And to me, they're not talented. They're not athletic. Schematically, they look busted.
Right, they have nothing to make you look forward to anything.
And the roster moves he's making are embarrassing. The drafts have been horrific. They have not developed a quarterback. They still don't have weapons. And all the players they wanted to sign are doing great elsewhere. It's over. It's over.
Well, something is not over. The Dolphins seem to have the best offense, but is it the best offense since the greatest show on turf? There are numbers here. Most total yards in the first 5 games since the Rams. Most yards per play in first 5 games since the Rams. Points per game. They are just killing it left and right offensively. I mean, clearly they're better than them.
Listen, if Miami is able to get home field advantage in the playoffs, they're going to go to a Super Bowl. I believe that. Now, if they got to go to Arrowhead in January in 10-degree weather, they're going to lose. But Miami is unstoppable on their home field. They're unstoppable.
But see, I wonder when the...
Well, when the what?
I was going to say when the weather changes.
Oh, and it's 60 degrees in Miami?
But I'm just saying, H-Chain doesn't look like the type of bruising back. He's the speedster.
He's not. Hence, they got to have home games. I treat Miami like a dome team.
Yeah.
They can't go to Kansas City or Buffalo in the snow. Now, again, they damn near beat Buffalo in the playoffs last year. But this team here and now, with the way they're playing, Rico, they could, just like the greatest show on turf, they could do it if they stay at home.
Okay. Fair.
Then you will hit that team with a garbage can.
Well, the game is be in a dome in Vegas, so.
Wouldn't matter.
Yeah, I don't think that would matter.
You would physically batter them.
One game at a time.
Okay.
We are on to Cleveland.
So the Jets went into yesterday's game against the Broncos. Apparently they took it personal. The team wanted to win the game for their offensive coordinator, Nathaniel Hackett, and they did beat the Denver Broncos. My question to you is, I thought Sean Payton was supposed to fix everything in Denver. What is wrong there?
What was wrong with
I'll tell you.
Go ahead.
No, this is simple. The Denver Broncos are the singular most hopeless situation in the National Football League. They gave up 5 draft picks to get Russ Wilson. Russell Wilson's not just declining, he's done. Unlimited. His brain doesn't work. He can't process. He can't feel pressure.
The fumble at the end of the game is like
you had to know the guy was blitzing from pre-snap.
Right.
Now you're running away as if he's not there. Unlimited.
Throw it out of bounds.
I mean, he looked like he was on Quaaludes. Sean Payton, 4 straight 3-and-outs to start the half. Here's how you know Sean Payton's a bleep hole. Sauce Gardner exits the game hurt. The Jets are already down 2 other corners. So now your top 3 corners are out. You come out of a TV timeout. What does Sean Payton do? Double reverse. Huh? That's the Yin Yang Twins play of the week. Huh? It's the most hopeless situation. The quarterback's untradeable. The contract kicks in next year. They gave up 5 picks to get him. And Sean Payton just got de-pantsed by Nate Hackett, who he said did one of the worst coaching jobs he's ever seen. Huh?
Steve Madden.
Get off the phone.
I'm like, Russ, seriously.
He's terrible.
I mean, between Russell Wilson
Did you see the safety he took?
and Belichick, it's like, guys, not like this.
Hey, look, Peyton's team, they don't do anything well. Worst defense in football. Their special teams are a joke. They dropped another punt yesterday. Then you go offensively and you're like, I don't even know what we're hoping to do here. Peyton's big expenditures this offseason. Randy Gregory, Mike McGlinchey. I mean, absolute trash. And your quarterback can't process. Steve Madden. What do you want me to say? It's the most hopeless situation in football.
You know what the fun thing is?
Quaaludes.
No. That it's happening to other teams and it's not happening here. We're talking about great things. Hey, can this team only lose 3-4 games this year? Not, my God, the coach is horrible. The quarterback is horrible. What are we doing? We're not talking draft.
Correct. We are
sorry,
not
David.
talking draft.
Go ahead.
Let's get into this here because this happened Saturday. This isn't on the field related, but this owner decided to transport a whale all the way across the country, and the whale died. Well, he finally used that money to pay his running back. 3 years, $42 million for Jonathan Taylor, a $26.5 million guarantee. My question to you is with Derrick Henry, Austin Eckler, Barkley, Jacobs, and Pollard, does this change the market for them in the offseason now?
No, it's 14 a year. 14 is just slightly over franchise tag. No one's ever going to see the Christian McCaffrey deal again. Look, my problem is they could have accomplished this in the summer. Mm-hmm. But it also tells you just how much damn money these owners have. Think about it. Guy spent $24 million flying a whale to the Pacific, and he still got the 42 to go and sign his man a month later. Like, they're printing money.
And I honestly, a part of me really wanted him to say, now make sure you fly it over his house. Hey, Jonathan, walk outside for a second. Look up.
Oh, change that route real quick.
Yeah, there's the money you're asking me for. I know he's just going to end up in sushi, but you know what? Fly the whale.
I don't think orcas are served at omakase bars. I don't think that's how that works. I think Greenpeace would like a word with you.
Oh, my God.
No, I will say, though, with Jonathan Taylor and Zach Moss, that backfield, look, I know Richardson's out for a few weeks. Minshew has guided them to 2 wins. If you look at their schedule, they could be pesky here. Now, I don't think playoffs. But if Richardson comes back with him running it, that scheme, the O-line, and Jonathan Taylor, you could see a pathway where they could bust your ass on a random week and not be destitute.
Yeah, of the 3 rookie quarterbacks, only Bryce Young is just looking hopeless right now.
Well, let me end with this, Mike. And
you know what bothers me about Bryce Young?
Sure.
He's always smiling. What are you so happy about, son? You're down 21-0.
He can't smile?
No. There's no fun in losing.
He's the franchise QB.
Are
He's
you always
living
so
his-
happy, Bryce?
He's living his dream.
Yeah, you're right, because he doesn't have to do QB sneaks because he's too small.
He's just living his dream. He's happy and saying, you know what? I'm fortunate and blessed. I'm in the NFL. Think of all the quarterbacks who didn't make it this far.
Keebler's missing out, man. There's a brand deal there.
They are missing out. But let me give you this, Mike. Let me see if this is going to.
You know what? If I was his agent, I would be, no, you're not doing
Why?
Make money.
No.
You dress him up in the little outfit, you put him on there with the cartoon, and you do like Bryce biscuits or whatever. I don't know.
Him and Kyler.
What's
together.
in the Keebler lineup?
Right. It was like the Redskin who couldn't read doing Hooked on Phonics.
That'd be Dexter Manley.
Yeah. Dexter Manley. You want to do Hooked on Phonics?
Rosetta Stone with Dexter Manley.
No. No.
I think we're just going to end it right there.
Is
with
that a
Dexter
good place
Manley.
to stop?
We're
We've
just
hit the
gonna stop
Dexter
right
Manley
there.
portion of the
dead
deal.
cat bounce.
That is in football today.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we went out to first base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really badly, and then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get Doug.
Yep.
King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotional as in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send off, which made you happy, but the sadness is this is the end and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. You don't really, we're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation, as far as I'm watching, you know, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at bat.
Yeah, that
sucks. Yeah, but other than that, though, yeah, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. If you got down there this weekend, you know, you got to see everything. It was really cool.
Rough day for Lions cornerback Emmanuel Mosley. He's out for the year with a torn right ACL. He played a total of 2 plays this year for the Lions, tore his left ACL 1 year ago. Lions review tonight at 7 right here on 97.1. The ticket lines in Tampa Bay on Sunday. Monday Night Football, Vegas hosting the Packers. Raiders favored by 2. Michigan stays number 2 in the latest AP college football poll. It'll be under the lights this year when Michigan tackles Michigan State in East Lansing. That'll be at 7:30 p.m. on October 21st. Major League Baseball Divisional Series continues today. A couple of Game 2s. Phillies visit Atlanta, Arizona at L.A. Both road teams winning Game 1. The Red Wings open their regular season Thursday in New Jersey. Okay. The Wings have assigned veteran center Zach Aston Reese to Grand Rapids. Now, if you think the Wings can make the playoffs for the first time in over 7 years, you can go to BetMGM or FanDuel. They'll offer you 2-1 odds. Out of a panel of 16, count them, NHL.com national writers, only one writer picked the Wings to make the postseason. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, timeout. Before we get back to the football, that update offended me. Not anything Jeff did. It was the only one expert predicts the Red Wings to make the playoffs out of 16. Now, I don't want to go back to this stuff because it feels like a February show. But do you mean to tell me I've got to put up with another year of people making excuses for Yzerman? It is make the effing playoffs time.
You know what? Let's turn this over to hockey expert, one Kenneth Cott.
I will say this about hockey experts and people who call themselves like insiders. Rarely are they ever right about this sort of thing.
Oh, is this your personal feud with that athletic writer?
It has nothing to do with that guy. Also, I mean, he has been putting out some weird content. Well, that's besides the point. Leaving Mo Sider off a list of defensemen entirely. 5 tiers, not on the list.
Okay. Yeah. Hold on. If they don't make the playoffs,
I agree.
If you create a scenario where it's down to the wire, they miss it by a point. There's something heartbreaking. Okay, there's your middle ground.
Or
Kenny.
like DeBrincat or Larkin goes down with a big injury. And,
right. Like the whole team falls down the stairs together.
Yeah.
If they don't make the playoffs, that is an absolute failure.
It's a failure.
Mm-hmm. But yet, we've established that today.
But
I will deal with Steve Bots later.
Kenny told me that the other people are just overvaluing.
There are this is supposed to be the strongest division in hockey.
It is.
I don't think every team can stay this strong. I don't think Pittsburgh can stay strong. I don't think Boston can stay strong after losing their captain. There's a lot that has to go right for the Wings to make the playoffs, but they've built themselves into that team.
All right, so let me ask you a question.
I'm not saying win a Stanley Cup.
Can you bet
make
a
the
point
playoffs.
total? Do they do point total futures in the NHL?
I'm fairly certain you can.
Tell me what it will take to make the playoffs in the East. I have a number in mind. It was 95.5.
I was going to say mid-90s somewhere. Okay. That's what you're looking at?
95.5 gets you in. So with that said, and we'll get back to the football, but I'm fascinated by this because hockey does open up tomorrow. Kenny, what is the Wings point total over under?
I'm efforting it right now.
Okay, well, you effort that, David, ticket text, and I want that number.
I have the number right here.
Oh, you basically call Kenny stupid.
Yeah.
David.
I was thinking another word, but we'll go with stupid.
The number is 86.5 points.
Oh, come on. If they miss the playoffs by the better part of 10 points, Kenny, tell me right now, if the Wings end up with 86 points, your reaction is what?
It's a failure. I'm angry. I'm not calling for Steve Yzerman's head, but I'm starting to ask some questions. This is supposed to be the year that you make the playoffs.
So when would you ask for his head?
Year 12.
No, it would be a couple years down the road.
And we almost made it.
No, you could. This is what always makes me laugh. That if you criticize someone, You jump to conclusions that you want them gone. Nobody wants Steve Yzerman gone. But my point is, if they don't make the playoffs this year, it is fair to ask, what the F are we doing?
See, but here's the problem that I have, because I asked Kenny the same question pre-show. Everything I've been reading, and I mean everything, not just one site, not just one writer, has the Wings finishing 7th in the division. When I look at the over-unders right now, they are the second worst in the division. So everyone can't be wrong here, right?
Yes,
7th in the division.
And things...
Honestly, I don't understand the landscape of writers. I think the Red Wings have been bad for so long where they've just adopted that smell. And it's going to take actual results to get people to buy in.
You know, the last time we saw an over-under that seemed to be exceedingly negative, it was Michigan State. Why? What does Vegas know? Cutscene.
Oh, boy.
Uh-oh.
Oh, boy.
At 5.5 at minus 184. What's going on? And begin. 2-10. All right. Let's go to the people, though. And I'm not trying to turn this into NHL tonight. I was just surprised when Jeff Lesson in the update said only one of the 16 experts in the poll put the Wings in. If you said 4 or 5.
Oh, no. That's why Kenny
one?
was shot out of a cannon. He was not happy when I asked him about that. Between that and Scissorhands not being on the team.
Scissorhands.
Soderboom.
Sofenstein. That's his boy.
Right.
All right. David, ticket text, and we'll get to the callers. Get a football today. You missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind, but it's all Lions today, and it's also a little Michigan. Michigan's elevated their play the last 2 weeks. I feel much better about their prospects for getting this thing done. And right here, right now, I asked Rico. He won't let me do it. That future line against OSU is 3.5. How do I not bet Michigan right now?
You can't. Mike, you've taught me that.
I know, but Jesus.
You're first of all, you're telling Vegas, here's a free loan. Second, you don't know who's going to get injured.
Outside of McCarthy, does it matter? 248.
Yeah.
Okay, Zinter.
I was going to say Corn.
Oh, but come on. Donovan's going to change the game.
You asked me a question.
He is going to reinvent how we look at football.
In order, I would say JJ. I would say Corum. If Will Johnson goes down.
Well, I don't know anything about the rest of their secondary because they don't face anybody who can throw the ball.
And that's why I said if Will Johnson goes down, you're in trouble. Because at least he could take away one of the Ohio State wide receivers.
Okay, Sparty.
Come on, how is that Sparty?
I don't know. How is Donovan Edwards 4 carries for 19 yards revolutionizing the game?
I like Will Johnson.
I know that's Sparty.
Okay.
Hey, real quick, right here, right now, how many points would I need to give you to take State in 2 weeks?
You would probably have to give me like 32 points.
32, so 42-10 final. I need to give you 32?
Mm-hmm.
I might need 40. If they beat Rutgers and the kids have a little bit of life, maybe they could, hang around for a bit and not totally show the rest.
I think
if they lose to Rutgers this weekend,
no, but
52-0.
No, but here's the thing.
And Michigan burns the stadium down on their way out.
No, here's the thing. If Michigan does that, then Harbaugh's thinking small-minded because I would get my starters out the game. I don't want you guys either doing something stupid and getting ejected or getting hurt because you got State players with nothing to lose.
Let me tell you something. I know it doesn't necessarily work this way, but in my twisted mind, I actually, because all the power brokers will be there, Alan Haller, the whole bit, I hope Michigan literally demolishes the stadium and shows them just how far away they are from being relevant so that they might get off their ass and make an inspired hire.
No, you're right. But this would be kind of like how the
Are we wearing Go Blue? Are we going to have a banner that day? Should you and I touch the Go Blue banner?
Okay, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay.
I think this game could be a lot like what happened yesterday with the Lions and the Carolina Panthers, where
a complete embarrassment.
You jump ahead and then you go ahead and you get your starters out the game.
By the way, we're living in a world where MSU's a 7-point dog to Rutgers.
I'm still seeing 5.5.
I got 6.5. Okay. You want me to correct myself?
No. I'm saying
you're basically a touchdown dog to Bon Jovi. It's a problem. Rutgers.
What do you want me to say?
I blame you.
You blame me for everything, Mike.
That's all right.
Everything MSU related. Somehow it's like the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. David, it's always my fault.
It's not your fault. I know whose fault it is.
But yeah, for Michigan, you don't leave your guys in there.
I mean, Michigan the next 2 weeks, Indiana and Michigan State.
And
they are 34-point favorites over Indiana. They should be every bit of 30 against State.
They're 19.5 right now.
Over State?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. David, church fund right now. What's in the general fund?
Not doing this.
What's in the box? What's in the box? David, what's in the church fund? 19.5.
I have no idea.
David, am I a bad person if I bet against my own team?
No.
Yes, you're a bad person, but it has nothing to do with you betting against your own team.
You got to. Oh.
God, it's so biting on a Monday.
Make money.
You put the softball right down.
19.5. How do you not? Bet against State with me. Liberate yourself. Let's bet against State together. Make State great again.
You know what? This is where I just choose to hit the gambling portal. I'm hitting the gambling IR. I'm just going to take this week off.
I don't want to watch the game. So if I bet it, there's like a surprise to open up. Like, oh, I won.
I haven't. You know what? It depends on what. I haven't reached the point where I'm hate betting against my own.
If they lose to Rutgers, you're betting against State with me.
I haven't reached that point yet. But yes, if that happens, then I'll take your money and I'll bet against them.
Oh, Greg Shia. Can you imagine State gets blown out by Rutgers? David, come on. What do we want to do, David?
I just can't believe you're an underdog to Rutgers.
David. What's in the general fund?
I have no idea.
Yes, you do. You run the church. You already said your uncle's a has-been.
I do not run the church.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
David
Ohio State.
David behind the scenes in the political racket of the church is mobilizing a coup against his own uncle.
I don't want that job. I don't. So
what, head pastor in charge?
I don't need that.
HPIC?
It's like a scene out The Sopranos.
It's 19.5, you're sure?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right here.
Oh, my God. How do we not bet that?
Ohio State's a 6.5 favorite over Penn State that same day.
I take Penn State all day. 248-539-9797. All right, when your furnace goes out, you need reliable service. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered. Locally owned, 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, electrical, you name it. Generators in stock and on sale. Mastercraft, if they can't get you same day, they'll take $100 off that next day service call. Visit mastercraftheating.com.
obviously we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good.
All right, let's get to the people. Big Monday, though. Lions professional performance, 4-1. Now we get to see the separator, meaning the next 4 games, 3 are on the road. They're against quality opponents. You come out of the next 4, 3-1. We're sitting at 7-2. I think then you have a right to dream about seeding. And look, for right now, Kenny and I have the same approach. We are on to Tampa Bay. Let's win the week. Win the day, as they say at Oregon.
And I say think bigger.
I know you're like 16-1, YOLO.
Let's just think bigger, man.
That's
Let's
because
embrace the fact it's a good team. And you know what you can
They
do
are
with good teams? You can start looking down the line saying, okay, if we win this one, this one, this one. It's the same how you look at the
Rico,
Michigan schedule.
1 play at a time.
2
1
games.
series at a time. 1 game at a time.
Okay.
2
we
games.
are
on to Tampa Bay.
Okay.
We're not, and that's it.
Well, look, I'm the guy who offered you BOGO, so apparently I'm just dreaming big.
No,
I believe in this
easy
team.
to do. The other team's got Gary Coleman at quarterback.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
come
come on.
It's the NFL, and anybody could. You can't say
I'm
that.
worried about Bryce Young.
No, but I kept saying, like, guys, you're better than this team.
He's so
Bryce Young's not
small.
going to beat you. That has nothing to do with it.
He makes Kyler look like Manute Bol.
It's not the height; it's the fact that he has 0 around.
He also does not look fast. All right, other than that, he looks great. Let's go to Ian, 97.1. What's up, Ian?
Gentlemen, good afternoon.
What's up, Ian?
I'm down here in Indianapolis. I live here, but I listen every day. Just want to say I love the show.
Appreciate that.
I am a Spartan grad, class of 2018. My college team has opened my heart to hate, but my professional team has opened my heart to love, and I invite you all to do the same. I'm currently sitting here playing NCAA 2004 Dynasty mode and beating teams by 100 because it's the only thing that makes me feel better about Michigan State football. But with the Lions, I'm looking way ahead down the schedule. There's really only a couple of teams left on the schedule that scare me. And that's the Cowboys and potentially the Chargers, despite Brandon Staley being Brandon Staley. I think Justin Herbert presents a real challenge for our defense. But I'm hoping that we can get to at least 13 wins this season. I want to know if that sounds reasonable to you guys. Mike, I know you're not trying to look too far ahead, but
no, I mean, I
with
thought
the way we've been playing the last few weeks.
Yeah, start of the year, I thought they were an 11-6 team. Now, clearly, I believe they can do more than that, but you understand my point. I mean, look, it wouldn't surprise me in the least. You go on the road against a Tampa team off a bye week at home, and maybe you lose a hard-fought game. If you are able to get to the bye at 6-2, I'll take it more seriously. Like, you know what? We are a 12-win team, or maybe 13. But I mean, Ian, I'm just trying to approach it with the Lions the same way I approach it with my teams, very carefully in the NFL. Unless you're Rico and you're born on third base, it's different.
Mm-hmm. Do you know, fun fact, David? I'm sorry, Ian. Fun fact, guys. Do you realize that the Giants have won the Super Bowl more recently than the privileged team?
It doesn't matter.
Just want to throw
they
that
have
out.
not been consistent winners.
Ian, the Niners haven't won since 94. Ian, I'll put it like this. I'm with you. I think that they can get to maybe 12-5, 13-4. The only thing that I would worry about is late in the year, you got to make that choice. Do we rest some guys and get ready for the playoffs instead of playing them in some meaningless games against Minnesota?
No, I agree. I think those Minnesota games and, potentially the Cowboys game, depending on how it looks for seeding, you maybe think about resting some starters. But just as far, Rico, as your life of privilege goes, if you gave me 13.5 over-under quarterbacks who could do that role for Brock Purdy, I'd take the over.
Same. Wow. I take over 15.5.
Slander.
It's not slander. It's a compliment to the infrastructure that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have built and the toys and the blessings you are given.
I think it's taken away from what this young man has done.
Well, then you know what? Put Brock Purdy somewhere else and let's see him cook. The issue is he wouldn't be able to turn the stove on.
The thing is, Mike, it's kind of like your schedule. You get drafted by the team that you get drafted to, and you play the schedule that you play.
And
you can sit here and say,
and guess what? If your lot in life is you were born as the right sperm sample and you're born into the right family, it's the same bit.
He was drafted in the final pick. It's not like he was a throwaway guy who earned his way to start. And you're just taking it all away from this man.
I mean, it's just it must be nice.
Did he earn his way to start, or did everyone just get hurt in front of him?
Everyone died in front of him.
Wow. But yet you get on cookies for Jared Goff.
You know what? Then sign him to a $200 million deal.
Your cookies for and Jared Goff. You just won't let this thing go.
Jared Goff is superior to Brock Purdy in every way, shape, and form.
Purdy looks like a young Jared Goff to me.
No, he doesn't. Brock Purdy's a rat.
I've had enough.
Lost. I've had enough.
Are you just jealous?
Jared Goff is a former #1 overall pick.
I'm talking about what they've done on the field. If anything, you got it. He was the last pick. You got to give this man some respect.
I don't have to do anything.
I guess not.
I bet on your team last night. There's respect. And I was happy to see you crush the Cowboys.
You hate the Cowboys. And there it is. You hate the Cowboys.
Over under 16.5 quarterbacks in this league that could do what Purdy's doing. I take the over. I might take the over on 20.
Wow.
I'll tell you right now, C.J. Stroud could do what he's doing.
So C.J. Stroud can walk in there and never lose a game.
100%.
Okay.
Processes, doesn't react to pressure. You get all the toys. Look at how Stroud's playing with nothing in Houston and then put him in Frisco. Here's what'll really break your ass. Danny Dimes could do the same thing. Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Provided he wasn't in a neck brace. But you get my point.
It's always a caveat.
248-539-9797.
Okay, next up, against the Browns, you know what? They're going to put an orange pylon back there. Let's see if that guy can lead them to a victory. It's so easy.
I don't think Watson could do it. Watson isn't processing.
No, let's just get a cone and just put it back there.
Oh.
Just an actual orange cone.
Jazzy Cat in the cone?
Yeah, just a cone. Just stick the cone in.
Kenny dressed as an ice cream cone could lead the Niners to a Super Bowl.
So Brock Purdy's better than Jared Goff. Iserman deserves 10 more years. What the hell's going on this show?
That's exactly right. Thank you, Roberta. It's outrageous. You don't even remember the last time your team lost. Where do you get off talking to Lions fans?
They lost to the Kansas City Chiefs. They were 3-4 on the verge of not making the playoffs.
It was a year ago. You pile of garbage. 248-539-9797.
3-4, man. The season was in jeopardy.
That's nice. All right. Yeah, that's like saying Jeff Bezos was down to his last billion. Oh, cry for me.
Hey, man.
I mean, Christ, Rico.
We were struggling. We were down there with the Lions in the bottom of the graphic.
It's football season. Turn his microphone off. What a disgrace. Here's a twist. Can you imagine driving the length of a football field at 55 blindfolded? It would take 4.5 seconds. That's how long it takes someone to respond to a text while driving, which is surely enough time to kill you. Distracted driving is a massive problem. That's why you need life insurance. You need to call Mike Purpura, National Benefit Plans. He'll take care of you ASAP. Call 877-734-2200. He'll shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. Guarantee you the best possible rate. In the event of that car accident or devastating diagnosis, they got you covered. Mike Purpura, call him now, 877-734-2200, or go on the web to nbphealth.com. And remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was wow, this is.
I thought we went out to first base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really badly. And then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get Doug. Yeah. King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotionalized in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send-off, which made you happy, but the sadness is this is the end, and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. We're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, you know, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at-bat. But,
that sucks.
Yeah, but other than that, though, yeah, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. If you got down there this weekend, you know, you got to see everything. It was really cool.
All right, we're going to get back to your calls momentarily. It's a football Monday. Every damn day is football. But let's check in on the world of college football. To that, we go to Kenneth Thickcott.
Indeed, Oklahoma proved that Texas might not be back. Texas dropped all the way to 9th in the rankings, by the way. Is that a little bit aggressive?
I think it's so stupid. Like, I laugh how you don't drop for playing no one. Texas has the most impressive victory at Alabama. They dropped a bomb on a ranked team at home in Kansas. And they play an all-time classic against a borderline top 10 team on a neutral field. And you drop them to 9th? But again,
9th in the AP.
Yeah.
11 in the coaches.
And again, my question is why? What is your justification? They played a classic, a 34-30 final with a touchdown with 17 seconds to go.
It goes to show you why the polls are useless, because
garbage.
If anything, you don't punish a team for barely losing a game in the last minute. Now, if it was a 30-point blowout, yeah, you're gonna drop.
That's
far.
different. If it was 49-3 or something, that's different.
But I guess they just said, well, you lost, so everybody else who won a game move over one seat, and that was the first seat that was empty.
The Rico Beard Power Rank has more weight to the masses than the AP poll. These idiot writers didn't even watch the game. They were busy covering whatever dead-end team they cover.
On that note, do you think Oklahoma should be higher, having beaten one of the best teams in the country? Should they be in the top 4?
No. That's not a top 5 team. They're lucky Texas played their B- game.
Well, maybe. Maybe because you look at Ohio State struggled. They won.
OSU's not a playoff team, and Oklahoma's not a playoff team.
But I'm saying Ohio State's sitting there at 3.
Too high.
And Oklahoma's sitting there at 5. Maybe you swap them, move Florida State to 3, Oklahoma to 4, Ohio State to...
You can do whatever you want. Yeah. Oklahoma's not a playoff team. Wow. If Oklahoma goes to the playoffs, they'll lose by 30 if they play Michigan or if they play Georgia.
So what does that say about Texas?
Texas had a bad day.
Love you, man.
I mean, hey, listen, Quinn Ewers starts the game. He throws a pick into triple coverage. That's not about Oklahoma. He throws another pick off a receiver's hands at the 2-yard line. That's not Oklahoma. They clown car a goal line possession by deciding we're bringing in the refrigerator Perry for 3 straight plays when you're not an under center team. They blow a coverage on the last play. Hey, listen, it's all good. Oh, they drop an interception in the end zone. They played a bad game. They played sloppy. We'll get him in Arlington. We're good. Here's my question. What type of lanyard does Matthew McConaughey possess that he's talking to Sark at the 50? He's on the sideline.
He's dapping up players.
Dapping players. He's got a headset. What kind of VIP package does Matthew McConaughey have?
It's the all right lanyard.
I've never seen anything like it.
He's Matthew. He's their most famous. But every school has that guy, Mike.
But Snoop Dogg didn't get that with USC back in the day.
But Snoop Dogg is not that big time booster. Like
does McConaughey donate?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like shirtless at one point.
Well, think about it. It's like back in the day with Luther Campbell in Miami. He could get Uncle Luke could go wherever he wanted with the Hurricanes.
Was he on the field with Jimmy Johnson?
Yeah, he was running out the team with the smoke and all of that.
They were cutting away from the pregame, and it's him and Sark chopping it up. I'm going, isn't this the time he's supposed to be talking to Venables?
No, because Stark knows, hey, I'm with Matthew McConaughey. I may get a couple more recruits. So, hey,
here's a PSA, and we'll move on to the rest of Kenny's Blitz. If it's 4th and goal from the 1-foot line, can we not throw a screen pass? Please, it's a dumb play call. Oh.
So Georgia blows out Kentucky 51-13. I'll be selfish here. You all weren't sure about Georgia last week and the weeks leading up to this game. How much have things changed with Georgia in your mind?
A lot, and I'll tell you why. They stopped pretending. You're not a power running team. With McConkey, with Rah-Rah, with Lovett, and with Bowers, Carson Beck is figuring it out. He could have thrown for 700 yards Saturday night. That's not even hyperbole. He had 300 at the half against Kentucky, and they left some points on the field. Their passing game right now is second only to Washington. I'm not kidding. It is as potent and diverse and dominant. And again, Bowers is a unicorn. You can't cover him. There's nothing you can do.
I mean, you beat Kentucky.
Rico, say something nice about Georgia.
Wait a minute. They didn't just beat Kentucky.
Mike, I got to listen to him all morning long. So.
Oh, okay. My bad.
No. If Kenny's not listening, it's what I've been waiting to see Georgia do. It's the same way I praised Michigan last week. If you're number one, show me you're number one.
Yeah.
Just quit this. Okay, we're gonna pull away in the fourth quarter. I don't want to see that.
Michigan and Georgia right now are 1-2 in the Rico Power Poll.
I'll give you a hint. They're all in the top 3.
Done. No slander. Go ahead.
So I want to play a game with you all called Explain It to Me Like I'm 5. Miami.
No.
Explain it to me like I'm 5.
Okay, so Kenny.
No.
Here's what happened.
No.
You turn around and you have to run out the clock. But seriously, I had to look to see if there was any betting ramifications on, because this looked like a coach who knew I'm going to hook up my fan base
real quick
with something.
Because Rico's not providing context. Unless you're a loser, you weren't watching Miami, Georgia Tech. 37 seconds to go, and Georgia Tech doesn't have a timeout. Miami 1st and 10 at their own 30 or whatever it is. You take a knee. You take a knee. You take a knee.
Right.
You take a knee. You take a knee.
So on third
down. Wait, Mario Cristobal is shoving his head up his and they ran it. Fumble! Georgia Tech gets the ball. Moonball by Haynes King. Touchdown, they lose, and Miami's players are on the bench going, what the...
They're crying.
4 plays
I felt
later.
horrible for the kid.
4 plays later, there's a touchdown wide open. What happened?
Here's your problem. That's not the first time Cristobal's done this. Because I remember the last time he did it, because he effed me out of money. It was Oregon at home hosting Stanford. 3rd down, 40 seconds to go. Stanford has 1 timeout. Don't care. I have the ball. It's 2nd down. 2nd down, they have 1 timeout.
Yeah.
You kneel, we're going home.
Yep.
He hands it to Shane Vereen, left side towards the sideline. Fumble.
Oh, how about this?
Stanford beats him.
How about this? Instead of just owning it and saying, God, I screwed up again. Well, we preach both hands on the ball. He literally is blaming the running back. When it's like, coach, do your math. 37 seconds left. They don't have a timeout. There's literally 40 seconds between plays.
Just one time I want a coach to go to the podium and go, I'm a horse's bleep hole. That's it.
He did.
Any other questions? I effed up. I lost my mind.
Yeah.
I was drinking cocktails. Champagne cocktail. Whatever.
Kenny,
own the moment.
There was no excuse for that.
He has lost the right to coach football for money. He should be thrown in prison.
There's only a few times where if the AD walked down and said you're fired, it would be justified, and that's one.
You just take the knee. He goes, "You sure about that?"
Breaking news. We have a gambling ramification to Mario Cristobal. Big G had a 14-leg money line parlay. Miami, his lone loss. I have.
Oh, he's sitting in the chair with the empty tickets around him, the losing tickets.
Mario Cristobal ruined it all.
Wow.
Any other questions?
Yeah, just one more. Outside of the top couple programs in the country, we see quite a few fringe playoff teams: Washington, Oregon, USC, Alabama, Ohio State.
USC is not a playoff team.
Is this a year that helps the argument for expanded playoffs?
Yes. This year, if it was a 12-team playoff, would be electric.
Mm-hmm.
It would be nuts.
Because it really would be it would be styles versus in the fights, like who plays who. Because USC is showing
their ass.
We can't play. Like, why am I up at 2:00 in the morning watching this game?
I'm not. It's called bet whoever they play plus the points and go to bed.
I thought they were going to lose.
They should have. There's just no other way around.
It was like, wow, Arizona said, how about we try this new defense? 7 defensive backs on the field at all times.
Jed Fish doing a nice job. I know it doesn't show in the record. That's a hard program to win at. Jed Fish is getting some talent down there.
It really is, man.
Their receivers are nasty. That Cowing kid from UTEP is really good. Sorry, we're geeking out on Wildcat football. Call us with your favorite Tucson hotspot.
No, that's what this is for, and that is...
Oh, wait. I don't get to verbally assassinate Jimbo Fisher in this segment?
You sure can. I just didn't know if we had time, but go
You
for it.
hillbilly piece of garbage. 4th and 1 in plus territory, and you don't go for it? And then in the postgame, you go, well, if it was half a yard and not a whole yard, I would have. Oh, horse's ass. Jimbo Fisher is the most overrated coach in the history of sports. Jimbo Fisher has all the resources. I mean, golden toilets at the facility, all the recruits, all the money, everything. You're at home, and you can't beat this welfare government cheese version of Bama? You piece of hillbilly trash.
Yeah, Mike. There was a lot of things like that, because then you also have to wonder, why in the world did Marcus Freeman, with 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter and you're only down 9 points,
4th and 11,
and he goes for it on his own side of the field?
I'll tell you why. I think he knew my team is exhausted. We can't give the ball back because my defense is gassed. Rico, look at their schedule. They've played since week 0.
I understand, but it's
there's a reason Cash the Ticket was on Louisville plus 6.5. You're betting a spot, people.
And then guess what? Another night game this coming Saturday.
And I may have to bet.
Wait, it's USC, right?
Yeah, and USC is trash.
Oh, Notre Dame.
Okay. Oh, Rico's girding his loins. This is exciting.
One of the best helmets in college football.
And that is your college
Tremendous,
football
Kenneth.
blitz.
All right, we're going to get back to your calls momentarily. It's a football Monday. Every damn day is football. But let's check in on the world of college football. To that, we go to Kenneth Thickcott.
Indeed, Oklahoma proved that Texas might not be back. Texas dropped all the way to 9th in the rankings, by the way. Is that a little bit aggressive?
I think it's so stupid. Like, I laugh how you don't drop for playing no one. Texas has the most impressive victory at Alabama. They dropped a bomb on a ranked team at home in Kansas. And they play an all-time classic against a borderline top 10 team on a neutral field. And you drop them to 9th? But again, college football is as good as it gets.
Yeah, 11 in the coaches.
So and again, my question is why?
You're Michigan.
What's
you're on a title drive.
what is your justification? They played a classic, a 34-30 final with a touchdown with 17 seconds to go.
It goes to show you why the polls are useless, because if anything, you don't punish a team for barely losing a game in the last minute. Now, if it was a 30-point blowout, yeah, you're going to drop.
That's different. If it was 49-3 or something, that's different.
But I guess they just said, well, you lost, so everybody else who won a game move over one seat, and that was the first seat that was in.
Rico Beard Power Rank has more weight for the
Rookie
masses than the AP.
Please drink
These idiot writers didn't even watch the game. They were busy covering whatever dead-end team they cover.
On that note, do you think Oklahoma should be higher, having beaten one of the best teams in the country? Should they be in the top 4?
No. That's not a top 5 team. They're lucky Texas played their B- game.
Well, maybe. Maybe because you look at Ohio State struggled. They won.
OSU's not a playoff team, and Oklahoma's not a playoff team.
But I'm saying Ohio State sitting there at 3.
Too high.
And Oklahoma sitting there at 5. Maybe
Too
you
high.
swap them, move Florida State to 3, Oklahoma to 4, Ohio State to...
You can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Oklahoma's not a playoff team.
Wow.
If Oklahoma goes to the playoffs, they'll lose by 30 if they play Michigan or if they play Georgia.
So what does that say about Texas?
Texas had a bad day.
Love you, man.
I mean, hey, listen, Quinn Ewers starts the game. He throws a pick into triple coverage. That's not about Oklahoma. He throws another pick off a receiver's hands at the 2-yard line. That's not Oklahoma. They clown car a goal line possession by deciding we're bringing in the refrigerator Perry for 3 straight plays when you're not an under center team. They blow a coverage on the last play. Hey, listen, it's all good. Oh, they drop an interception in the end zone. They played a bad game. They played sloppy. We'll get him in Arlington. We're good. Here's my question. What type of lanyard does Matthew McConaughey possess that he's talking to Sark at the 50? He's on the sideline.
He's dapping up players.
He's got a headset. What kind of VIP package does Matthew McConaughey have?
It's the all right lanyard.
I've never seen anything like it.
He's their most famous. But every school has that guy, Mike.
But Snoop Dogg didn't get that with USC back in the day.
But Snoop Dogg is not that big time booster. Like
does McConaughey donate?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like shirtless at one point.
Oh, think about it. It's like back in the day with Luther Campbell in Miami. Uncle Luke could go wherever he wanted with the Hurricanes.
Was he on the field with Jimmy Johnson?
Yeah, he was running out the team with the smoke and all of that.
They were cutting away from the pregame, and it's him and Sark chopping it up. I'm going, isn't this the time he's supposed to be talking to Venables?
No, because Stark knows, hey, I'm with Matthew McConaughey. I may get a couple more recruits. So, hey,
here's a PSA, and we'll move on to the rest of Kenny's Blitz. If it's 4th and goal from the 1-foot line, can we not throw a screen pass? Please, it's a dumb play call. Oh.
So Georgia blows out Kentucky 51-13. I'll be selfish here. You all weren't sure about Georgia last week and the weeks leading up to this game. How much have things changed with Georgia in your mind?
A lot, and I'll tell you why. They stopped pretending. You're not a power running team. With McConkey, with Rah-Rah, with Lovett, and with Bowers, Carson Beck is figuring it out. He could have thrown for 700 yards Saturday night. That's not even hyperbole. He had 300 at the half against Kentucky, and they left some points on the field. Their passing game right now is second only to Washington. I'm not kidding. It is as potent and diverse and dominant. And again, Bowers is a unicorn. You can't cover him. There's nothing you can do.
I mean, you beat Kentucky.
Rico, say something nice about Georgia.
Wait a minute. They didn't just beat Kentucky.
Mike, I got to listen.
All right. Football Monday. Lions and some U of M. We're going to get to the phones in a second. David on the ticket text. We'll reset everything at 5 o'clock. The key notes are the Lions are growing up before our eyes. Business trip. Go to the stadium, beat up on a bad team, and go home. We also talked a little bit about J-Mo, talked a little bit about Sam Laporta. The J-Mo stuff, that's why I didn't want him to play. And if you're going to go over the middle and alligator arm a ball, it didn't cost you against Carolina. It's going to cost you against a real team. And frankly, nice block when you're in there in the Montgomery run. Alligator arming a ball for a team built on toughness, that's not going to work. Sam Laporta, it's simple. You've drafted the next great tight end in the National Football League. I'm convinced of it. I'm convinced. When you are dialing up shot plays for your tight end, he's a star. when he is arguably 1 and 1A in the red zone. He's a star. Sam Laporta has a shot to be, I think he is. He's going to be one of the 3 best tight ends in this game. And you drafted him, and it looks like a home run.
Yeah, I didn't think he was going to be this good this early.
No.
Normally, it takes a tight end maybe 2-3 years to really do what he's doing.
Outside of quarterback, hardest position to learn as a young player offensively. So
because it's a lot different than college. And, yeah, you're going up against linebackers who are just as fast and just as big as you are safeties. And he's just making it look so easy. Yeah, this is – and with the play action with Montgomery, like – yeah, they did a good job in the offseason, starting with, the second round in the draft.
Oh, Brian Branch and Laporta are clearly better than Jack Campbell and Jahmyr Gibbs thus far.
Yeah.
So what you're hoping to do is bat 50% on picks. And it's not that the first 2 guys aren't going to be any good. It's just right off the rip, the second rounders look like
they're ready.
Rising stars on each side of the ball.
Yeah, they both hit the ground running and look like they've been in the league for a while. Like, these are future stars, future captains of this team that you can build around. Safe to say, I think both guys will get that second deal.
And then for Michigan, what we brought up is simple. Who you play is one thing, how you play is another. And they've played A-plus football the last 2 weeks. I don't care who you're playing. They have butchered the 2 teams they faced. That's what you're expecting if you're going to win a national championship. That's what you're going to need to put on display for 4, 6, 8 weeks in a row. If you're really going to do this, you have to play A-plus ball. Mm-hmm. And we're not going to know much about you until you go to Happy Valley. But in the meantime, yeah, that works. Like the way you played against Minnesota, that's awesome. I don't have an answer for whether your secondary is any good beyond Will Johnson because you don't face anyone who throws a forward pass. And if I had the answer to what's wrong with Donovan Edwards, I'd give it to you. I don't.
I felt so bad because I thought he was going to break the streak and get that touchdown.
I don't.
Stop it.
When you're putting yourself in the same manner as Muhammad Ali, we're done here.
I'm just trying to stay positive.
Humble up. 248-539-9797. David on the ticket text.
Jason in Heartland, 14-3. Lions will drop 1 to Chicago because they struggle with mobile QBs and will lose to either Baltimore or the Chargers. Someone else texts in and says, J-Mo deserves more time. He has only played a few games in total, and they were over 2 seasons. He did drop a pass, but he did several other good things in the game.
He did, but when you look at the grand scheme of things, you didn't draft him that high to do several other good things. You drafted him that high to become a playmaker. He didn't ask to be drafted that high, I understand. But once you accept the fact that you're here, you got to go out there and you have to live up to that pick, and he's not. So I like the fact that he freed up Montgomery on that run, but that's not why you drafted this man.
Sounds like Mike is making excuses for Texas to me. Bottom line is they were at home in a rivalry game. They got beat. You drop in the polls when you lose.
First of all, you've already shown me you know nothing about college football. They weren't at home.
I was about to say, is that?
They were at the Cotton Bowl where the tickets are divided 50-50. That's why half the stadium was orange and half was crimson, you clown. Second of all, I went down the list. They didn't play well. They didn't. You drop an interception in the end zone. You didn't play well. You call a ridiculous sequence of plays from the 1-yard line. You didn't play well. You have a receiver have a perfectly thrown ball bounce off his hands at the 2-yard line, and it ends up intercepted. You didn't play well. You blow a coverage on the last play of the game. Didn't play well. Hey, call it what you want. I'm where I need to be with Texas because I just need them in the Big 12 title game. And then I guarantee I make money. So, yeah, Oklahoma and Texas played. If they played a game 10 times, I think Texas wins at 7. It wasn't their draw. They did not play well enough. You had 2 turnovers on the season. You had 3 turnovers in the game. You're not going to win.
Well,
But you're a dummy because you've already shown me you don't know nothing. Yeah, they were at home.
Okay, but I guess he's figuring it was in the state of Texas.
No, don't figure. You're a casual. You don't watch college football. So your opinion, you know what? Your opinion's like a butthole. Everyone's got one, and they all ain't so nice.
You elevated Dylan Gabriel to the Heisman talk. I want you to know.
Now, the one thing that did surprise me, and it's not local, but we can break this down. Texas's front, which was able to batter Alabama, they couldn't get near Gabriel. That's how I knew I was in some real trouble. Outside of Quinn Ewers' first interception, Quaaludes. I go, wait a second. We can't get any pressure on this kid? That's a real problem.
You want to know why? Because you faced a real quarterback. Alabama's quarterback, especially then. He started to look a lot better last week, but that first week he was just like...
Good for Andrel Anthony, too, by the way. You know, he left. He bet on himself. He wanted to go somewhere where they would throw the ball a little bit more. He's had a nice season out there.
Yeah,
he fits in what they do.
He has, because I think he was going to get Nico Collins at Michigan, where you just go your whole 4 years.
It's amazing. Nico's going to be a star in the NFL. Him and Stroud have a connection, man. Nico's he's a really good football player. That's the one thing that worries me with Michigan is, like, Loveland's a really good tight end. Roman Wilson is a nice player, but they lack wide receiver one. They lack that dude. Now, they may not need it, but it does scare me a little bit because you're going to be in games against somebody where you can't have your quarterback go 14 of 19. There's going to be a game you need to attack somebody.
You need that guy who's always open. I don't care if I'm double teamed, I'm open.
Oh, Jamar Chase.
Throw me the ball.
I'm always effing open. Cutscene, 16 catches.
Right, but I mean, you need that wide receiver one where it's just like, yeah, you know what, like Texas. Just throw the ball to Xavier Worthy. And 50-50, normally good things happen.
Listen, it's a cute little win by the Sooners.
Yeah.
Happy for him.
Andrew, I mean, but it was smart going to the Big 12. You know, they passed the ball around a lot in the Big 12.
Yeah, it'll be all right. Texas will be fine.
We talk about J-Mo. This guy is all talk and no action. Sick and tired of coddling him. It's time to perform or get out.
Guys, it is going to sort itself out in the next few weeks. He either gets on the bus or it's leaving the station without him. And I will just tell you, as long as this team is winning, I don't change a GD thing. Now, I know they wanted to get him in there, and it was against a bad team, and they were winning. But I just don't see a whole lot of return on investment right now. Now, he blocked on the Montgomery play. Well, bully for you. Let me give you a Hollywood star of fame. He's either going to figure it out or he's not. But what I'm not going to do, how would I walk in there as Dan Campbell and go into that wide receiver room and tell a guy like Josh Reynolds, you're going to get less burn because of him? To hell with that.
No, but
Josh Reynolds is a pro's pro, and he's got a connection with your quarterback.
But I think this is another reason why the locker room loves Dan Campbell, because he is fair, and you get your playing time based off of, you know, what you do out on the field, not based off your name, your reputation.
Right. My point is, if J-Mo barely plays in Tampa, I don't care. I told you when he came back, he'd be wide receiver number 4. It goes Amon-Ra, Laporta, Reynolds, then you, and that's after I throw a half dozen passes to my running backs. So get with the program. We'll give you a few shots here or there. I'm not changing what I do.
See, I think the elephant in the room, Mike, is...
Oh, Rico? Oh, I'll tell you what. Radio tease. Rico's going to tell you about the elephant in the room next. Oh. Do you want to go to school with teachers like me? I'm Rico Beard. 248-539.
Right.
248-539.
You almost said 234.
234-432. Texas is back. 97.1.
Bad news for the Lions corner Emmanuel Mosley out for the year. He has a torn right ACL just 1 year after he tore his left ACL at the same location. Lions in Tampa Bay on Sunday. Lions have won 7 of the last 8 road games. Lions review tonight, 7 p.m. right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Monday Night Football, the Raiders visiting Las Vegas. Las Vegas hosting the Packers at his hello. Raiders favored by 2 in that one. University of Michigan football staying number 2 in the latest AP college football poll. Michigan and Michigan State will take place under the lights at Spartan Stadium October 21. That will be at 7:30 p.m. MLB Divisional Playoff Series continue today. Couple of games, too. Both the road teams took Game 1. Phillies at the Braves and Arizona once again at L.A. Red Wings open their regular season Thursday in Jersey. Today they have assigned veteran center Zach Aston Reese to Grand Rapids. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Right? All right. Can I make one note before Rico delivers on his tease? Maybe the wackiest story you're going to hear all week in the NFL. Explain this to me. Deshaun Watson has been medically cleared for a week and is still not practicing. Browns are off a bye week. They're playing Rico's blessed Niners. Talk about privilege. So Deshaun Watson is cleared, yet not practicing. He, quote, worked inside while the team practiced outside. How are you medically cleared to practice, but you're not practicing? I've never heard of such a thing.
I have, but I don't want to go down that road.
Okay, then.
Or maybe you're not allowed in the building.
I can't speak
I
to
said,
that.
that's because you got to
I got to tell you, Rico says casually some of the most inflammatory things on the planet.
No, it's
amazing to me.
No, you can practice out in the parking lot, but you can't practice in the building.
Whatever, man. Niners minus whatever. All right, let's get to it. You said there's an elephant in the room.
The fact that this team hasn't fallen off or missed Jameson at all. Like, there's no void. There's nothing missing.
They've never had him.
That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. So when people are like, well, you got to give him time. Okay, you give him time, but what do you need to see from him that's going to add to this team? Because this team is winning, and they're winning by a lot.
Right here, right now, it's the same thing. Like, they didn't miss Jahmyr Gibbs.
Right.
Because you're built the right way.
And that's what I mean when it's like it comes to a point where you ask yourself, okay, what does he really add to what we do? Nothing.
Okay.
He blocks well.
One play does not make a great blocking.
I'm trying to find something.
I'm making a point to you. It's the idea of Jameson Williams adds another dimension. The reality has never lined up with the idea. If you're asking me, okay, why don't we just get to it, right? Why don't you stop softballing here? This is real radio.
Softball.
Yeah, you're softballing. Let me help you. Let me teach you something, Mr. Teacher.
I'm sorry.
Here's the deal. Right here, right now, if
I didn't take journalism classes at MSU.
It was a total waste. The point is, if someone offered me a defensive player for J-Mo in a trade, I'd probably make it. I told you what my opinion was once he got hurt. And I told you I hated his attitude about, I caught 100 balls on the jugs machine. That takes like 10 minutes. He comes back and alligator arms a pass. I don't need it. I don't need to see him.
I'll tell you this. I don't need a defensive player. If I could somehow get a 4th or 5th round pick,
no, I'm not ready.
I'd take him.
I'm not ready.
I'd take it.
I'm going to give him a little more time than that.
The problem is when you start giving the time, the value drops.
I don't know that it drops any. I don't think it drops at all because what value is there?
Right.
This is a guy who hasn't really played since the night of the national title game.
So this is where
But my point is, when Amon Ra comes back, Jahmyr Gibbs comes back, Laporta's a star, and Josh Reynolds is a pro's pro. Every team needs that receiver. I don't know where J-Mo fits in necessarily. Now, if you want to tell me he's going to, as I said to you, what was my expectation for the year? Rico, if he could be Deshaun Jackson the late years, and he's just running a half dozen go routes a game and maybe you connect on one of them, that's all I really expect, because I'm yet to see him be able to earn the staff's trust and be able to play 50, 60 snaps and be a part of this. Now, I'm going to give him a few weeks to do that, but what I'm not going to do is alter the game plan. This football team has a
winning
recipe
formula
to win.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not altering that recipe. This recipe makes delicious bread. Why am I mean, Kenny loves a good piece of bread on his sandwich.
And that's why I say maybe
you don't change the bread recipe.
You start shopping them around and see if there's any takers.
He's doing it again, people. 248-539-9797. Let's get to the
because I'm trying to improve this team. That you know what good teams do? They're never satisfied. They always want to get better.
Let's go to Max, 97.1. Hi, Max. Max?
Hey, guys, what's going on?
There he is. Hi, Max. How you doing?
Hey, I've just been on hold all day, man, but no worries. Everybody's excited. It's a good day. You know why? Because I wake up on Sunday morning, and I'm confident that my GM has put together a team that's going to go out there and dominate, and they're going to play. They're going to play all 60 minutes of that game. And I got a coach who has inspired these guys to go out there and play all the time. So, you know what? That is relieving. I've been a Lions fan for 20 years. Never felt like this in my life before.
No, there's no look, I've been here for basically all 20 of those years. Max, they've never been this. They've never been built the right way. There's never been, look at the draft picks on this team, Max. There's never been a time in Lions history where the non-first round picks have actually worked out. Where guys look at year one with Laporta and Branch. They're already the top 2 second-round picks you've ever had.
They're great.
They're stars. Kirby Joseph, really good player. They're finding players.
You've got guys that are going to be here for a long time. And if I can make a side note real quick, if you didn't get these guys in the college blitz, 3 years ago I made the decision to go to law school, and I picked Florida State. Gentlemen, what a gem that is. Tallahassee, we're going 13-0. See you in the playoffs. Jordan Travis for Heisman, baby. Let's go.
Max, I hope you're right, because I've got an FSU plus 2,800 to win it all tickets. So let's make it happen.
Come on, baby. Run it.
Max,
you guys want to come down and see a game? FSU Miami. Come on and run it down.
We're in the fan portal. Rico and I's fandom can be bought.
And I'll simply say this, Max, stick around tomorrow for the my top 10. You may or may not be happy.
But all right, here we go. This is dicey. I have the opening line, Lions at Bucks. Quickly, and then we'll get to the callers next segment. Right here, right now. Lions at Tampa, and I want to make a note. Bruce the Buccaneer is back. They're wearing the creamsicles on Sunday at 4:25.
The Steve Young jerseys.
The Steve DeBerg era. Alvin Harper free agency era.
That was a joke.
My apologies.
Leroy and Dewey Selman.
Yes. All right, let's Hardy Nickerson. We're done here. We're out of control. All right. Santana Dotson.
Mike Allstott.
Okay, let's dial it in. Do you have a guess on what the spread? Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Do you have a guess what the spread is?
I'm going to say the Bucks will be home dogs. Lions minus 2.5.
Rico at 2.5. Kenny Cott, any guesses?
I may have to use the Jenkins rule. I've already seen it.
You're out. Yeah. Get out.
I'm also using the rule. I've seen it.
Get out. It depending where you play. Lions minus 3 to 3.5. That is as big of a respect point as you have seen the Lions ever receive. You're going on the road against a team that's been pretty good, and they're telling you you're still 3 to 3.5 better. On the road, that means here in Detroit, you'd be favored by 6.5.
You've been destroying people. So,
But my point is, you're getting your flowers.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not telling you that if you fail, you feel good. I'm saying Lions going on the road to teams with a winning record. When's the last time they've been favored? You're favored by north of a field goal on the road. Guys, I got to tell you something. That's rarefied air for this franchise.
But you got to go out and do it. Why? Because somebody once told me good teams win.
Great teams cover?
Great teams cover. If you're a great
Okay,
team.
hold on. We got the rat line of the week.
Giants.
For this week in football, NFL?
Niners -4 at Cleveland?
Yeah.
And it might be DTR playing? Oh, my dear God.
We're not a good team, Mike. You keep
Bills
saying
laying 14.5 to the Giants.
I was waiting on you to see that one.
Still not enough. 248-539.
Niners are struggling, man. They're not privileged. They're going up against DTR.
248-539, 9797. We get your calls next. Some of the ticket text. Got a football today as well. Lots to do. Rico, hit him.
Everything's changing so fast these days. That's a great thing. Back in the day, you were lucky to get one video to load on a desktop computer. But now, there's Xfinity 10G network. That means the fastest internet with the faster speeds rolling out all the time. An internet that can power a whole house full of devices at once with ultra-low lag. So while one person is streaming a movie from their room, another can play video games in the basement while somebody's doing the latest TikTok dance in the kitchen. It's the next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. And now through November 15th, new customers can get a 75 megabit internet on the next generation Xfinity 10G network for just $20 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply to internet service. Actual speeds vary.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought when we went out to first base, that would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really badly, and then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get Doug.
Yep.
King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotional as in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send-off, which made you happy, but the sadness is this is the end, and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. You don't really, we're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, you know, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at bat.
Yeah, that
sucks. Yeah, but other than that, though, yeah, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. If you got down there this weekend, you know, you got to see everything. It was really cool.
When you've been injured in an accident, whether it's auto, truck, slip and fall, David Femininio is the guy you need to call. We've told you, when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and you get paid. David personally will make sure you get every dime you deserve, and David doesn't take a fee until you get paid. So if you're injured or know someone who has been, you call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, David on the ticket text, then straight to the callers on a myriad of topics.
Spot on, Mike. J-Mo needs to man up. All he wants is the glory of the long touchdown pass. He needs to mature and grow up and realize it's about the team.
But let's see it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, again, I'm judging you on your play. He alligator armed that ball. Amon-Ra St. Brown doesn't care about getting hit. Josh Reynolds doesn't care about getting hit. Laporta, Marvin Jones, those are all tough-minded players. When that's your first opportunity off the shelf and you're wide open, can't happen. Now we'll go to Tampa. Let's see. But what I'm saying to you is every ball that doesn't get thrown to the people I've listed is a wasted opportunity. Josh Reynolds simply makes plays. Amon-Ra is one of the 5 best receivers in football. I've said it since preseason. If you think that's a bad opinion, make it top 10. He's a star. Laporta is one of the great tight ends in the league right now. No hyperbole. I ain't changing nothing for this kid. You can fall in line and enjoy the crumbs because this team wins. Now, I want him to be a part of winning. But guys, here's my reality for you. I don't ever see a scenario where J-Mo's getting 10 targets a week here. I don't see it. They're not built that way.
No, I don't think that he's going to become that Jamar Chase that we all thought he was going to be.
If it
that
does,
Justin Jefferson.
If it does, it means he is unbelievably special. And so far, I don't have any evidence of that because what you did at Alabama doesn't mean anything to me. It gave me the ability to defend you when they drafted you. But what you've done in your time here, less than impressive. David, go ahead.
Yeah, someone says, Rico, I am cashing in your buy one, get one for this weekend because half the Buck Stadium is going to be Honolulu Blue. Yeah. Lions win, Kevin at Galliana's.
No, the buy one, get one was for last week.
Yeah, Rico's not applying that.
So, for the record.
Those are risk-free credits that expired in 7 days.
You should have read the terms and conditions. Just letting you know. No. Now, I do think the Lions fans will travel down there.
And I'll be impressed if they go on the road and win. I'll be impressed. You get to 5-1. Guys, here's the other thing. Raiders got a real shot tonight. Like, if the Raiders win and you got a 2-game lead in this division, guys, it's happening. It's happening.
14 wins for this Lions team?
No. You get to 12, and you won't need those Minnesota games.
For sure.
Oh, by the way, you just hate to see it. What a shame. It's almost like Minnesota was FAF last year. Fake as you know what. Rhymes with duck. Told you those fraudsters.
Luck?
The other F don't stand for friend. I'll tell you that. Let's go to the people, shall we? Barry, 97.1. Barry, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good, Michael. How are you? Rico, how's it going, buddy?
Super. What's up?
Hey, maybe the Eagles will trade us Jordan Davis for J-Mo.
Yeah. Barry, I don't think that's going to happen. Just to let you know.
But that's part of the reason why I'm calling in.
Did you see Jordan Davis kill a man yesterday? He hit Kyron Williams so hard. I thought he killed him. He tried to cut back, and Davis was running towards him, and he didn't realize it.
But hey, Barry. He's just a nose tackle and overrated.
Yes, I know. Hey, so bear with me for a second. I know that you don't hit on all of your picks, and I get that. My issue with the Lions still is that they waste picks on positions where they shouldn't be picking that position in the first place. So, for example, where would the Lions be now had they not taken Jahmyr Gibbs, J-Mo Williams, Jack Campbell, and they had actually hit on those picks, and more importantly, had they not even hit on those picks, they at least took those picks to positions where those picks should fall in line with. That's what drives me crazy with the Lions. Even though they're doing good and everything else, they always seem to get too cute with things. And, we could have really used, even if you hit on one of those three, or, maybe two or three, Holmes seems to have a decent eye for talent. Where would they be had that been the case?
Yeah, but here's the problem. All right, and I totally understand what you're saying. The issue is I'm not going to be dishonest with you and go, well, what if they took, Branch at 12 and Laporta at 18? Would you feel the same? I understand your point. Is right now the 2 second-round picks look like absolute stars, and the first-round picks have been, less than impressive. But the problem is, who the hell were they taking in the first round when they told you they openly didn't like it? I mean, I can't sit here and be like, oh, they should have taken, Lucas Van Ness or Will McDonald for the Jets has been a healthy scratch. Emmanuel Forbes, again, all right, you want to tell me they need a corner? Christian Gonzalez is dead. It's like Jackson Smith and Jigba doesn't get thrown the ball, and if they took a wide receiver in the first round again, you would have lost your mind. Barry, it gets to a point where, all right, of the 4 picks, 2 of them look like stars, 2 of them I don't know yet. And that's, one of them.
No, I hear what you're saying, Mike, but my bigger issue is the positions for what position.
Yeah, the luxury element of it. Yes, I understand.
That you're not going to hit on every pick and this and that and the other. But you don't trade back to draft a running back. You don't trade up to draft an injured wide receiver. It's just dumb things like.
See, here's the reality, and this is where, oh God, Barry, you're going to make me support Rico here, and it hurts. But here we go.
I was just waiting for us to get to this road, and here we are.
And we are.
Guy. Come on, Mike, you can support him.
It's okay. It is.
He doesn't like me. But
Rico has a point that is inarguable. If you are sitting there with the ability to take a premium asset, trading out of it carries a lot of risk. Now, when you trade it out to go to 12, you picked up extra picks that yield you some of the players we talk about. Right. But at 6, could they have just taken Jalen Carter? Yes. Period. That's where the conversation stops. But the reason I'm not freaking out about it is because we got Laporta and we got Branch. I'm not trading what Laporta's doing for this offense and what Branch is doing for this defense for Jalen Carter.
And the saddest thing, Barry, is what he just said. That's the only reason why you can tolerate the slow play of Jahmyr Gibbs, because it did get you Laporta. Even though they may have made a trade later on, but, yeah, this defense will look a lot better with Carter and Hutchinson.
I know.
Well, they could have gotten Laporta with their second pick in the first round.
Now, Barry, now we got to play the game where we're slotting guys, 15, 20 picks sooner. I don't want to.
I've never bought into that, because if the guy can help you out,
yes,
I don't care if you took him 15 picks sooner. I know, because he can help you.
Look, the one right now that scares me the most, I'm not scared. Let me use different verbiage. The one that's the most disappointing is Jack Campbell. Beyond the usage rate of Gibbs or the fact he's got a little tweak right now, no big deal. Running backs get hurt. Campbell's played. He hasn't been that good. I mean, Christ, they put him out there yesterday, and he ran into Thielen like a freight train. I'm going,
especially
after that's a penalty.
Especially after what you heard in the preseason, like his guy is going to be the
guy. Listen, you know what? Maybe the drafting of him motivated Derek Barnes to up his game and Anzalone to up his game. They're playing well. Mm-hmm. So
because it's to the point where, okay, well, which one do you sit for him?
And again, it's a good problem to have. Yeah. Barry has a point, though. When you go running back, linebacker, tight end, that's all 3 of those in the top 4 picks. That's difficult because we're sitting here now and we're going, damn, I wish I had a corner. Mosley's out for the year again. I can't rely on Jerry Jacobs if I'm making a Super Bowl. Yeah, it would have been nice. I wanted a corner somewhere in the second round. Now, can Branch in a hybrid way help you? Yes, I still think Branch is more of the C.J. Gardner-Johnson, box safety warhead guy. I
think in a pinch, Mike, and like as we are
play
now,
some corner.
He'll play. You almost have to put him in there at corner, whether it's the nickel corner or it's the off corner. But you got to go out there.
Yeah, but long term, you're going to need something else.
No.
Yeah.
Long term, yes. Right now, it's like when Gibbs had to. You know what? Hey, Jahmyr, We don't have Montgomery for this game. Guess what? You're going to run the ball about 20 times. You better get used to it.
Hey.
We own a cold tub. You'll be fine.
Just be happy you didn't draft Deontay Banks like my Giants. Blindfolded with his right arm tied behind his back.
You know what?
That's him.
At least you had
I
draft
saw
pick.
Deontay Banks last week in that Seattle game. He looked like a kid whose batteries fell out of his PlayStation controller. Please reconnect controller. Deontay Banks was sitting here backwards to the receiver like this. I'm like, DK's right there. Please reconnect controller.
Controller 1 is disconnected.
Right. Hey.
Hey.
Boop, bop, bop, beep, bop, boop.
Hey, David, talk about privilege. At least you had draft picks. Jake Moody, their first pick. Third
You
round.
got Christian McCaffrey with those picks.
David,
Jake
I'm
Moody
on the
was their
verge
first pick
of
in the
saying
third
something
round.
I can't take back. He's really pushing the envelope here.
They have a third round pick.
Turn his microphone off.
We took a kicker.
David, I beg
I like
of you,
him.
take the power back. Hit the button.
I'm back.
You are a plague on society. All right, John Jansen weight loss fiesta. If you're looking to lose 10, 100, or anywhere in between, idealu.us right now. Don't wait. Go to idealu.us today. Book that consultation. Sign up. Get the $200 Visa gift card. You could be 15, 20, even 30 pounds lighter. Work for John. It can work for you. And John lost 10 pounds the first 10 days, 63 pounds overall. It's Ideal U Health Center. Lose weight, get the Visa gift card, and again, in 30 days, you could have major success. John did it, so can you. Way less, go to idealu.us. All right, since I'm the only serious one about broadcasting, I'll do football today by myself. Rico busy holding court out there telling old broadcasting stories. David, music, please. Now Rico's joined us. Now we can do football today.
Yeah,
David?
We're just going to start by saying this. The Cowboys are fake. They can dominate the bad teams, but when it comes to the real teams, they fold up like a lawn chair. 3 interceptions by Dak Prescott yesterday. And he was quoted after the game by saying this was the most humbling game he's ever played in and that he didn't see it coming. Did you not look at the tape?
I couldn't disagree more. Here's what it told me. Last night didn't say anything about the Cowboys. It said everything about the Niners. The Niners are by far and away the singular best football team I've watched this year. They are an absolute wagon, as Kenny says about hockey teams. They are the Bruins from this year. Now, playoffs, weird stuff happens. But right here, right now, you play San Francisco in San Francisco. There's no one within a touchdown of them. No one.
Yeah, it was just funny because you see Dak saying, I'm not going to throw 10 interceptions. Well, you almost got half of them last night. You got 3, you got 4 on the season. It just looked as if the Cowboys quit. Micah Parsons got neutralized. You didn't hear his name at all for the game. I mean, and then the Niners just kind of hit you with, okay, pick your poison. You're going to stop McCaffrey, you're going to stop Debo, we'll get you George Kittle.
Hey, here's Bill Mason. You're like, who?
So, yeah, I think last night what you saw was the Cowboys went Cowboys. And they showed you that, once again, it was just a bad weekend for the state of Texas.
It was a bad weekend for the state. I think the only team in the state.
Texas Tech won.
They're the only team that won in that state.
Well, I mean, the 2 main teams.
Well, you guys kind of touched on this earlier, but I want to get your full opinion on this. They lost 34-0 to New Orleans, which is the worst home loss under Bill Belichick, and they've been outscored 72-3 in their last 2 games. And yes, again, Mac Jones was benched. The era in New England is over for Bill Belichick.
But I don't think New England realizes it's over. Everybody else sees it, but for some reason, New England keeps thinking, okay, we're 1 game away from turning this around. It's like, guys, no, you're not. It's now embarrassing because you want to remember the good times. You want to remember the championship teams. You want to remember Belichick is one of the greatest coaches of all time, and each week he goes out there and just adds another layer of tarnish to his legacy. Somebody has to step in and just end it.
They've lost more games without Tom Brady than his entire career with him. 25 losses since he left, 24 his whole career. Look.
Yeah, Bill, take the L. It was Brady.
It's over. And to me, they're not talented. They're not athletic. Schematically, they look busted.
Right, they have nothing to make you look forward to
anything.
anything.
And the roster moves he's making are embarrassing. The drafts have been horrific. They have not developed a quarterback. They still don't have weapons. And all the players they wanted to sign are doing great elsewhere. It's over. It's over.
Well, something is not over. The Dolphins seem to have the best offense, but is it the best offense since the greatest show on turf? There are numbers here. Most total yards in the first 5 games since the Rams. Most yards per play in first 5 games since the Rams. Points per game. They are just killing it left and right offensively. I mean, clearly they're better than them.
Listen, if Miami is able to get home field advantage in the playoffs, they're going to go to a Super Bowl. I believe that. Now, if they got to go to Arrowhead in January in 10-degree weather, they're going to lose. But Miami is unstoppable on their home field. They're unstoppable.
But see, I wonder when the...
Well, when the what?
I was going to say when the weather changes.
Oh, and it's 60 degrees in Miami?
But I'm just saying, H-Chain doesn't look like the type of bruising back. He's the speedster.
He's not. Hence, they got to have home games. I treat Miami like a dome team.
Yeah.
They can't go to Kansas City or Buffalo in the snow. Now, again, they damn near beat Buffalo in the playoffs last year. But this team here and now, with the way they're playing, Rico, they could, just like the greatest show on turf, they could do it if they stay at home.
Okay. Fair.
Then you will hit that team with a garbage can.
Well, the game is be in a dome in Vegas, so.
Wouldn't matter.
Yeah, I don't think that would matter.
You would physically batter them.
One game at a time.
Okay.
We are on to Cleveland.
So the Jets went into yesterday's game against the Broncos. Apparently they took it personal. The team wanted to win the game for their offensive coordinator, Nathaniel Hackett, and they did beat the Denver Broncos. My question to you is, I thought Sean Payton was supposed to fix everything in Denver. What is wrong there?
What was wrong with...
I'll tell you.
Go ahead.
No, this is simple. The Denver Broncos are the singular most hopeless situation in the National Football League. They gave up 5 draft picks to get Russ Wilson. Russell Wilson's not just declining, he's done. Unlimited. His brain doesn't work. He can't process. He can't feel pressure.
The fumble at the end of the game is like...
You had to know the guy was blitzing from pre-snap.
Right.
Now you're running away as if he's not there. Unlimited.
Throw it out of bounds.
I mean, he looked like he was on Quaaludes. Sean Payton, 4 straight 3-and-outs to start the half. Here's how you know Sean Payton's a bleep hole. Sauce Gardner exits the game hurt. The Jets are already down 2 other corners. So now your top 3 corners are out. You come out of a TV timeout. What does Sean Payton do? Double reverse. That's the Yin Yang Twins play of the week. It's the most hopeless situation. The quarterback's untradeable. The contract kicks in next year. They gave up 5 picks to get him. And Sean Payton just got de-pantsed by Nate Hackett, who he said did one of the worst coaching jobs he's ever seen.
Steve Madden.
Get off the phone.
I'm like, Russ, seriously.
He's terrible.
I mean, between Russell Wilson...
Did you see the safety he took?
And Belichick, it's like, guys, not like this.
Hey, look, Peyton's team, they don't do anything well. Worst defense in football. Their special teams are a joke. They dropped another punt yesterday. Then you go offensively, and you're like, I don't even know what we're hoping to do here. Peyton's big expenditures this offseason. Randy Gregory, Mike McGlinchey. I mean, absolute trash. And your quarterback can't process. Steve Madden. What do you want me to say? It's the most hopeless situation in football.
You know what the fun thing is?
Quaaludes.
No. That it's happening to other teams and it's not happening here. We're talking about great things. Hey, can this team only lose 3-4 games this year? Not, my God, the coach is horrible. The quarterback is horrible. What are we doing? We're not talking draft.
Correct. We are
sorry,
not
David.
talking draft.
Go ahead.
Let's get into this here because this happened Saturday. This isn't on the field related, but this owner decided to transport a whale all the way across the country, and the whale died. Well, he finally used that money to pay his running back. 3 years, $42 million for Jonathan Taylor, a $26.5 million guarantee. My question to you is with Derrick Henry, Austin Eckler, Barkley, Jacobs, and Pollard, does this change the market for them in the offseason?
No, it's 14 a year. 14 is just slightly over franchise tag. No one's ever going to see the Christian McCaffrey deal again. Look, my problem is they could have accomplished this in the summer. But it also tells you just how much damn money these owners have. Think about it. Guy spent $24 million flying a whale to the Pacific, and he still got the 42 to go and sign his man a month later. Like, they're printing money.
And I honestly... A part of me really wanted him to say, now make sure you fly it over his house. Hey, Jonathan, walk outside for a second. Look up.
Oh, change that route real quick.
Yeah, there's the money you're asking me for. I know he's just going to end up in sushi, but you know what? Fly the whale.
I don't think orcas are served at omakase bars. I don't think that's how that works. I think Greenpeace would like a word with you.
Oh, my God.
No, I will say, though, with Jonathan Taylor and Zach Moss, that backfield, look, I know Richardson's out for a few weeks. Minshew has guided them to 2 wins. If you look at their schedule, they could be pesky here. Now, I don't think playoffs. But if Richardson comes back with him running it, that scheme, the O-line, and Jonathan Taylor, you could see a pathway where they could bust your ass on a random week and not be destitute.
Yeah, of the 3 rookie quarterbacks, only Bryce Young is just looking hopeless right now.
Well, let me end with this, Mike. And
what bothers me about Bryce Young?
Sure.
He's always smiling. What are you so happy about, son? You're down 21-0.
He can't smile?
No. There's no fun in losing.
He's the franchise QB.
Are
He's
you always
living
so
his-
happy, Bryce?
He's living his dream.
Yeah, you're right, because he doesn't have to do QB sneaks because he's too small.
He's just living his dream. He's happy and saying, you
me.
know what? I'm
Help
fortunate
me.
and blessed. I'm in the NFL. Think of all the quarterbacks who didn't make it this far.
Keebler's missing out, man. There's a brand deal there.
They are missing out. But let me give you this, Mike. Let
No.
me see if this is going to.
You know what? If I was his agent, I would be, no, you're
Yes.
not doing
Why?
Make money.
No.
You dress him up in the little outfit, you put him on there with the cartoon,
No.
and you do
No.
like Bryce biscuits or whatever. I don't know.
Him and Kyler
What's
together.
in the Keebler lineup?
Right. It was like the Redskin who couldn't read doing Hooked on Phonics.
That'd be
No.
Dexter Manley.
Yeah. Dexter Manley. You want to do Hooked on Phonics?
Rosetta Stone with Dexter Manley.
No. No.
I think we're just going to end it right there
Is
with
that a
Dexter
good place
Manley.
to stop?
We're
We've
just
hit the
gonna stop
Dexter
right
Manley
there.
portion
The
of the
dead
deal.
cat bounce.
That is in football today.
All right, since I'm the only serious one about broadcasting, I'll do football today by myself. Rico busy holding court out there telling old broadcasting stories. David, music, please. Now Rico's joined us. Now we can do football today.
Yeah,
David?
we're just going to start by saying this. The Cowboys are fake.
Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more Trex decking than Northville Lumber. How do you do it? It's simple. Because it's all in stock. There's no wait time, no lead time. You buy it, you get it, you install it. And whether you're a builder or a do-it-yourselfer or anything in between, they're happy to help. And if you need someone to build that deck, they will personally introduce you to a Trex certified pro. All you need to do, stop on in or call Northville Lumber or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we
wow,
went out
this
to
is more
first
than
base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base
did
really
want him to
badly. And then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get Doug. King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotional as in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send-off, which made you happy, but the sadness is this is the end, and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. You don't really, we're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at-bat. But,
that sucks.
Yeah, but other than that, though, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. If you got down there this weekend, you got to see everything. It was really cool.
I have just upset Rico Beard in such a manner. It has been an explosive commercial break. Yes, Rico, I'm sorry I left you there with Wojo and Rieger, and I'm sorry that I busted your chops.
Oh, no. You didn't. But it was like I knew what was going to happen. And just like, I'm going to say this. Watch what Mike does. And Mike went out there and you danced.
And I did not fail.
You hit the moonwalk. Let's do the drive of the week.
All I heard out there is, what did I say? What did I say?
I was like, I'm going to say something and watch what Mike does with it.
Can we do the drive of the week, please? And it's the drive where Jim Costa made a baby. 5 plays, 75 yards, in a minute and 2 seconds. Boomer Sooner gets it done against Texas. Look, it started out, it was as efficient as it gets. I mean, Gabriel for 11, Gabriel for 16, a Dylan Gabriel scramble. They did it all. And when you got down to it, I knew at least. I was resigned. They were scoring. And, of course, Texas blew a cover, so there you go.
Yeah.
Hey, here's the second drive of the week.
Oh, I was about to say, Mike, I can top that, but go ahead.
Yeah, no, please.
No, because it's the drive that everybody's talking about because Miami failed to take a knee. They fumbled the ball, and Georgia Tech drives down the field.
And coming up tonight on the Sportsworks, Wojo says Cristobal to MSU.
There you go.
4 plays, 74 yards in 25 seconds. Hines King, incomplete pass, follows it up with a 30-yard pass to Malik Rutherford to the Miami 44. Another incomplete pass, but wait, with 1 second left, Hines King completes it to Christian Leary. 44 yards for the TD ball game.
Was he fired today?
He should be. If you choose to run a play when you could take a knee, you have lost the right to earn money to coach football.
Well, he said that he teaches his running backs to put 2 hands on the ball.
Blame the player, of course. But not only that, they were barely beating Georgia Tech, who has already lost this season at home to Bowling Green. You know that, right?
Listen,
they lost to Bowling Green.
It's a
Miami's
developing
dead.
program.
No, it's not. I think you guys killed Miami when you went down there 2 years ago.
Oh, Tuck was wearing the power shorts.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
He wore shorts on the sideline.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because I said,
he was in the power shorts.
What? If you don't win this game, you're going to get roasted.
Those were the good old days, wasn't it?
It was a hot day.
You go on the road and you win games.
Oh, it was the moment where you're like, whoa, this Kenneth Walker kid's actually real.
Oh, that was
pretty
for sure.
damn good.
Mm-hmm.
Those were the days.
Does Kenneth Walker, do you think they just eventually give him the Heisman? Can you do that retroactively?
Yeah.
That's going to be the best
after
college
him.
football player in the history of the game.
No,
because he wasn't far, but he was
wasn't
really
good
good
enough to make it.
No, he wasn't.
There was an outward campaign to make sure he didn't get to New York.
Oh no!
Although it certainly looks like Aiden Hutchinson deserved to be there.
it.
No, he didn't.
Certainly looks like it now.
No.
That's not how the Heisman works.
That's not how the Heisman works at all.
It is partly how it works. That's why I liked Kenneth Walker, because I thought he would be a good pro player.
Wait a minute, hold on. Just so we're clear.
In my mind, that's partly how it works.
I want to make what is happening right now. So Aiden playing well now justifies
It justifies the invite to
the
New York City,
Kremlin-esque propaganda that he got to New York.
The only way you can differentiate whether a player is a product of the system or he's a great player is what they do afterwards. Now, I know you can't do it retroactively, but that's why you don't give them to the Alabama quarterbacks.
So
other than
what
the
about
good
Jabril
ones.
Peppers?
Hold on, time out. So an
No.
example. Sam
That's a good
Laporta did not.
example.
Hold on. Sam Laporta did not have great numbers at Iowa. Cutscene. Sam Laporta is arguably the best young tight end in the sport.
Right. He shouldn't be high, but he should have been. I don't know if he was the first team all Big Ten
I'm
tight
saying
end.
one has nothing to do with it. Why are we doing it? This is absurd.
Because once again, I try to intelligently give you nuance.
You're the same
and
guy
you
who
don't
suggested
understand.
Jason Candle to MSU.
Oh, that's happening.
You did say that.
then you may as well flatten the stadium and hold the state fair there.
That's happening.
Just staring.
Otherwise, you know what you end up with? You end up with Jason White. Was that the Oklahoma quarterback that won the Heisman?
Yeah.
That's what you end up with when you just go on their college stats.
Okay, so am I wrong
you
that
don't
Brock
take the
Bowers is my
Alabama
Heisman vote
quarterback.
right now?
Not if they're not great.
Brock Bowers is the best player in America. Am I wrong if I say Brock Bowers?
No, because I think he's legitimately great in any system.
Yeah, he's a freak. I mean, he's
Right.
unbelievable. He's awesome.
That matters to me. System quarterbacks won.
I don't know what we're doing here exactly.
I'm
have
just listening.
opted out.
Didn't Cress Weinke win a Heisman?
What is? No, he was 50. There's an age limit.
I've opted out.
You know what? All I know is Mike seems like a different guy when Michigan State doesn't have a head coach compared to when they do.
What do you mean?
You seem a little
have a
angry.
head
You
coach.
seem a little.
Well, I mean, yeah, I live for college football season, and when your
How
coach,
often a day do you think about it?
what?
The Tucker situation and
Not
Harlan
a lot.
Barnett
I'm
and
at, no, not
Mike,
a lot.
I'm your third base coach right now.
No.
Don't- just stop.
Okay.
No, wave him home.
Rieger
Wave him
is
home.
trying to take you down a road.
What do you mean?
But there's no road.
There's no road. I'm
I know.
curious.
He's
You know
setting
what?
you up,
I
Mike.
ask questions that are emotional. Like I wonder
He's
about
setting
guys'
you up, and then
emotion.
what's going to happen is
I'm
when we
interested in
leave,
you guys as people.
No.
Then
When
it'll
we
make fun of you.
leave, then Rieger will all of a sudden grow a pair and start saying all of this stuff that he won't say to your face.
But
So-
I don't know what I've done
What
to
do
make
you mean?
Rieger angry.
I'm not
No,
mad
no,
at
no,
Mike
no.
at all.
But
I
can
think
I
Mike
ask
is
seriously?
fabulous.
Because you two guys
All right,
know.
well done.
Is
you
there
can
a
do
committee
this.
put
Time
together?
Out. Will you time out for a second?
Yeah.
I want you to leave.
Okay.
I want you to leave.
Oh.
I will deal with this. Go.
No, I'm fine.
No, you're not fine. You've opted out. Just
No.
Go enjoy your night.
I
I'll
had
handle
no
it.
idea what he was talking about.
Well, neither
That's
do
what-
I, but I've moved on.
It was over all of your heads.
Go ahead,
I
finish,
know that.
finish.
No, I'm seriously wondering who was helping Alan Haller make the decision or the search, and do you think it's underway? Because I haven't heard a thing.
No,
I think it's underway.
It's underway, but I will tell you this. It doesn't matter whatever whatever happens in the forward, doesn't matter if you don't have the BOT in order.
Which you probably don't.
Well, it's October, so I don't know that we're at that stage, being that we're at least 45 days away from hiring someone. Is that fair, Rico?
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's right. The BO2 has to either say "niet,"
Unless
"niet." What? He's already on
Herb's
staff.
on the spaceship.
Oh Lord! Oh Lord!
Oh, that would make
Oh
Mojo
God!
quiver.
Here we go.
You do realize how the roles could be reversed if you guys hire Urban Meyer?
It would just be great radio,
That'd be
and it
fantastic.
would be a real energy boost to the state.
It would give you
sports
something to
scene.
look forward to.
Until he didn't feel good.
No,
But
that
you
at
know
least
what?
takes
And it was
3
time
years
to
though.
go.
Well,
That at
Joe,
least
who
takes like 3
cares?
years.
But that means 3 years later, I don't care.
Sometimes it's not even 3 years.
I don't care.
Okay, I'm just saying. Be careful.
What do you
Florida,
mean?
it
Your
was like
coach is
7
looking to
years.
go to the NFL every year. How's it any
He's
different?
about to
hasn't
get a new
gone.
contract. You didn't hear?
Oh, so because he bombed his interview in Minnesota, that makes it different. All right.
And now I'm leaving.
Denver did want
then
him,
he'll
though.
bomb the next
You
one,
think
too.
Denver
No,
would
he
have hired thinks they rather have
Denver
Harbaugh
made
than
a huge
Peyton?
error giving what they gave for Sean Payton if you could have had Harbaugh for half the cost.
Yes, they did.
They made a huge error.
When does the oxygen mask fall from the ceiling?
Right now.
What is coming up next, Bob?
Oh, we're going to talk about the Lions. The greatest team ever.
They're good.
Ever.
They're really
Very good.
Yeah.
I think they're 12-win good.
Whoa, 12
Seed,
and
give me
5.
seed in the NFC good. What do you think?
Ooh.
If they go 3-1 in their next 4 with road trips to Tampa, Baltimore, and LA, if they go 3-1 in the next 4, they're the 2 seed in the NFC.
Based on
Yeah,
current,
No one's messing with his team.
I would
based
agree.
on current records, I think they have the second easiest schedule the rest of the way.
And that's where
Yeah,
I
31st.
Wow.
And you know, the Niners have the 10th toughest schedule.
Oh,
and
so
the Eagles
so the Lions will
have the
catch
9th
them.
toughest schedule.
Oh,
I don't think the Eagles are nearly as good as a
agree.
lot of people think. The Niners are every bit as
No, they're every bit.
But I like the Eagles' defense.
I'm glad you do.
You know, according to DVOA, the Lions have a better defense than the Niners.
He never stops, does he? He never stops.
So the Lions are the number 1 overall seed.
Okay, I'm leaving.